and one side wants to say no, there's basically no difference between, or we should conceptualize no difference between cis women and trans women.
Of course there's a difference between cis women and trans women, but there's also like a difference between like a tall woman and a short woman, or a fat woman and a skinny woman. There's
but not when they go to the bathroom.
Wait. Obviously the difference is different, but yes, there's differences between.
No, but what is the purpose of the statement "trans woman is a woman"?
It's to assert that it's like affirming their gender identity. It's saying, yeah, they are a woman. They're a woman.
Exactly.
But there's different types of women.
Okay, Adam, we're through the questions.
All right. Are we moving on to?
We can talk about something else.
Kidology, FD Signifier debate over. Now, do you have any relationship with FD Signifier or Kidology, Dylan? Do you know these content creators?
I know FD Signifier. They do video essays. I've never watched any of their content, but I know that they do video essays, and they've been beefing with people recently over drama or something. I have no clue who the other person is. I've seen their face once or twice, but I don't know who they are.
Okay.
I'm assuming you haven't seen any of his videos because you are in fact a racist and an Azov Battalion supporter. So
I went to Ukraine and they set me right. Yeah.
Yeah. So what is this clip you want us to watch, Adam? Because I'm not familiar with this.
Well, we can pull the clip up. It's FD Signifier. The background is Kidology made a video that was kind of centrist in orientation, although she did call Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro alt-right anti-Semites. So, I mean, there is that. But FD Signifier, this video was a critique of the left and the left's kind of backbiting mentality, and kind of a critique of the idealism of the left and their inability to talk to people of different political persuasions. FD Signifier found this video very offensive. He has crafted himself a circle of leftists that he basically works with and interacts with, and likes to keep his circle very pure of other content creators. So I guess Kidology wanted to have a conversation with him, and he declined. He did come on the Sitch Adam show, which, I mean, he's called us a right-wing echo chamber, which I just like. I don't know how that sticks. Neither one of us are very right-wing, and I mean, we talk to everyone. So echo chamber doesn't seem like a good, doesn't seem like a fitting thing, but whatever.
Well, I mean, I believe he's an open revolution, leftist revolutionary. So I guess from that perspective, everyone is to the right.
When you say like open leftist revolutionary, does he like want violent revolution? Like, what is it? What does that mean?
I don't believe he wants a violent revolution, but I do believe that he's open, that he thinks capitalism and liberalism should be replaced by some form of socialism in this country.
Gotcha. Okay.
And this, one of the reasons why I thought this would be interesting to watch with you, Dylan, is because Dylan, you've been on the show like 3 times, but I don't think we've really talked about
Have
politics.
I been on the show 3 times, actually? I thought it was only on twice.
Well, two times previously. This will be the 3rd. Yeah.
This will be the 3rd. Okay. Yeah. I have short-term memory loss.
But we've never, you were on, I think the first time you came on was our 200th show. And then
maybe.
And then I believe you came on again once.
Yeah, you came on once by yourself, and then you came on once when a bunch of people were on. So.
You're right. I forgot
just to hang out with us. Yeah, and like we've never really talked politics before. I don't know that you know where we're at. Like, we're constantly getting mischaracterized as like, far right radicals, which just doesn't seem remotely fair to me. I think we're like pro-capitalist, and we're kind of harsh on the anti-capitalist crowd because I don't feel like they have a really good understanding of the forces at work in economics or politics even. So, but I don't know where you're at. I mean, obviously you're pretty young. So how do you describe yourself politically?
Man, I guess I would describe myself. I mean, the word social democrat is probably what most people would think in their head. Like, I'm generally in favor of social safety net. I like means kind of somewhat like time-tested institutions more than I care about the individual. I believe heavily in institutions and improving institutions. So
well, see, that's a very conservative mindset, right?
I mean, you can call it a conservative mindset, but I would say like most liberals or people who are of liberal ideology believe that you need institutions.
Yeah, to protect the rights of the individual.
Absolutely. That's not a right-wing mindset in my belief system. And as far as I know, if it's considered a right-wing mindset, I think that's silly.
It used to be, but it's kind of switched now.
Yeah. Now, like all the institutions that used to be protected by the right, it's almost done a little bit of a switch, kind of like a switcheroo. If it was ever protected by the right, I don't know, but like the idea that it has made the switcheroo. Now it's the institutions are corrupt, deep state, need to be smashed.
Yeah. Well, I think so much of it is very tied into the fact that a lot of these institutions and a lot of businesses seem to either become woke or just signal wokeness, and so that turns off a lot of people on the right automatically.
That's true, but I don't know how much of it is from the actual party elites, quote unquote, using the word elites. Ooh, scary. The party elites of the Republican Party actually care about wokeness and is actually more of a means to like just like slowly deregulate these types of institutions. Like if we're talking about labor relations, is it that it's so woke with Starbucks and all these like Amazon strikers who it's just so woke, or how much of it is we want to deregulate labor relations in the United States and make it so companies have more power when it comes to negotiations with unions.
Yeah.
Well, that's a real interesting perspective.
I think it's kind of the same thing with like U.S. supporting Ukraine. Everyone's doing things for multiple reasons. If someone's trying to like bust up a union for woke reasons, I would say that's probably just they want to bust up the union, right? But then there are, but then you get like, with the Stop Woke Act in Florida from DeSantis, it's like, well, I mean, it's just purely ideological. It's not really union related. But obviously he's doing it because he wants to run for president and he knows this is like a good virtue signal to his base. So it's kind of like, well, there's a bunch of like mixed reasons for why these things are happening simultaneously.
That is true, and I think also you can look at the origins of a lot of the legislation, where it originally came from, who wrote it, so you can get an idea of where the motivations come from. But I do think there's a lot of overlap, almost like, hey, we can bust the union and also deal with these SJWs at the same time. Like there's these two factions kind of align themselves with each other. And I think that's probably it. I think it's a combination of both. But I've seen a lot less talking about the actual value of like what the institutions provide, and a lot more talking about the wokeness of the institution, which I think allows them to have better grounding in the conversation, because if they talked about the value of these institutions, I think it'd be a lot harder for them to advocate for them being abolished.
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
What are you using for a definition for woke?
Oh God.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just just
anything that I believe socially. Anything I believe socially.
Right. Okay. Well, because obviously we use the term woke to in criticism, and we just had a debate where people were saying, even if you use the term woke, you basically mean.
I don't ever use the term woke, and the reason I don't use the term woke is because everybody has a different definition for it, and it's become completely useless, right? Like, so why do I even use it? It's a good search term, but it feels like for some people, right? Woke is like if they add like a black character for a video game. For other people, it's like we're talking about CRT and like the intellectual, and there's like the spectrum is so gigantic.
I know
that
it is
possible
really
for me to. Yeah. So I just don't use the term because I feel like it's a worthless term.
Well, the problem is, it's like this is true of all language in politics. I mean, there was a time period where liberal meant socialist, in like the 80s, and then that kind of changed, and now it's kind of like with people calling everyone racist now. It's like, well, do you mean like the classical definition of racist? Do you mean like the P plus P equals R version of racist? So like all these terms get used so often that I mean, I don't know what you're like. I agree with you that like people use them so much that they become useless, but then also I don't know how we describe these concepts then.
I think the thing with woke, I think woke is almost on its own level though, because like I hear woke a lot more than I hear Democrats being called communist, right? Which used to be like the word that you would hear all the time. And you still hear it every once in a while, but it's used a lot less. And I think it's easier because like if I was to ask the average person, where did woke come from? I don't think most people would have any idea. If I asked where did communism come from, I'd be like, well, yeah, there's this book. It was written by this guy. Like you have something like grounding physical you can grab that most people know. And so I feel like it's harder to use it haphazardly. Communism, like if someone comes out, but Joe Biden's a communist, more people are going to laugh at them than if somebody says Joe Biden's woke.
Right.
because you can fill the blank in with whatever you want for woke more than you can for communism.
That is happening. I think it's happening not for the ideological reason that you said. I think basically what happens, especially with pejorative terms, is that essentially they get like they just go through the cycle where they get used at first and they catch on, and then everyone overuses them. So then they go, oh, we need to switch to a new term. I mean, the same thing with like before woke, we called everyone SJWs, and then no one uses that term anymore because it kind of fell out of favor. And now woke is kind of like it's super overinflated, so it's kind of falling out of favor. But there hasn't been a replacement.
What should be the
term
next
yet.
one? What should be the next one? Can we
That's a
create
good
that
question.
here?
Yeah.
We
Do,
should.
please.
We
We're
should.
looking for that one.
But I don't
Woke
know
is
what it
getting
will
old.
be. Yeah.
I don't like woke anymore.
So
It's no fun. I like to have fun.
How long until we have politicians saying soy?
Oh my god, that's
I don't think that will ever happen because
the soy lobby will be all over their asses. What are
by
you
the
talking
time
about?
the
I'm
Zoomers,
gonna start the soy caucus.
please don't, please don't. I'm glad that we don't have Ted Cruz calling someone a soy beta male on like the floor of Congress.
Oh my god.
There's only so much. It was the invention of Twitter was wonderful because it really showed. Like at first, before Twitter, we used to think our politicians and celebrities were all like very serious, important people or very professional. And then on Twitter, you see they're a bunch of dumb fucking assholes. Like
Yeah,
everyone else.
totally.
Didn't realize.
That happened for me for like a lot of video essayists, where video essayists are, like when they're completely
Yes, and then you see them on stream, and you're like,
exactly,
no! Or
exactly
Twitter,
on stream or
yes.
Twitter, exactly. It
Yes.
happens all the time. I think the most clear case of that was Bad Empanada. I think that was the
Yeah.
most clear case of it.
For me, it was oh my god, what was his name? Who's that movie? The movie guy, Adam.
I don't know. Doesn't he talk? Doesn't FD Signifier talk about him in here?
Does
The guy from Channel Awesome, Doug Walker.
Oh no, Doug. No, I'm not talking about Channel Awesome guy.
Oh, okay.
I love Doug Walker's hilarious. Just as a concept, not as his jokes aren't funny, but as a concept, he's hilarious.
Cosmonaut. Thank you, Ostofo. Yeah, like Cosmonaut Variety Hour. I used to love his content, and then I would see. One day I followed him on Twitter. I'm like, oh my god.
Are we gonna cover FD Signifier on Sunday? Are you still mulling that?
If
over?
you want to, I'm not opposed to doing it. If it's, I haven't watched the content, so I don't know.
I just think it's his new video. Like he likes all these white content creators, but he's very much like racially segregated himself on his content, which I think is ironic.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Look, it's almost like in that one video, it's almost like he's saying, I'm a black content creator and I don't like white people covering my content. Like I'm just, that says to, I mean, as a white person, I feel a little dirty just watching his content now, why would you want to do that to the audience?
He said he didn't want white people.
He said that he doesn't want, like, he wanted to gate off his content.
Well, no,
from whites.
look, it's kind of implied. I'm kind of maybe reading between the lines, but he's like, he is saying that his content is kind of for black creators, and he makes all these declarations about white people covering black creators or talking about black issues, which technically we're like three white guys right now talking about, a dust up between two black creators.
I'm Irish.
Oh, okay. Well,
So
Dylan
you're
is
ultra white.
Yeah, what? How do you get whiter than Irish?
Irish and German
like
is the
Finnish?
background.
You're like you're one step away from being like just I guess who'd be whiter than that, like the Swedes or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like Icelanders.
Yeah, you're way white. Listen, I'm like Jewish, Russian, Romanian. You're way whiter than me. Okay.
All right. Yeah. So I mean, this is like an interesting controversy. So that's why we're covering it.
What is the controversy? Because is it Hogwarts? Is it the Hogwarts wizard game?
Well, the trans, that's going to come up in the context of the trans stuff. FD Signifier's big anti-turf, and Kidology kind of represents the other side of that argument, which, I mean, I felt like FD Signifier came on the show. I don't know that we made any headway on politics. I mean, he basically walked away calling us, right-wingers, which, I mean, dude, that's so far from wrong.
Well, we need to. I mean, I would love to have him on again because the thing that's interesting that when we talk to him, like usually when we talk about CRT, I find that every white person I've ever talked to CRT about on the left who defends it has no idea what it's about at all. But he actually seemed to be very knowledgeable on CRT.
Yes, yeah, we would love to. So I that's so far off to call us right wingers. We're definitely, not right wingers. So
Whatever. It is what it is. It doesn't. I mean, it doesn't bother me. I feel like you're kind of offended by this.
no, well, I am a bit
I'm getting
because
into a kind of like a range of thou dost protest too much,
Well, no, the reason why it bothers me is very clear, because when he says right winger, he means racist. That's what he means by right winger.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. We all know that Adam
it's
gets
very-
Wait,
upset
why?
it's
Why?
very
Wait,
clear.
why do we know that? Why do we know that? So he walked away. In your mind, he walked away from the conversation thinking you guys are racist. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, I think he believes we're racist. Yes.
What indication like that meant he was like, because being right,
The color of our skin.
Wow, so you just think
This is like a racist look to him.
So you think that he just saw you were white and you had a conversation, and so you're racist?
Yes, yeah. I think I think he buys into the CRT stuff that, whiteness is just, white people are biologically predisposed to being racist.
Well, no,
think
I
he
don't
believes
know.
that.
Socially,
no,
socially, not
I don't think
biologically.
that's-
Socially.
Oh, okay.
Socially.
What's the difference,
Socially.
Sitch?
Well, there is no difference in terms of what. Well, there's a slight difference because then they argue the reason. So CRT people don't believe in biological essentialism, but they do believe in social
Essentialism, yeah, exactly.
Right, which has the same outcome, but they argue it's different because you can technically change to some extent the society that you live in. Where the only way to change, if like a biological, is like through extermination or.
It'd be
something
like if I guess it would be like if I said Russians are homophobic, and it'd be the idea that, like, socially in Russia being gay is very, very frowned upon, but it doesn't mean all Russians are homophobic or like somebody couldn't escape.
Well, no, it's not that, because when like in CRT, when they have this social essentialism, they do basically have the idea that if you are white and you live in a white society, you're so indoctrinated with whiteness constantly that if you're not, like, if you don't buy into the CRT narrative, then you are automatically essentially racist. So they are kind of saying everyone is, X thing.
Damn, I gotta vote. Okay, man, I switching parties now. I didn't know I was racist. I gotta work with my team more.
You gotta vote Republican, like with like the racist will, right?
Yeah.
So I guess we'll just jump into it then.
Yeah.
Let us know if you can see and hear everything okay on your end.
That's why I say that you're not responsible for your audience. I'm not responsible for my audience. People are going to see. We did get mentioned in this, and I don't know if it's in the section that we're going to listen to. It's funny that she's saying, she's telling him, you're not responsible for your audience. I'm not responsible for my audience, because his audience went and started calling Kidology Candace Owens. And basically, she ended up like a bunch of people left her Patreon and a bunch of people unsubscribed to her channel. So she's basically calling him out for doing that. And she's so far from Candace. Look, she literally called Ben Shapiro an anti-Semite. Like, Candace Owens is not going to do that, okay? So,
well, not when she works for Daily Wire.
but when he brought up us, he basically blamed us for what one of you guys called him a thug in the chat. So that really offended him. So we obviously, look, I don't condone that. You guys, what are you guys doing? We have a guest on the channel and you're saying stuff like that. Why are you being offensive like that? But at the same time, like, I can't, if I tell him don't do that, all you're going to see in the chat is that word. Like, it's going to be a wall of that word.
That's true. Right.
So understand this, FD. This is just the reality that we live in. If we tell our audience to do, don't go attack them, people are going to say,
I think you say don't attack someone, and I think you can. I mean, obviously, there are going to be people that attack people regardless. Right?
Yes.
But I think if you say
that's
don't
the
go
point.
attacking someone, I think that does help. But if you say like don't call this specific person this specific thing, I think they're going to do it.
They're definitely going to do it.
There's an importance to, like, I think, cultivate an audience that tries to behave responsibly. You can tell, like, when you interact with some content creators, their audience are much more vitriolic, much more disgusting, gonna like send a lot more death threats. Vosh is an angel who's never said anything wrong. He's right on everything. Okay.
Of course.
That's just to keep the audience off your back, right, Dylan?
Yes.
Look,
yes.
I'm not a hostage. When it comes when it comes to cultivating an audience, I do think it's important to like be like, we have some certain standards and guidelines here. You're not going to be calling my guests racial slurs. You're not going to be saying this. You're not going to be saying that. And you got to do that, because if you don't, there's going to be people who come there, feel comfortable doing that, and they're going to do it. But even in my community, there'll be people who are pro Russia in my chat who are allowed to be there, because I'm allowed disagreements, fine, right? But once people start crossing lines and start like throwing slurs for Ukrainians in chat, like you're immediately going to get booted. And that type of standard, I think, needs to be upheld. So you can cultivate an audience that it will treat people better generally.
We do our best. We definitely do our best to do that. So
I haven't received any death threats from your community yet. If anybody wants to be the first one to do it, you got an opportunity.
No, now you just made it a prize, so
that's true. Who's gonna race to get it first?
Well, I don't know. I don't know your position on the trans issue, and that's why they bring up the trans issue here. So, like, we might disagree on the trans issue, and people are gonna, they might call you the G word or something. I don't know.
The G word.
I don't. They're gonna call me gay.
Yeah, what's the G word?
The groomer word.
Oh, groomer. Oh,
groomer.
I blanked.
Got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which I don't condone, and I don't call good faith people groomers.
Nice save there. I like that you're like, I don't, wait a minute.
Occasionally I call bad faith people groomer just to prove a point. So,
oh, of course, just to prove a point.
Yeah.
What they want to see, and they're going to take what they want to take from what you say and from your content. But I think the important thing is to try as best we can, when we can, to try and see things from the perspective of the person who is actually saying the thing or doing the thing. So I do think that the idea of
so what is your perspective on J.K. Rowling's transphobia? And like, do you think she should be platformed in major newspaper publications?
Wait, pause this for a second. You want to know how I know who's the real left-winger here? Is because of his shitty fucking audio. That's how I know he's the real left-winger here.
True.
That's it. Sorry. You can continue.
Yes, I do, but I don't think, for instance, what has J.K. Rowling done? I'm just asking this just as a question, because I actually don't know. I've looked. I don't actually know what J.K. Rowling has said that is transphobic. She's never denied the existence of trans people. She's never said that trans people cannot have rights, cannot have autonomy, cannot exist. But she has a particular ideology which is very much invested in the experience of feminism in its very traditional sense. This idea that biological sex matters. And I can respect that. It's fine. I don't see that as being genocidal. I don't see that as being J.K. Rowling responsible for the very precarious existence of trans people in this world today. But I think that I need to hear, and which is why I'm very excited for J.K. Rowling being interviewed, an interview or podcast interview of everything that she has to say is going to come out next week. I can't actually say that J.K. Rowling is transphobic because I haven't actually heard her say, in her own words, without the influence of Twitter and the internet and everybody else's perspectives, what she actually believes. So I need to wait and see.
So after FD Signifier made his response video to her original video that was kind of centrist, she got labeled a transphobe. So one of the, I think it's past in the conversation, but FD Signifier's audience is calling Kidology a transphobe and being kind of caustic towards her. So that's where she's
Did she
coming
give?
from.
I never saw her original video. Does she have a stance, or is it just that she said she doesn't think J.K. Rowling should be canceled?
Well, I think the stance that she just gave right here is, enough for them to call her transphobic. Obviously, if you're not like boycotting Hogwarts Legacy, then you're a transphobe. So, do you have a position, Dylan? I mean, you're not obligated to take a position, obviously.
I'm going to listen a little bit more to the. I'm going to listen a little bit more to the conversation. And I'm trying to re-Google what exactly J.K. Rowling said, because it's been like 2 or 3 years since she released what people called like the manifesto or whatever. So I got to go back and read it back again. Well, I just don't remember because I never give a fuck about Harry Potter. I'm going to be for real. I was not a big Wizards kid. I was big into Dragon Ball Z and shit. I never liked Wizards and stuff like that. But for my position, I released a video on Hogwarts Legacy, and my position is like, there are so many game companies that produce such terrible ethical standards in how they treat their employees. When it comes to crunch time, when it comes to union busting, when it comes to Blizzard, it's the fucking sexual harassment stuff that went on there, and like all these companies, and people buy up their games like it's nothing. I saw backlash for the Blizzard stuff, but people still went out and bought those games, and nobody went out and said, if you buy a Blizzard game, if you're continue to play Overwatch, you want to watch people get raped. Nobody said that because it's silly. And so I think a lot of the backlash was people who just wanted to play what, from what I heard, was a pretty fun wizarding of Waverly Place like experience, right? I'm not going to go out and condemn people for that. Definitely, if you take a socialist point of view, you could also say that there's no ethical consumption under capitalism.
Yeah. Well, FD Signifier is a big time anti-capitalist, so. But you're not an anti-capitalist, Dylan.
No,
right?
I'm not. I'm not an anti-capitalist. I do. Now, this is my most socialist position, is that I do think that capitalism is not a perfect system. I think that it's going to continue to, we're going to have to continue to change our economic structure. And I don't think capitalism is the end of human development. I just don't know if we've developed to the point where we move past it yet or not. And Marx was obviously wrong when it came to his predictions about, when the revolution was coming and, it's going to happen in the UK because, this is where the conditions were set. Russia, it was completely off base when it came to where he thought it was going to happen in Russia, which was a much more agrarian society. And it just like most of his predictions were wrong. So I don't know if we've reached the point where we're going to evolve past capitalism.
God. Well, it's funny, all the, he thought all these liberal countries were going to evolve in the communist countries. And it was like, no, it was the monarchies that evolved in the communist countries. So because they were the most oppressive. Yeah. They had agriculture was their main thing. So people were generally happy in living in a liberal democracy.
Yep.
So
yeah.
Well,
look, he's so disgusted with that.
Is that what's happening?
He's so
a huge. Let's be good faith, Gary. Listen, I'm gonna be good faith, Gary. Okay, he's just thinking. He's taking a Jordan Peterson pause. He's thinking. He's gonna come up with a deep response.
No, I've seen this. You're wrong. You're so wrong.
Okay.
What are you talking about? Oh my God.
Okay.
Why do you think I wanted to watch this? Look, if you had a smart, intelligent response, we wouldn't be watching this.
Wow.
I'm not going to sit here and expect. So I made content that engages very, very lightly with J.K. Rowling's transphobia. And I'll just say J.K. Rowling has been incredibly antagonistic to trans people on the basis of them being trans. She supported legislation to limit the rights of trans people. And she's been outright insulting to trans people in numerous ways. Now, I'm going to leave that as just an effort to provide a perspective as to why one might see J.K. Rowling as transphobic, but I'm going to challenge you. Like, have you watched ContraPoint's video about J.K. Rowling's transphobia? Have you watched, again, Philosophy 2's video about these things?
Not as of recently. When they came out, yes, but not recently, no.
I just want to step in here just to get my position clear, because one of the things that bugs the shit out of me is that, he's saying J.K. Rowling is not taking trans people into trans people's perspective into her perspective, but they're what both of them want is in conflict. Like J.K. Rowling wants the women's spaces and women's sports to be maintained as they are because she feels that's the rights of women in a second wave feminist type way. She feels like this is what they fought for. So FD Signifier doesn't even acknowledge that what he's really asking her to do is to say, I don't care about my rights anymore. Here, let me just give them away. Which is that's a big ask.
Mm-hmm.
So so I guess as the lib cuck here, I it's my job to give pushback, and that's what you fuckers.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
By all means.
Thank you.
I'm looking up the
For
old
knowing
blog
your
post because
place.
this is three. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. From like 3 years ago, the big blog post she made about this, and I guess the first thing I would say, and I'm not gonna go around and say something's transphobic, homophobic. I guess I could just say what's wrong with their issues, and you can determine if they are on your own. I don't really care much about name calling. Her problem with the detransitioning, when she talks about, well, we see all these people who are now detransitioning and the number of detransitioners are increasing. Oh my God, this is a huge concern. This reminds me of this issue in World War I, where when all these soldiers were wearing helmets, they got like their helmet injury reports back, and they're like, oh my God, the amount of helmet injuries have increased drastically. Maybe we should stop wearing helmets. But the reason why they had so much more helmet injuries was because people were wearing helmets for the first time. And now that being transgender has been more socially normalized, there's going to be more people transitioning, which also means inevitably there's going to be a spike in people detransitioning, which also I think comments on the fact of her just talking about the massive upswing in transgender people, people being transgender, where this is something that is now for the first time being even talked about openly in society. And you're going to see more and more people who were transgender openly coming out and talking about that. We've seen the same thing happen with homosexuality. We've seen the same thing happen with bisexuality. And it isn't that crazy to think that's also happening with being transgender. And I think those concerns are misplaced.
So you think it's like the airplane graph? You think it's the survival bias?
I do think, to an extent,
or
yes.
the left-handed thing people talk about. Obviously when left-handed was suppressed.
Yeah.
So but
go ahead,
the left-handed thing's a bad example because first of all, if you actually, I know what you're talking about. There's that graph that shows that left-handedness was like 2%, and then it rises to 11%. But this is bad for two reasons. The first is that if you actually expand the graph into the past, you see left-handedness started at 11% in the past. It went down to 2% during the Industrial Revolution when they were building all the machines for right-handed people. So that's why they started teaching people to try to be right-handed intentionally to do that. And then once they kind of got over that, left-handedness
really
rose again.
is that the truth behind
that? Was the truth? Yeah, it wasn't
I
like
had no idea.
Yeah, because I thought the same thing. I assumed it was some like weird bigoted reason, but no, there was a practical reason.
Damn, I need to find another example of that. Even though, homosexuality is the most obvious example.
Right. But also it's a bad example because the change is over a 50-year period. So it took 50 years for it to go from 2% back to 11%. With the trans numbers are basically, I don't remember exactly, but it's like the same amount of growth happened in like 2 years that it took, like 50 years essentially for the left-handedness. So it's not really I guess
it would depend on the percentage of transgender people beforehand, because 2% is, I would assume that 2% number is probably larger than what
of course, 2% of the population. Right. But if you looked at the rate, I think the rate of doubling, I don't remember the numbers, but it was like the rate of doubling every year for left-handedness was like, I don't know, like 10% or something. And then the rate of doubling or not doubling, but just the rate of increase for trans was like, 100% or I don't know, something astronomically much higher.
There's another, sorry, you wanted to finish.
Well, I was going to say my issue was sort of, or my concern, I guess, with the transition movement is that if you look, you don't need like a crazy source. If you look in the DSM and if you look at both APAs, both psychological and psychiatric, they both said that before affirmative care treatment, which is the idea that when a child believes that they have gender dysphoria or that they're trans, that basically they should only be affirmed and that you should give them puberty blockers and allow them to socially transition. Before that existed, before affirmation treatment existed or affirmative treatment existed, when they keep numbers of these things, it would be something like in the massive realm of 60 to 90% of children who believe they were trans would desist in those feelings after they went through puberty. Which, first of all, 60 to 90 is a massive range. You'd obviously say, well, this needs more study because we want to kind of shrink that range down to be more specific. But then once affirmative care came into being and you had the social transitions and you had the puberty blockers, that number of desistance shrinks from 60 to 90 to 20 to 30% desistance. And to me, that's scary because that leads me to believe that the combination of social transitioning and the puberty blockers may be preventing people who would desist naturally from doing so.
Do you think that the experience of going through puberty is like a heavy indicator of whether somebody wants to feel like being a man or a woman, or do you think it's more psychological, the decision that's being made? Because trans people always talk about it's psychological, like in their brain they feel like a woman, they feel like a man, they feel like this gender.
Right. Well, I think gender dysphoria, I believe very strongly is biological. There's something, twin studies, it's like the average person that's going to be trans is like, if you're male, is like 0.0162 or something. It's very low. But if your fraternal twin is trans, you have like a 2% chance, which is a massive increase. And if your identical twin is trans, you have a 40% increase. So I do think they've also done brain scans and stuff of that nature. So I do think it is biological, and I do think it's real, but I do think that it should be conceptualized as a mental illness, which it is currently, gender dysphoria, or a biological medical condition if people don't like the mental illness label. And so, yeah, if you do have gender dysphoria, like, I don't think people grow out of it. I think people either have it or they don't have it, but they think they have it. And going through puberty essentially makes them realize they don't have it.
I don't know how much puberty. I would love for you to send me that study or something when you have the time. I don't know how much puberty plays into it. I know for me, when I was growing up, I am bisexual. When I was first finding out I was attracted to men, in my mind, because of the way the environment I grew up in, I was like, okay, so you're straight or you're gay, because just like the whole spectrum of everything,
right.
Like that wasn't discussed. So the idea that I could like both, it was like, you're either Pepsi or you're Coke. You can't drink both. It's not allowed. So I was like, okay, I guess I'm gay now. But like over time, I more accepted the fact that I was more comfortable with both. I think it's like a growth process that people go through. The problem, I guess, a lot of trans people would have with like the idea of like, for example, stopping puberty blockers or not allowing certain underage people to use puberty blockers is the amount of changes you go through with puberty. If you go through those changes, that could make your existence as a trans person much worse for the rest of your life, because you can't reverse a lot of that. Like a lot of the things you go through the puberty, like, I mean, there's some surgeries you can go through, but you just can't reverse a lot of it. Whereas if you take off the puberty blockers, the vast majority of changes of puberty, you're going to go through once you remove them. It's something that's reversible. And so giving that option to doctors to give to patients, I think is a valuable resource.
Yeah, no, I mean, I am completely sympathetic to that. I understand that's the thought process. And if we had a way, like if they knew exactly what made someone have gender dysphoria, and they could put you in like the brain scan machine and they could say, oh, this person has it, this person doesn't have it, blah, blah, blah. Then I'd say, okay, give them puberty blockers. Like if that's the only treatment we have so far is, transitioning, and that's what the best outcome to prevent people from killing themselves, which is, another problem with this conversation is that this, trans becomes an identity when it's not really. It's a medical treatment that's supposed to prevent people from killing themselves. Like that's the only reason essentially that our society and the medical community does this thing. So if they could make those determinations, clearly and medically, and not just rely on basically self-reporting, then I wouldn't have a problem with them giving kids.
Okay. I think when we talk about like trans, so trans identity, I do think there is there's definitely a culture around being trans. There's media around being trans. There's an experience that is shared with being trans that isn't necessarily shared with something that you would call like disease. Like there's no like sickle cell art. Right? I don't know about that. I've never seen that before. Nobody's right? Like, I guess, but I think that
there's a famous artist with sickle cell anemia, but continue.
How dare you? How dare you not acknowledge his existence?
He did sickle cell based art for 20 years. But I guess for me, it's like that type of shared experience of being trans, I think is very different than a lot of the other medical issues that people face on the day-to-day. Well, no, I do think it's distinct because the way you dress, like, is heavily impacted, and there's a lot of it's very mental that plays into the psychology of it. So it's not like just like maybe losing your legs. Like I don't know if there's wheelchair clubs and people go out and they do like wheelchair events and like wheelchair basketball, but it's just that mental capacity, I think, makes people a lot more emotionally tied to the experience. And one last thing, there's also a lot more discrimination that can be centered around being trans that isn't necessarily centered around other medical problems, right? Like I don't know much about like cancer discrimination or anything like that.
No, I agree with what you just said, and I think that's why it is the way it is. And I think discrimination is the main motivation or the main thing that causes kind of these identity groups to form, because they're kind of like it's like a defense mechanism. It's like, oh, you're gonna attack me for being this thing. Well, I'm gonna like be proud, essentially of whatever it is that you're attacking me for. I mean, we've seen this very commonly. All across time, and I understand that, and I'm sympathetic to that, and I understand that's like a psychological strength essentially. The problem, though, is that it can lead. Like, I'm not opposed to that, but the problem is it can very often lead us down bad pathways. And a good example of this would be with deafness. There's a which I think could be comparable to trans. There's like a strong, identity of deaf people that deaf people have. And some people, not all, but some people in the deaf community are very against lip reading, and they're very against cochlear implants because they feel like you're stealing, the deaf identity away from the child. And to me, that's like, well, that's like the wild version of this. And we would see the same thing. Like, if someone tomorrow comes up with a cure for gender dysphoria, I mean, that'd be very controversial, for people in the trans community, because it's like, well, do you take the cure or do you transition? Are you, but that's the problem, is that once you rope it into an identity, it kind of demedicalizes it, and I think gives people the wrong way of thinking about these things.
I think it is a little, I think when it comes to something like being trans, definitely when it comes to sexuality, for example, because I've been asked this question before. If you could, like, when I thought it was just gay, I wasn't bisexual. If you could take a pill and it could make you straight, would you take it? And I thought about this, and I thought, like, let's say this pill is developed 30 years from now, and I'm married to somebody, I'm married to a husband, and they're like, hey, you want to take this
obviously,
pill?
why would you take
now
it
you've
then?
lost your husband, you've lost your community, you've lost all these people that you know for this reason. And for a lot of people, I think that becomes a difficulty. But if there was a pill to get rid of gender dysphoria, I think a lot of people would actually take advantage of that. Definitely when you consider the high rates of suicide in the trans community, due, in my opinion, very large part due to discrimination that they could then avoid. Personally, if I could take a pill that would just make me straight, I wouldn't do it, because I like having more options. And it's hard to imagine being like, do you want to make it so you don't like the things you like? Because it's like, but I like them. Why would I want to get rid of something that I like?
Right.
Like, take a pill to make it so you don't like ice cream. It's like, why? It's like, I don't know.
Well, unless of course you were like, he had an obsession, right? Oh, you like smoking, right?
I do have an obsession with food. I love food.
Right. But no, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I hear people a lot, they'll compare, and now you didn't do this exactly, but a lot of people will compare being trans to being gay, in terms of like, gay was originally thought of as mental illness and things of that nature. And I think, to me, this was what was explained to me in my psych classes back in the day, was that, when you're gay, the reason it's not a mental illness is because any problems you have by being gay or bisexual is just like an issue of social acceptance. Society doesn't like you, right? They're bigoted against you. But if you live in a community or society that's not bigoted, you have no mental problems whatsoever, no mental anguish around being gay or bisexual at all. It's all external. And the thing is that with trans people, or people that have gender dysphoria, while there is an element of bigotry that affects, the mental health of trans people, even if someone with gender dysphoria lived in a perfectly accepting society, they would still have gender dysphoria. They would still have mental anguish caused by the fact that they feel like they were born the wrong sex or in the wrong body or something. One
of the big things I always point to about like the existence of trans people, gay people around the world, is just like the existence of gay people and trans people in places like Afghanistan, right? And places like Chechnya, where they literally put them in camps. And
it's obviously biological. It's
like it's impossible to say these things aren't discoverable in nature. Definitely when there's so many other mammals that show homosexual traits. Does it 100% match up? No, but it's not even like a wild thing in nature where humans are the only ones that ever felt anything even relate remotely close to this.
Right.
So by the way, let me move on quickly, because we've only gotten so far into the video.
This is a regular Sitch and Adam show, so don't worry about it.
I have one more thing that I would say, this is probably the closest thing I would say that I know of that I'd be like, that's just like a transphobic like statement from J.K. Rowling, was her statement about the bathroom issues, where she was like, look, I fear for the safety of trans people, but I also fear for the safety of girls if we allow trans people into these bathrooms, because then men will start raping women. And in my mind, like, I can't imagine a rapist being like, damn, a bathroom sign on the door. I was willing to violate the law to rape someone. I was unwilling to violate the law when it came to this bathroom door. It's like I like a lot of conservatives understand the logic with gun-free zones, but they don't seem to understand it when it comes to this issue either. And so it just feels like painting a threat that doesn't really exist, and we have no data to back up so far that I've seen any studies showing that by allowing trans women into women's restrooms.
So are you against gun-free zones?
I'm generally against gun-free zones, except for like a few like scenarios. Like I don't think like
Congress,
like Congress and probably like most schools, I would be against guns because I don't trust children around firearms generally. Okay, but I'm generally a pro-Second Amendment person.
Yeah, I mean, regarding the bathroom thing, I've never, I mean, me and Adam get in a lot of disagreements about this. I've never found the women's spaces argument particularly persuasive to me. I understand the sports argument. I don't really care about the bathroom argument. I
That's
understand
because
like
you're a dude.
it's because I'm a dude. I understand more so like the locker argument. Like, you know, you don't necessarily, a woman maybe doesn't want to see a penis, you know, in the locker room or something. You know, I guess I'm a little bit more sympathetic to that. But I guess where I differ what you said is that I wouldn't call, you know, her, like J.K. Rowling having that opinion about being very concerned about female-only spaces. Even if I disagree with her, I don't think it's a transphobic belief to have that. I just think she's concerned with something that I don't see as like a real concern.
Can if it's not a real concern or it's an imaginary threat about a community, that it can be like a bigoted concern. For like,
well, but is she saying she thinks the trans people are going to do the raping, or just that like straight men will pretend to be trans?
Let me look up the.
She's
exact
afraid
get back to you.
Straight men are gonna pretend to be trans, which they're doing. That's happening.
It happened a couple times, yeah.
But it's okay when you say it's happening. It's happening. Like, are you telling me that it's happening on a statistical level? Like, we can actually see a statistical increase in rape. Like, this is somebody who wasn't going to rape before, but now has found his avenue, is now raping.
Even if it's a small level, it's the fear that is persistent with everyone. That's the thing. It's like, you know, just you know, very few people are being killed by the serial killer in town, but everyone is afraid.
Well, I think I think it's like, it's kind of Chappelle, or like ironically, Chappelle, I think, has the best take on this as a joke, which is that it's not really, the concern is really like, if a woman's in a woman's bathroom and there's like a trans woman that comes in, I don't think, you know, that looks, you know, if Blair White walks in the woman's bathroom, I don't think people are going to be like really concerned, right?
No.
But if you got like,
But if she walks in the men's bathroom,
yeah, if she walks in the men's bathroom, you're like, what the fuck's happening here? You're gonna be super like, what is this? Is so bizarre. But if someone who like, you know, big fat guy wearing a wig who like everyone knows is male walks in the woman's bathroom, all the women feel uncomfortable, right?
Yeah.
I feel like so much of this is really an issue about passing than like these kind of universal. Now, obviously, you can't have like a law like you can only go in the woman's bathroom
if you pass, yeah, there's like a chart on the wall how close you have to match.
There's a little AI like face recognition thing that says whether you pass it. No, but so I understand from a legal perspective it'd be more difficult, but I think that's the real issue here. And I think it's more comfort than safety.
Look, Dylan, all I wanted to point out.
J.K. Rowling isn't bringing up a comfort concern. She's bringing up a safety concern, which
Right.
I don't think is validly placed here.
It is comfort. Safety and comfort are hand in hand.
Well-
the only reason why I bring it up is this really is about, like, a lot of people will frame this as just an extension of civil rights. And civil rights was basically giving the same rights to marginalized people that everyone had. This is a much different situation because it's not just extending the rights that everyone has to trans people. You're literally taking rights away from women and giving them to trans people.
But that's the same argument that people gave against civil rights, though, Adam.
I don't understand. When you say they're taking the rights away, how are they taking the rights away from women by allowing trans women into the bathroom?
Well, it's specifically in women's only spaces, they're taking away their rights to women's only spaces. And in sports, they're literally taking away their rights to women's sports, which is a women's only space.
Wait, how are they taking away? Okay. When you say taking away their right to women's only space, do you think people have like a right to? When you say right to women's only space, like that,
we have had the rights to women's only spaces for time immemorial.
I mean, why would it be impossible for them to have a bathroom that allows women to only like cis women to do it? They could do it. I think it would be a shitty thing to do. Like, it's not illegal to have a whites only space. If you want to host a whites only meeting in your home, you can do that. It's just like I guess you mean like in businesses specifically and stuff like that.
Yeah, you can't have a whites only space in any sort of public business.
Of course,
or
you
private
can.
business.
Yeah,
right. You can, like, if you did in your house, you could do that. Yeah, but not in business.
Okay.
I would say, like, in regard to the civil rights claim, Adam, like the argument against the people that are arguing against desegregation were saying, and this came up in that one of these books I was listening to that I think is awful, is that they were saying, oh, by passing civil rights legislation, you're infringing upon the right of freedom of association.
right.
And so they're kind of making that same argument, which I don't find necessarily persuasive on that level.
I guess I would have to ask you, Adam, what do you think of the Civil Rights Act then?
Well, I'm in favor of civil rights. I'm in favor of extending the same rights to marginalized people as everyone has.
Then I guess the question would be: do you think white
Sitch,
people? Wait.
Are you saying? Are you saying that this framing is like, obviously they're framing it that they're taking their rights away, the freedom of association right.
Mm-hmm.
So are you saying that the right to women's only spaces is comparable to the, I mean,
no,
they still have the free, they also still have the freedom of association.
Right.
They're
So,
just taking it away in a public business context. That's the only place they took it away.
I think it's, again, I don't care about bathrooms because usually it's in a stall. But I understand that for locker rooms and for showers, I'm more sympathetic to that. And, if they should, probably have third option for, the one trans person in the community or whatever to use, or something to that effect. I don't think that trans women should be in women's sports generally, because I think they still retain a physical advantage most of the time. I'm just saying that I don't think the argument that you're levying to me isn't particularly persuasive, because it was the same argument levied against the civil rights movement. But I do think that there is a historic right that women and men have had, the right, de facto right to, sex segregated spaces in certain situations.
You don't think the argument is good because I'm framing it as taking away people's rights when people obviously hate to lose rights that they've always had?
Well, no, I'm saying it's not. I don't think it's a good framing, because that was exactly the civil rights technically took away people's freedom of association away to an extent. That doesn't mean that necessarily it should
just in a business context.
Yeah, but it still doesn't mean that
in a public context.
I'm just saying that, like, the universal idea that, like, something infringes on your rights so is bad, I don't think that's a good argument, because there's lots of things that constantly infringe upon our rights that we accept for other reasons. That's all I'm saying.
But even in that context, even in the civil rights context, they said it was the racists wanted the right for freedom of association in a business context, and they said, "Look, you're taking away our rights," and the marginalized people said, "Listen, we want the right to be able to, drive across country without, having to stop in certain places because we weren't
be able to walk on any business." Yeah,
they weighed those two parties' rights, and they said, "We're going to give it to the marginalized people." Obviously, that's the least harm.
Yes,
we're doing the exact same thing here. This is exactly the same thing here. We're going to say, listen, the trans people want to be able to use whatever women's only spaces they want. There's all these other side effects that are going to take place, and we're weighing that against women in general who want access to women's only spaces. They want to know that those spaces are free of biological males. And we're weighing those two things. Like the thing that bothers me is the ignoring, like people are acting like we aren't doing that. Like the women's rights, who fucking cares? Fuck the women, right? That's their mentality. Like and the only reason that they're bringing it up in the context of civil rights is to say, oh, well, we got it. Obviously you're siding with the racists from civil rights. Well, no, in civil rights movement, I would have given it to the marginalized people. I still do. In this situation, I think I'm giving it to the women.
Right.
It's a completely different situation.
I agree. Yeah, no, I agree with the way you framed it there. I think it's a better framing than what you said before.
Okay. What changed? I don't know. I feel like it's the same framing.
Well, just the framing of that, there's no consideration for the other side's argument. It's just the other side is bigoted, essentially.
There isn't. Look, this is the whole thing with J.K. Rowling. J.K. Rowling is saying, listen, I'm a feminist. I think women should have rights to women's only spaces. I think when a woman goes to a woman's shelter, she should have a right not to be accosted by a trans woman, a biological male.
I wouldn't use that word.
I don't think. Wait.
Happened.
You shouldn't be accosted by anyone in a like a home where you're going to like flee domestic invasion.
Right, but
like,
women's shelters are classically women's only spaces, right? And women have complained because they've gone to women's shelters and there's been trans women in there, biological males.
Let me ask you, where do you think if a trans woman flees their home because they're in one of these scenarios, where do you think they should go? Because if they go to a men's place, which I don't know of any of those even existing in the first place, which is actually a problem in my opinion, where are they supposed to go?
Well,
they're kind of
there should be situations set up that are specifically for trans people.
So specifically just trans, I guess, do you think the resources exist to be able to establish those completely separate from that?
That's a completely different That's a completely different.
Well, I'm
story,
asking about this.
obviously.
Well, I'm just asking about your position, like in practicalities terms. Like,
Well,
it feels like these institutions exist. They're able to help people. Trans women want to be able to flee their home and get help if they need to. There's certainly, even if they wanted to go to the men's space, they couldn't,
but it's
because they don't exist.
It's no longer a women's only space, though, and I just want people to acknowledge that. Obviously, like, you got to acknowledge that there's a trade-off here.
Well, I guess like a lot of people would say, well, trans women are women, right?
That's the mantra. This is why they say trans women are women. It's because they want everyone to turn their brains off and just go, trans women are women. Trans women are women.
I think that's the key.
Women are women too. Look, women are women too. Women want.
Wait. I think that the key factor here, and this is kind of what gets to the bottom of the J.K. Rowling question, is the trans women are women talking point or argument, and that's, one side wants to basically make the position that cis women and trans women are different, and one side wants to say no, there's basically no difference between, or we should conceptualize no difference between cis women and trans women.
Of course there's a difference between cis women and trans women, but there's also like a difference between like a tall woman and a short woman, or a fat woman and a skinny woman. There's
but not when they go to the bathroom.
Wait. Obviously the difference is different, but yes, there's differences between all.
But what is the purpose of the statement trans woman is a woman?
It's to assert that it's like affirming their gender identity. It's saying, yeah, they are a woman. They're a woman.
Exactly.
But there's different types of women.
Right, but it implies it's saying something deeper. It's saying that from a societal perspective, we should view trans women and cis women as basically interchangeable. That's how I interpret that statement.
I think generally on a societal level, you should. Obviously, there's going to be certain areas like medical care, and there's going to be certain things. Like, I do think, like, when you talk about sports, when you talk about direct physical, like I think if I was to find out I was a trans woman right now, right? Mm-hmm. And for whatever reason, I wanted to enter the MMA tomorrow. I understand there being some concerns there due to just the natural changes my body's went through. And we can have that conversation. I think that's a fine conversation to have. But when we're talking about trans women being women, I don't think people are literally, if there are people saying it's silly, but I don't think there's people literally saying that they are completely the same. There's no biological differences whatsoever. I think trans women have experienced those biological differences to their own detriment throughout their whole life.
Yeah, well, there are people saying that, though.
There's a few people. I'll grant you that it's definitely the extreme minority that make those arguments. It's mostly the social perspective of it, and it's kind of levied in a way to sort of, in my opinion, shut down these kinds of conversations, because what no one really wants to address, that if we're talking about like trans women and cis women only spaces, like we'll go with the shelter example. Most of these questions are really trolley problems, and that's kind of the issue here.
Of course, yeah.
Which is like okay, so like, hypothetically, you can say, oh, what if hypothetically, there's 50 women in 1 month that will go to a women's only shelter for, domestic violence or something. And there's one trans woman that will go to the same place. And when the one woman goes to the place, you can say, I don't know, let's make up some number, like, 20% of the women currently there will become psychologically uncomfortable, and it will trigger their PTSD about domestic abuse, not necessarily just because they're bigoted, but just because they look at the trans woman and they perceive them as male, right? And so it kind of creates this trolley problem of like, well, who are we supposed to be serving here? The minority, the majority, even if the majority maybe is acting off of some bigoted belief, what exactly is happening here? So I just think it's a complicated trolley problem that is not really being discussed properly.
Would you expand that to other issues as well? Like if somebody feared somebody for either their race or their religion or stuff like that, would that also be as equally valid? Like I don't want any Muslims or Christians or et cetera group in my women's shelter because
exactly,
a Christian who beat me or something, like something along those lines.
Exactly.
I would be very uncomfortable, because then like, where do you even stop? Not only because I feel bad for the trans women who are going to be left out of, I think, much needed care, definitely because trans people on average are more likely to be kicked out of their home. They're more likely to be homeless. They have face a lot more economic problems on average, but also because what about the other people where we can start making these standards next? That's why I say we should expand this issue to include men as well. That's why I think there should be men's shelters, because men have nowhere to flee if they're in an abusive relationship with somebody.
The differences between men and women are far greater, though, than the differences between races. That's the
I'm just asking, like, would we expand this to anything else in particular?
You do, but you can say, well, I'm in favor of, even if, like, okay, use my example, but you say it's a men's safe space. and it's all white guys, and then for 20% of them will be afraid of the black guy, right? Because maybe they got beat up by a black person, or they believe that the black person's violent, right?
Or they're just racist.
Yeah. Do we weigh that their racist consideration is that more important just because it's the majority view? No, not necessarily, right? I'm not saying that the majority view is the view we should take. I'm just saying it's a more complicated issue than people are willing to sort of give it credit to, and I don't think it can just be like hand waved away as like, well, if you believe in women's only spaces, which I don't really give a shit about, but if you do, then you're automatically labeled like a transphobe. And I think that's kind of the weirdness with J.K. Rowling, is that she basically, her only positions, to my knowledge, are she believes in kind of sex segregated spaces for women, and she thinks that too many young girls are transitioning that probably don't have gender dysphoria and are going to regret it. And to me, you could have an issue with that, but to get that labeled as like a transphobe, or like on the same level to act like basically she's running around trying to say that no one should transition and she wants to send everyone to Jesus camp. I mean, these just seem like completely, incompatible ideas.
So I guess really at the end of the day, I care much like I would care about the black woman fleeing the abuse than necessarily somebody having fear of a black woman entering one of these care places. Mm-hmm. I care much more about the trans person's safety and helping as many people as possible than I do about one person's comfortability of being around a trans person in one of these.
What if it's more than one?
If there's some accommodations that can be made, even if it's 10 people, I would still stand by that. Maybe there can be some accommodations made, like maybe they can be moved to the other side of the care center. Like I want to help as many people as possible. But when we talk about the trans community in this issue, they have a much higher rate of homelessness. They have a much higher rate of fleeing their home when they're a lot younger due to discrimination and a lot of like difficult family situations.
Yeah, but why is that relevant?
I think it's relevant because we're talking about not only leaving this community out to dry, but we're leading a community out to dry on an issue that they particularly suffer from. And so it's I think kind of particularly harmful.
No, but like, why is the? I mean, I think you're right with all those statistics, but why is that rate relevant if there's still, because there's so little trans people, even if they have a higher rate, there's still going to be a lot more cis women that are in all those that aren't doing all those things, are homeless, abused, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, on average, yes, but this is going to intensify this issue for the trans community, is that they're going to have less resources when they engage with this problem. They're going to have less places to go. And then that pushes a lot of trans people into a lot of industries that they don't necessarily want to work into, like the sex industry, which a lot of trans people go into once they become homeless, which have high rates of drug abuse and all these other things. And it starts them on a terrible path for life that I have no interest in seeing them go down. And that long-term impact on trans people's life value, I value that much higher.
Mm-hmm.
Also, what was it? Fuck, I forgot the other thing I was going to say. Never mind.
I think obviously, racists have a fear of other races that I think is misplaced, and I think culturally we've trained ourselves to not do that, to see other races and not be afraid. So there's not really this internal fear that a lot of people have. I'd argue that people who are still racist still experience that fear, and that's probably why they are racist. But just superimposing that onto the men and women thing, I think women are internally afraid, and this is based in a long evolutionary history of being preyed upon by men, and they have an internal fear of men that culturally, I'm not sure if you want to get rid of. What is your feeling on that? Do you think that fear that women have innately of being preyed upon by men is something that they should have?
Well, I guess to reframe that a bit, like, should people be afraid of? Because when we're talking about trans women in bathrooms, bringing it back to J.K. Rowling, which I think is, if there's anything that she said that's transphobic, I think that's the closest you'd be, because we're talking about fear about a specific outcome.
Right.
Do we in a way coddle somebody's fears if it's not bared out in statistics? Because it's not bared out in statistics.
Right.
So should we really coddle this fear and say, oh, well, even though it's not happening, it's not really a massive issue, and it hasn't seen any statistical uptick in women being abused in bathrooms, we should do this specifically just because, there's an unfounded fear. Like, I don't think that's something we should do as a society. I think that's gonna, because then you could justify a bunch of insane, nonsensical type of security measures that that are completely unnecessary, expensive all across the board that I wouldn't be comfortable with.
But you acknowledge that certain men do prey upon women, right?
Of course, yeah.
And that women have a caution about being preyed upon by men.
I mean, I could just replace that easy with, like, you acknowledge that black people sometimes commit crimes. Yes. And so you would understand that, like, some people would be, like, yeah, but it's like, I don't see the difference between saying that and that.
I mean, first of all, I agree with the statistics. Like, when you have like legislation around fear, I think it does have to be more, it does have to come out of data. So, I mean, that's why I've never been super persuaded by the bathrooms argument, because I haven't seen data to really, it's happened a couple of times. I haven't really seen data to point to the fact that, if you allow this, is going to be this massive uptick in sexual assault or something. So that is my perspective on the bathroom thing. But I think when we talk about like abuse shelters and things of that nature, it's actually even more complicated because we don't realize it, but the entire basis of these women's only shelters are literally just rooted in sexism. Because like if we had a hypothetical men's shelter that was, say, not necessarily for just domestic violence, but just, any man that's, had violence committed against them, right? And you said, oh, well...
Those would be filled every single day, but it'd be
right, but I'm just saying, like hypothetically, and I'm not saying this is real, this is just for the hypothetical before someone calls me racist.
Right.
Say that, like, some significant portion of the men that go to these abuse shelters have been abused by black men. And so they get like very upset when a black man enters the abuse shelter too, and it triggers their PTSD or whatever. Now we would say, well, that's racism. Why are you judging this black man for something else a different black man did to you? But in the same token, for years we've had women's abuse shelters, and yet we don't hold women to that standard in that situation. Like, why can't a man exist in that space without them like becoming upset? Is that not also sexist?
Well, the question that I'm asking, though, and I want to make sure this is clear, like, this fear that women have, I don't know if it's preventing, how many sexual assaults a year this fear is actually, doing some good in the world and preventing. That's why I'm asking about it. Like, culturally, if you're going to say, we're going to, make women not afraid of being sexually assaulted, then you're going to have to suffer the consequences of maybe sexual assault.
I'm not equating it outward to say that a woman in all circumstances in the world should not be cognizant of the fact that, most men on average are stronger than women on average, and they view sex differently on average and maybe could assault them. I'm not translating that to like that then therefore dictates how women act in a sheltered situation where they're presumably not going to be sexually assaulted.
You are asking women to, work on culturally suppressing that fear, though. That's my point.
Okay, maybe.
Look, we've asked people to culturally suppress their racist fears.
Right.
That's right. And I think that's good. That's a good thing.
Right.
I don't necessarily know that that's true in the woman situation. Well, that's the question that's the thing we're debating.
It's not a yes or no. I think women having some level of fear of sexual assault that's primarily going to come from men is a good thing. But obviously, you don't want every woman to become, the Dorkin-esque feminist. All men are horrible rapists, right?
Right.
And all all sex is rape. So.
Sure. Should we move back to the video?
Sure.
They're coming for me. I committed a transphobia now.
Well, actually, before we get back to the video,
I had to report you. I'm very sorry.
There you go. You got reported for the transplants. It's funny because we got off on this huge tangent. I just want to say regarding what we just watched an hour ago, or however long it was ago. Regardless of what anyone's opinion is on the trans question, so far, and I don't know because
the trans question,
the TQ. But before anyone's feelings on the TQ. Now we kind of interrupted FD Signifier here, so I don't know. Maybe he'll save himself. But so far, his answer to Kidology is awful.
Yes.
Because she says, "I don't think J.K. Rowling is transphobic," and then she says, "For this reasons." Bang, 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 bang. And then his response is basically to just give this kind of like, I can't, what you're saying is so beyond the pale. I can't even respond to it.
Yeah.
You have to watch someone else's video. And my opinion is, if you're a political commentator on YouTube, and someone asks you like your opinion on something, you can't like you can say I don't know, or well, maybe I'm not the best person to talk about this, but you can't act like, well, they're so wrong and do all this virtue signaling like they're so wrong. I just can't explain it, but you're just so wrong. To me, that just means you don't really have a good argument.
Yeah, we just went 100 times deeper on this topic than anyone else talking about this shit. So I mean,
I do think there is a point. Honestly, there's no content creator I respect more than anybody just saying I don't know. But it's like I respect you very deeply because it is so difficult to say that and people will drag you for it. But it's something I respect a lot. And I do think it is okay to say something like, I don't agree with you, but I really don't know how to articulate my position, or I don't know a lot about this, and I'll get back to you on it. Something like that. Like you can say that, and if somebody treats you like shit, honestly, I think like they're like the knuckle dragger in the situation more than you, because you're acting mature. You're showing your cards, and you're being like, look, I'm not good for this conversation. I'm out of my depth here. I think that's perfectly fine for people to say. They should do it more as content creators.
Look, I said you don't have to take a position here because maybe you haven't thought about it enough. Maybe you're still mulling it over. Like I get it. I totally get it. So
every time I see you sitting, it makes me laugh.
I know. Hey guys, what's up? I ordered a taller chair today, so enjoy it while you can.
I will. So I don't know if FD Signifier made a video on J.K. Rowling. Did he make a video on J.K. Rowling?
I don't know that he did. Yeah. But this is where
I'm
I
assuming
DM'd you.
I'm assuming he criticized her about the take, which is why they're talking about it.
Yes.
Well, if let's say he did make a video, I'll go look if he did or not. But if he did, it depends. Like if I made a video 3 years ago about a topic and then somebody asked me a question, and 3 years later haven't touched it since, that is also a reason where you had an opinion, you stated it, and then later you're like, I haven't reviewed it. There's a lot of ways I think somebody can disagree with somebody but not be able to like respond, but like deal with it like reasonably. Does he direct them towards like an old video or say I'll get back to you or anything like that? Like what does he say? Right.
Well, again, if that's all he said was like what you were saying, they'd be like, okay. But he's kind of, to me, it's very performative. He's like, oh, I can't even, because he was going to say, I don't even want to discuss it because doing so gives legitimacy to the argument. And then he interrupted himself and was like, well, go watch Counterpoints video. ContraPoints video.
Look,
which to me is a very bad answer.
He said ContraPoints video because he's a standpoint epistemologist, and ContraPoints has the trans idol. So that's why he said, listen, I'm not qualified to talk on this topic. Look, we just talked for 45 minutes about women. I'm not a woman. I'm qualified to talk about it.
Did you just assume your own gender?
I did, yeah.
Okay. So I'm looking and I don't see any video about it.
He has one about Dave Chappelle, and it says goat or turf a year ago. But I don't know if he did one on J.K. Rowling specifically.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. That's probably, if he did, he probably would have directed her to that instead of the ContraPoints video.
All right.
So they brought their time out for some reason. I don't think. Didn't he ask her about it?
Because look, I told you she got labeled a transphobe when he did his response video, because I think they were all covering her video. He had Professor Flowers on and a couple other people, and they basically...
And she probably talked about it, and then they responded to talk about it.
They were calling her Candace Owens and a transphobe, and she's basically upset that she's been labeled a transphobe. She says, listen, I'm not a transphobe. And she goes even further and says J.K. Rowling is not a transphobe. And FD Signifier is basically saying, well, if you're saying J.K. Rowling isn't a transphobe, then you're a transphobe, obviously. Right? Is everyone up to speed? Let's go.
So I would say if we can't call J.K. Rowling transphobic, who is transphobic? And that's what
this is the problem. No, but this is the problem that I do have, because I think far too many people are being branded as transphobic for just their views on things, which in no way align to this idea of being fearful of trans people or not believing in the existence, the autonomy, the right to self-identification of trans people. I mean, transgender people have been with us throughout history. I don't deny that at all. It's very divisive and very.
Should children be allowed to transition? Should children be allowed to transition?
I think we lost Sitch for a second, so I don't. Should I just continue? He said his power. He texted me and said his power went out, but it came back on. So he should
the
be
plan's
back
coming
any
together.
second.
I see.
Just on the most on the good part too. He just asked for point blank: should children transition?
Does he mean, when he says transition, does he mean like receive gender affirming care, like puberty block, or like?
Yeah,
does he mean,
yeah.
like...
I'm sure that's what he means.
Okay, gotcha.
This is the thing, and man, you gotta weigh the pros and cons, and in the current environment, I'm not sure that the community, the medical community, and the psychological community is equipped to do proper diagnosis on children to find out who is a good candidate for puberty blockers. Do you have a position?
I mean, I think that the option should be available. I really don't like the idea of banning it. Like, I see a lot of governments, state governments trying to ban that type of care. And knowing how high the rate of suicide is within the trans community, and the studies showing that gender affirming care can have positive mental health impacts on them, if a doctor in his expertise is able to make that a decision that this child has gone through enough tests or enough conversation, we've had enough interviews to figure out that this is probably the best treatment, I think that option should be available to them. I'm really in favor generally of a doctor's discretion when it comes to medical issues across the board. The same way I'm happy with, like, I don't like laws that like tell a judge that you generally have to have this amount of years for this crime a lot of the time, because I trust generally a judge's discretion. They go to school for these things, they study these things. I generally try to trust experts.
Well, the thing that I worry about in the current environment, though, is, let's say you have a minor who, believes they have gender dysphoria. In the current environment, can a psychologist go in and really question that and find out if it is really gender dysphoria? The affirmative only care model, I think the therapist would probably be labeled some sort of conversion therapist. That's what they would call them.
I would think there's most certainly. I think I would have to assume there has to be a way for them to like question stuff like that. Like, let's say tomorrow I went to a doctor who was like, I woke up and I feel like a woman now, right? And I said that to a doctor. I assume they would ask the question like, so yesterday you didn't? The day before you didn't? Like, what changed? What, like, I would assume there'd have to be some interrogation of that to some degree from a doctor. It would be strange if that wasn't the case.
Yeah, did you watch Jordan Peterson's interview with a transitioner?
No, I have not.
In that, I mean, it's super interesting. In that, I think she went to one therapist and the therapist was just like, nah, I don't want to touch this, basically. And I felt like maybe that therapist had the dilemma, I can't really do my job here, so I'm just going to bow out.
I feel like it would. I think it would be better if that is the case, which I don't know if I necessarily think that's the case, because people can prescribe the wrong treatment in other medical situations.
Sure,
as well.
totally.
Happens all the time. Like, I would not say that. Because somebody they made the wrong decision on surgery in one instance, that now we need to stop the really successful type of like heart surgery or something like that. I would think if that was the issue, then I would want to improve the testing. I would want to improve the testing quality. I would want to improve the research on how to properly diagnose, rather than get rid of the treatment that has been proven to be helpful.
Yeah, but first of all, I completely agree with you. My problem is that I think a lot of the people who want to do the research or need to do the research have kind of been driven out of the industry by trans activists who are just, affirmative only model. So
really,
I think that's a problem.
Okay. If you have any resources on that,
I've read Helen Joyce's book on this. It's called Trans. But I mean, obviously, if you ask anyone on the left, they're going to say, oh, she's a transphobic bigot who is lying and all this stuff. I
was under the implication that, like, we are for the first time in a long time entering an age of like a lot of experts being really able to dive deep into this topic now that a lot of these social pressures surrounding it have been somewhat lifted, not completely, but somewhat lifted, and there's a lot more research into it. For example, the same thing is existing now with LSD and psychedelics, where for a very long time there was a very strong stigma about it because people like basically let people make up rumors about what LSD would do to you and what these types of psychedelics would do to you, and it restricted access to research. So I was under the implication that we're entering like a golden age of research.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case. I think because they're worried that the researchers are going to find things that are not acceptable to the trans advocates. I mean, there's 2 books that I've read on it, and I read the Irreversible Damage. I can't remember the name of the author, but that's another one where people say, obviously, she's like a transphobe and it's all lies and it's against the trans community. Like, I'm not against people transitioning.
Abigail Schreier.
Abigail Schreier, that's it. What's up? Welcome
I'm
back.
back. My power went out. I think we were, the trans police came by and they cut the line, so.
They got you too.
They got me, yeah.
So we're getting, I didn't miss much here. We were talking a bit about, FD Signifier has just asked Kidology if she's okay with children transitioning. And there was like a long pause.
Okay, so we haven't heard her answer yet.
It's a pretty, yeah. So we were just kind of talking about that.
It's like it's her version of his long pause before. So it's a pause off.
Well, that framing. It's
what
like,
framing?
Are you in favor of children transitioning?
I mean, I think it's a fair question.
Of course it is, but
yeah.
I mean, there's a big question on whether or not you should be able to transition without gender dysphoria.
Mm-hmm.
Which Sitch and I disagree on.
Wait, you think people should be able to transition without gender dysphoria?
Yeah, people should be able to transition if they want.
I think that's wild to me.
Does that really? Wait, I mean, doesn't that probably conflict with like ethical guidelines that like medical?
Yes, of course. Yeah, that's why I think that's why it's crazy.
But come on, freedom.
No, listen, it's something.
If I went into a doctor's office and asked them to cut off my arm, a doctor's going to say no for ethical reasons. Like they cannot purposely cause harm because the type of mental issues you would go through if you took my brain and took it to a woman's body, like I feel like I would feel a lot of mental issues that would come with that, and I couldn't understand how a doctor could willingly do something like that.
Yeah, what the hell? Listen, Adam, how can you have a woke position while Dylan, our libcuck here,
that's not a conservative position. That's just like a basic medical ethical standards position.
No, a lot of people on the trans community think that you should be able to transition regardless of gender dysphoria.
What about these guys? What about these guys who have autogynephilia and they just want to transition because it's like
Well, it depends. I'm not 100% on autogynephilia. If not transitioning causes them distress, even if it's a different mechanism,
them distress. It causes them
gender dysphoria.
Joy.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, if it does cause them distress, not transitioning, even if it has a different mechanism than gender dysphoria, maybe there's an argument. If they just want to transition purely out of sexual satisfaction that causes them joy, no, I would say no.
What?
I would say no.
Sitch confirmed doesn't want people to be happy.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
I don't buy the whole you have perfect you should be able to go into the doctor's office and just get, limbs removed. You have complete control of your body, at all times. I don't agree with this.
What if I want to get a robot arm?
Well, that's different. You're replacing it with a robot arm.
Well, how is it any different if I think I'll be happier as a woman? But what's the difference between the robot arm and that?
Because there's a question of thinking you're going to be happier and like gender dysphoria.
What if I am literally happier?
Well, then, but that's the problem. We don't know, right?
They do know. There's enough people. Stop. There's enough of these people who there's 2 different types of trans people. And Dylan and I were talking about whether or not this was being researched. I assume you agree with me that the research has kind of been stifled by trans activism. Like there used to be a lot of research done. I think the book is Galileo's Middle Finger, was written by a feminist who had realized that a lot of the people who were doing good research in this area were kind of driven out of the industry by trans activism.
I can cut to the chase here.
Yeah, do it.
It's just, if we lived again in the future, if we live into a society where you can walk into your Fallout New Vegas booth and you can customize your appearance, and there's no, you can just change yourself to look like whatever the fuck you want, then go nuts, right? Then it doesn't matter. Except we don't live in that world. It is very difficult, painful, expensive to transition, and it can be very difficult, painful, or impossible to transition back. So I don't think it should be something that'd be taken lightly.
I'm just saying autogynephilia is not the same as gender dysphoria.
I agree with you, yes. But we don't have a clear medical understanding of either of these things.
Right. And we need to do more research, but it's being stifled by...
Me, mostly.
No,
Dylan, yes.
no more FD Signifier, but Dylan is a little guilty.
Personally.
To medically
Do
transition.
you understand what medically transition?
Here, I'll back it up for you.
I don't deny that at all. It's very... it's very divisive and very...
Should children be allowed to transition? Should children be allowed to transition, to medically transition?
To medically
Do
transition.
you understand what medically transition?
Yes. Yes. To medically transition.
You disagree with J.K. Rowling. Should adults be...
Wait, no, sorry, I haven't answered the question yet. So, should children be able to medically transition? I think in the current climate and with current lack of knowledge, especially medical knowledge about consensual medical knowledge, I don't think so, no. I think that once you're an adult, you can do whatever you want. But I think as a child, not medically, no.
And now she works for the Daily Wire. I'm just kidding. Dylan, you want to respond?
I mean, I already basically gave my viewpoint. I trust the doctor's discretion more and want to make the resources available. And if that doctor makes that decision, I usually tend to trust experts. And knowing that this type of care has been proven to help with mental health outcomes and trying to improve quality of living, as long as there are people who could use the treatment to help them, I would hate to go out there and ban it. I think I'm very against that, the idea of restricting that healthcare option to families.
Mm-hmm.
Sitch?
Well, no, I mean, I disagree because I don't think since it's so heavily politicized, I don't really trust a lot of even doctors who are supposedly experts in the field. When I hear them talk about stuff and then you research what they're saying, it's just
Can I ask you?
true.
Okay, let me ask you a question then. If an issue like, for example, let's say like a certain cancer treatment that has been proven to help in certain scenarios was politicized to a point where some people were applying it in improper ways, because that happens. There are medical treatments where people apply the wrong surgery, the wrong treatment, and it can make the situation worse, or it could like not do anything. Does that mean we should start restricting that and banning those types of treatments? Because my position would be you then improve the testing standards, not get rid of the treatment.
Right. Well, obviously that would be the best case scenario, right? Improve the testing standards. I'm not sure that would be my primary thing. I don't know if we're there. I don't know if we have reliable testing standards, unfortunately, for gender dysphoria, because it's entirely based currently on self-reporting. And as Philosophy Tube said in her video, which was fucking wild. I don't know if did you watch her video on the British healthcare system?
No, I don't watch British content creators.
That's
good for you. Good rule of thumb.
Based and red pilled. Don't watch those proto-Americans. But at the end of it, because we were watching it to shit on it for one of these streams, she said something that was totally crazy, which is that she admitted that all the trans people that she knew, including herself, would basically go up online and just Google and look up on Reddit what you're supposed to say to the doctor to get them to give you treatment. And if that's the case, which makes sense to me, it's like, well, this was literally the only mechanism we had to try to determine who has gender dysphoria. And so I'm not very confident in doctors being able to determine that. But regarding but let me answer your question with the hypothetical you gave, because the way I'd answer that question is, number one, obviously if we can prove the testing, obviously, but if we can't, I would say, well, it's a numbers game. So if if say 10 out of 1,000 people are helped by this cancer treatment, but 1,000 are harmed by it, obviously you say, well, stop the treatment, right? Even if it's helping the 10, it's hurting more people. So that's really what we have to determine. What is the number we're talking about?
God, it just sounds so bizarre, the idea that you would tell certain families this treatment could improve their life. They're allowed to, but there's a possibility that somebody somewhere may be trying to juke the system out because they think they're trans, but they're not really. Therefore, we cannot give you this.
Well, that's not the
improve your quality of life.
I don't think that's the correct framing. The framing would be, we have a treatment that we give to trans people that has had, it's not perfect, of course. If you look at the numbers, it's not perfect, but that has had positive results in some situations. But it also has had a lot of negative false flags, or it's not false flags, negative false positives in a lot of situations too. And if the false positives outweigh the actual positives, then you'd have to do something to prevent that, right?
What percentage of people that medically transition, like go through surgery, the whole shebang, like end up detransitioning?
We don't know. That's part of the problem.
Well, then how could we ban a treatment if we don't even have data that would even prove the problem that we're talking about in the first place?
But that's the problem from the beginning. How are we? There's never been a double blind for any of these treatments in the first place. There's never been an actual study to say like.
Yeah, so wouldn't the critique be do the study, not restrict the treatment, ban it before we've done the research?
Oh, don't you normally do the study before you like approve a treatment?
Exactly. That's think about it with the vaccines. This is the problem. Like we had COVID, right? You look under it, it's under a microscope. You know what it is. With gender dysphoria, we don't know where to look, right? You don't know what microscope to apply to look at this. But with COVID, we know it's a virus. We know what it is. And even then, they're like, okay, we're going to take a controlled study where you have like 100 people that have COVID, and you give 50 the vaccine, and you give 50 nothing.
You
see whether the vaccine is works. They've literally never done that with gender dysphoria.
So I've seen, or at least I believe to have seen, a lot of studies on gender dysphoria and showing how the treatment can help people and how it improves quality of living. Mm-hmm. What is the red line that hasn't been done that makes it so that we should ban this type of treatment?
So when you look at studies that talk about like these things helping people with gender dysphoria, if you look at them, they're all someone says this is my quality of life, and then they transition to some extent, whether it's blockers, hormones, or surgery, and then they report back some years later and they say my quality of life has either improved, is the same, or has become worse, right? There's never been this. We have a control group who we give puberty blockers to. Like if you had 100 kids that think they're trans, and you say, okay, well, we're going to give 50 of them a placebo, or let's say 200, and you give some amount of them placebo, you give some amount of them the actual puberty blockers, and some of them you give nothing. That's literally how you study all of these things. And this has never been done for any of these treatments.
Wouldn't it be pretty difficult to get people to be part of a study where they would go through puberty, where they thought they were going to be getting puberty blockers?
Yeah, but I agree with you, and I understand exactly what you're saying, but that's literally the only way we can do it, and that's the way we've done so. I mean, it's the same thing with COVID. That's like saying, well, if you don't give someone the vaccine, they're going to, they could die, right? Or any sort of medical treatment. If they have some new cancer treatment and you give them nothing, they'll die. But it's like, well, but that's sort of the way we've done it since the beginning.
Let them die.
I think there's a decent ethical consideration here as to why it probably hasn't been done up to this point.
I understand.
And
yes.
even if there is a mental head like a mental calculation scenario where we could ethically justify doing this type of study, which I'm fine with getting more information on the issue. That still doesn't seem like enough to me to ban the treatment.
Well, it comes down to again. So we have to remember. The giving kids puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones is new. This is a relatively new thing, and they've stopped doing it in 3 European countries, including England, because there isn't really scientific evidence to support it, and there's contradictory evidence. And the two contradictory things to the treatment is what I said in the beginning of this conversation about how the desistance rates for children once they get puberty blockers plummets, and that's very concerning. The second thing is that before affirmative care, before they give kids puberty blockers, they noticed that the pattern of people that came out as trans or had gender dysphoria, it was something like in males, the rate of a male having gender dysphoria was like 0.0152 or something to that effect. Mm-hmm. But the rate of a woman or a girl having gender dysphoria was 0.003. So it was way less, significantly less. And now what's got people like all alerted is that the amount of girls coming out as trans has actually gone past young boys, which makes absolutely no sense according to the previous data. And so that's where the whole aspect of the social contagion question enters into this equation. And so that's why some of these European countries are looking at these numbers and they're saying, something's going on here. We should halt, doing this treatment for children until we can figure out what exactly is happening.
I guess for me, it would be a question of like how much you trust the doctors, and I guess I trust the doctors more than you do, I guess, to make these types of decision.
Well, the thing is, I'm more trusting of the data that was collected before this had any sort of political implication to it than now, or it's so saturated with politics that first of all, it's a problem because one, it's saturated with politics, but then two, also, if we want to be very cynical about it, it's within a doctor's financial incentive to prescribe, expensive treatment for you that they can provide. So I'm less trusting of that nowadays.
I mean, I guess that's just assuming incentive. I mean, it's going to be very hard to prove anything like that, right?
No, sure, but I mean, it's even like the Dutch model? I think it's the Dutch model, where the affirmative care idea comes from, and even like two of the scientists that created that have been criticizing America and the rest of the world for basically saying you guys need to do your own research to confirm or figure out whether we're right or not, and they just feel like everyone's just kind of blindly accepting it. So,
isn't it terrible that Sitch knows all this information, Dylan? I mean, it's kind of embarrassing how much he knows.
Well, it's annoying because it's like, Jesse's signal is a great source, I think, of this information. I think he's one of the few people who has really dived deep into this and dive deep into it in a fairly neutral, objective way.
But that guy's a transphobe, man.
And yet he gets attacked constantly as a transphobe, and
Jesse's been on the show before, so
and
he's a friend of the show,
stuff.
obviously.
Okay, I have no clue who he is.
He's a journalist that's really dived super deep into a lot of the trans medical claims and stuff.
Yeah, he's pretty big. He's been savage, though, for trying to do objective journalism on the trans question. So
yeah. So anyway,
here we go.
But of course,
look, he's doing the yikesy face, guys.
I know.
That's totally the yikes. Yikes. Hold on, someone screen cap that. We need that for the thumbnail.
There's your thumbnail. There's your perfect thumbnail.
That's the ultimate. Oh my God, that's amazing. Okay, now we can continue.
Did you save it?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
Oh wait, I did the wrong one. I did this.
They both look like they're soy jacking. That is true.
Yeah, different ways. Yes, it's perfect.
Okay, I got a bigger one now. All right, let's go.
I think there are extenuating circumstances. I don't think it's a universal thing. Medical professionals, I have to leave it up to them, because I, like you, to be perfectly honest, and everybody else with very emotive opinions about this, don't actually know everything, especially not about individual cases, which are very much between medical professionals, the individual themselves, and their families, and what is going on between them. I don't think this is a political thing. It's a very individual and personal thing. And I don't think that my opinion on it...
This face that FD Signifier is making is just, I imagine him hearing his whole audience just screaming at the top of their lungs in his head right now.
Yes.
He's just so, oh my God.
If he had his chat up, he'd be like, bah, bah, bah.
Dylan, we talk about audience capture on the show from time to time. Do you understand that? Do you use this concept, audience capture?
Explain it to me.
Well, no, it's the idea that, certain people, they say certain things to cater to their audience. And they avoid saying things.
Of course. It happens all the time. Yeah.
But I would say that you're probably not in that camp, because you said you would post the racist interview just to, and your audience would give you a pass.
I mean, for me, like, I have and I think I've developed this personal thing a lot more recently. I really care about now, like, contributing to the historical record. Right. That when human beings look back, I would really like it if for just a moment, any picture I took in Ukraine could somehow contribute to painting a clearer picture of exactly how horrific this war is. That's something that means a lot to me. And I don't feel like you can give somebody a clear picture unless you understand the other side of the equation and what the viewpoint of even the Russian soldier.
Sure.
I talk about, and this is off topic, but can I talk about an example? I actually talked to a class about this.
Sure.
When it comes to, like, the perspective of the Russian soldier. So when people saw Bucha, people find it, like, impossible to comprehend how the Russian soldiers did what they did when it comes to the mass graves that were found, the people that were shot in the back of the head, the torture, like everything that happened. It was horrific. But in my mind, it's a lot easier to understand when you first look at the type of state media propaganda that's being pumped out, the type of stuff they're consuming probably on a daily basis about these are Nazis. And in the Slavic viewpoint, that's a genocidal force against you. So you're being told that the people you're going to fight are literally the worst people on the planet, and that you're going to be welcomed as liberators. It's going to take like a few days. Some of them aren't even probably even told they're going to invade, that it's a training mission. When they do, they get ambushed left and right. A lot of them probably lose like half of their squads. Their equipment's getting blown up. They were told the whole thing was going to be over in a week, or they weren't even told it was happening. It was a training mission. And now they find Bucha, half their squad's dead. They're out of fuel. They're out of food. So they're looting from local stores. And then they capture civilians. They get these civilians who their commanders are telling them these guys might go to those people over there and tell them where our location is. Which we heard that from Russian communications back to their wives and phone calls that were intercepted. That's the reason why they executed a lot of the civilians. They were scared that they might tell the Ukrainians where they are. Mm-hmm. And so now they've explained it like that. Now it's a lot easier to understand the perspective, and now a clearer picture of the war has been painted. What they did was horrific, but it's more, you're able to understand it more, and I think that's important. And so that's why I would still interview a Russian soldier. Something that, like one statement from the war in Chechnya that really connected with me and made me care about this a lot was there was this footage from this one journalist from St. Petersburg who went with Russian soldiers to go fight in Chechnya. And some of the footage was of them mistreating some Chechen captures, some of the Chechen fighters. And they were face down in the mud, they were beaten, they were bloody, they were wet, their face was like in a puddle. It was terrible. They looked beaten. And they were scared to share the footage, but one of the Russians said when they eventually agreed to it, because they really liked the journalist, was you have to understand what it's like to have somebody murder your friend and then the murderer falls in your hands. That statement connected with me so hard that it really like had a large impact on why I think it's important to interview people who are even doing horrific things, because it really, I think it painted the picture of the war in Chechnya a lot better. Yeah, from that perspective.
Mm-hmm. So just to bring it back to the audience capture thing, you're more interested in the truth than like appeasing your audience.
I'd like to think so, but I mean, has there been moments when I've been streaming where I probably didn't bring up a topic because I just didn't want to bother, right? Mm-hmm. Like I didn't want to deal with the pushback. Probably, I can't think of anything, but I'm a human being, and I assume I've done something like that before. I think probably everybody's done something along those lines.
Well, it's very honest of you to admit that, but
Sitch
I intentionally do it.
I know. Sitch, like, I keep thinking, oh, why do you got to bring that up, Sitch? And Sitch is like rubbing it in.
I could feel Adam's thoughts. But no, what you're saying too, it's important. I think what you're saying is very important about interviewing the Russians, because a part of it's like, we always have this idea like, oh, there must be some intrinsically evil quality about this group of people to get them to do this thing. I mean, we had the same thing with, the Nazis. And it's like, no, anyone can fall prey to this kind of, mob mentality. We all have to be aware of it.
Absolutely.
That's how we avoid it.
I was invited to speak at a Quaker school about the war in Ukraine. It was a very strange
Quaker school.
Yeah, I was invited to speak at a private Quaker school, and that was like the main message I tried to get across to people is that a lot of things I saw. I mean, it's like impossible to imagine that a human being could do that to people, but it could happen anywhere given the right conditions.
I think the Quakers wouldn't do it, but.
Not the Quakers. No. That's why I'm telling them to be vigilant, because the Quakers, they're pretty based.
Right. I think the Quakers, though, would pick up a gun, even though they're not supposed to, if their village was invaded, obviously. They'd be like, okay, we're updating our technology now.
I don't know.
If it was an existential situation, hell yeah.
I mean,
I actually, when I went to the Quaker school, there's a Russian teacher that invited me to speak to them about the war in Ukraine, because he wanted to make sure that they were getting like a perspective from that country, from people from considering how much like talk there is about the war. It's kind of impossible to avoid if you're teaching a class on Russian history in the Russian language. And one of the I completely lost my train of thought. Oh, he told me that he's allowed to like talk about Ukraine all he wants. It is against the rules for him to show any Ukrainian military videos or anything like that, because it could be considered propaganda, military propaganda. The Quaker school is very against anything like that. There's no military recruitment from the U.S. military. Nothing that could be ever construed as Ukrainian military propaganda is allowed. So the Quaker schools take that stuff pretty seriously.
should implicate that or should come before that. Ideology should not precede the individual at all. And I think the individual, whether trans or otherwise, is paramount. So it isn't really for me to say at all. And that's really all I have to say about that, really. Yeah.
I am not interested in debating the nature of transphobia and the rights and needs of trans people for content. I'm just not. So I don't want to move too far forward. I'll just say the thing I want you to understand is that the reason why people are going to now label you a transphobe is because you're speaking to opinions that are explicitly harmful to trans people.
I'm not a transphobe.
I understand that. So like when you say that we should listen to the doctors are very clear. The doctors have been clear, at least in the U.S. for a while.
Wrong.
It's very good that you point out trans people have been with us since the beginning of history. Doctors have been pretty abreast of trans issues and trans needs for a generation at least. It's only recently in which trans people have gained greater visibility that all of these things are coming into question. And the fact that there is even
when I say that's wrong, I'm saying it for this reason that Sitch articulated, that we've never had that double blind study. We've never really, like, to say that this is like settled science and there's not disagreement among the medical community is just not true. There's tons of disagreement.
Well, I think the existence of trans people is settled science, right?
There are, obviously,
and there are people who continue to deny that trans people that it's completely made up, it's completely all like just degenerate nonsense, and so there is aspects of it that is settled science. I assume,
but the context for here was about transitioning children, which is
transitioning
right.
children.
Yeah.
When he says transitioning as a child, I guess it depends on like one aspect of it. Like when we talk about gender affirming care, I think a lot of people assume like there's a pill or something, or there's like a shot you take or something, where a lot of gender affirming care is a lot of times just like the way people dress. Definitely when children are younger, right? When they're like at age 5 or 6, it's like, and like a doctor said, actually
that could be contributing to the problem just as much as it could be,
I would assume like if you're allowing somebody to like dress a different way and they're starting on that level of treatment, you're allowing them to kind of explore themselves and find out if like this is the way they not only if this is helping with the issues they're facing from gender dysphoria, but also if it's the way they want to live their life.
Well, no, but there's a question of whether or not there's like a social reward. Like we talked about the left-handedness thing, and the left-handedness went up to about 11%. But if there was a social reward for being left-handed, if people were celebrating, oh, I can't believe you're left-handed. There's this, a left-handed person. Oh my God, this is amazing.
I don't know how much I buy that there's much of a social reward for being trans when we look at the rates of suicide, when we look at the rates of homelessness, when we look at the just like general commentary that we see, like very negative commentary that a lot of times
we can debate whether or not the social reward exists, but you do admit that if there is a social reward, like left-handedness is not going to 11%, it's going to 30%, right? Just in the left-handed
I think it's possible that social rewards can push people towards certain ways of living, identities, ways of living, stuff like that. I just am very unconvinced that there is really enough social reward compared to all of the negatives that comes with being trans, that there's like, wow, I can't wait to deal with depression. That sounds like a fun like gaming time. Like I don't buy that.
Well, I would say regarding the social rewards, comparing that to like suicide rates, things of that nature, is I mean, part of the issue is that a lot of the affirmative care stuff is like the last 4 years, 5 years or so. So a lot of the statistics that we draw from are kind of before this time period. And then it also doesn't really necessarily contradict the idea, because I mean, we could very easily envision a scenario where someone believes they're trans, they're go through an affirmative care model and say, like, hypothetically, we have perfect knowledge and know that they don't actually have gender dysphoria, and then that would obviously they transition and maybe they're not, they're regretting it, or maybe they just don't feel it and they don't realize what's going on, and that could very easily allow them to become homeless, kill themselves, have all sorts of negative outcomes. So you can have a social reward in the beginning, like still lead you down the path of negative outcomes later in life.
I mean, I guess that's possible, and that's probably where the actual detransitioners would be. But from as far as I know, when people like go through full medical transition, there's not a high rate of detransition. I talk about the double-blind study. From what I know, there isn't high rates of detransition once they go through the full shebang. And so I would assume that's when the detransition would come through, unless we're saying that somebody would rather die than accept that possibly this was not the right path for them, and that's what's causing all the suicides.
I mean, I don't think
it's instead of the discrimination or the negative outcomes that come with being trans generally. And I would think that, in my mind, is a much more likely factor.
Well, the biggest factor is just, if you've ever, it's like, when you've had your kind of negative anxiety experiences, with fireworks or planes or something, it's like, if you have gender dysphoria, you can imagine like having that feeling, but like when you look at yourself, right? Or like more constant. And obviously it's completely
I don't think I'm that ugly.
But it's completely understandable why someone feeling that emotion would, seek suicide, because they just don't want to feel that way anymore, right? So I think that's the primary suicide factor, rather than
but we could also say that the body changes that people go through
that makes the
after
feeling
puberty
worse, can make it worse. Yeah, sure.
Because they go through, that's why puberty blockers are such a vital tool for a lot of people. And I'm also scared about the fact that I don't think that if we ended up banning these treatments that they would just go away. I think we've seen recently that like trans people are very resourceful when it comes to getting the treatments that they want, and then we're going to push a lot of people into black party vendors on the dark web that are not necessarily going to be held to standards that we can like hold them accountable, bring them to court for, and they're going to be possibly getting not only are they going to be doing it themselves and without the help of medical professionals, but possibly using contaminated products that are not going to be held to the same health guidelines that it normally would.
Why can't they just do LSD like normal people?
Like, I like doing it. Yeah, LSD is fantastic.
Let's do shrooms.
We're only gonna do up until FD Signifier outs himself as a standpoint epistemologist.
Okay, but I just want to say
it's almost done. Right.
But I just want to say, well, it's kind of, again, the whole thing with the affirmative care for kids. It's another trolley problem, and the issue is we don't know. We're kind of blind here. We don't know how many kids are on each side of the track. Like, we've never done a study where, kids who believe they're trans, and you have one group where you have them socially transition and you have one group where they don't. That's never been done. And that's kind of my issue here. We're kind of flying blind, but.
I'm going to go to the bathroom quick. Okay. I really need you. I've been holding it in for a while. I'll be right back.
Take your time.
Yeah.
Take your time. Hurry up. The choice is yours. Okay. Let's get back. Where's that tab? We'll just continue.
A debate. Like me not, and I want to be clear,
when he's saying I want to be clear, he's like, listen, I'm not taking a position here because I'm terrified my audience is going to slaughter me.
What is, first of all, what is up with, it's so weird because like when he does his videos, his audio
What's up with his terrible audio?
Yeah, his audio is crystal clear when he does his videos, but when he talked to us, I've seen him in any stream, his audio is like tin can.
Because he's not picking the microphone. He's picking the computer monitor.
Well, that's what it sounds like. Yeah, but does he? I mean, he has to know that, right? Is it just because he doesn't want to have the microphone in front of his face?
Not if the mic is going into the headphones and the audio is going into the.
This is every live stream he's ever done, and he's got to listen back at some point and be like, "Oh, I'm not going through my mic. I'm going through like the laptop or something, or the computer's mic." That he has to be aware.
No, he's not.
It has to be a choice.
Look,
debating you. On this.
Here, I'll read a super. How about we read some super chats until Dylan gets back?
Okay.
Thunderstorm for $10 says all forms of socialism is anti-ethnic and anti-humanity and pro-slavery, wanting to create the new man. They argue over which flavor of socialism is best, but they all suck.
True.
Yeah.
True.
Well, that's what's kind of bizarre. When I was arguing with people on Twitter about, we kind of argue about, are the Nazis socialist? Are they right wing, left wing?
They are socialists, but
yeah, but it's weird because it's kind of like they're like the right wing. I always say fascism is right wing socialism, essentially.
right.
But it's weird because socialism, as on its its origin point, socialism is very anti-ethnic and very anti-race. But now we have this kind of weird version of socialism like CRT, which is basically like, where's the line? Because it's socialism, but socialism around race, and it's like, well, wait a minute, isn't that Nazism? And it's like, where exactly? How do we delineate these concepts?
Socialism around race is Nazism.
Yeah, so it's kind of like I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. I would be very curious if we get to talk to James Lindsay again to ask him about this, because I know he has some theories about this that I would.
I mean, I'm going around with Stephen Hicks's checklist now, and it's like they check all the boxes, like idealism, authoritarianism, anti-capitalism. The woke people check all the Nazi boxes. They do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's kind of crazy. It makes me more scared of the woke thing.
Right.
All right, he's back.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I had to go yell at the trans police because they didn't arrest you. They tried, but they failed.
Well, look.
He's seriously texting for them to come get us.
I'm with Kidology here. I like that she pushed back and said, "No, I'm in favor of trans people and I'm not a transphobe," because she is
a transphobe.
No, she's not a transphobe.
I just noticed Dylan's name in the watch together is CIA Agent 123.
Really?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I used the company account. I'm very sorry.
I think he changed that, but that's cool. We're almost done here.
Left not wanting to debate things isn't an issue of arguments and ideas.
Yes, it is. Why? Come on. Look, you guys don't. None of you have your shit together, okay? This is just an excuse.
Okay.
It's fucking respect.
Oh, it's respect. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. It's respect.
I don't buy that. I mean, because you can label that accusation on anything, right?
What do you mean?
It's about anything. I don't have to debate anything because it's about respect. Like,
right? Yeah.
You could be a white nationalist and say, "Well, you should respect my ideology." It's like, well, I don't. So fuck yourself.
It's the
you have to defend your ideas in a liberal society. I mean, that's really the end of the road here.
Well, and you should, if you really want to defend your ideas, you should know the arguments against them. So therefore, you have to understand the other person's argument too. So sooner or later, you got to step outside.
Debate is extremely important. I mean, I feel like you should be able to defend most of your idea. Obviously, if you find a random person who's like, I need to debate you right now why the Civil Rights Act is like, then obviously like that's different. But I think that most people should rationalize why they believe what they believe.
Sure. And I think that's part of why Destiny got so big, was because a lot of people, especially on the left, were not willing to defend or debate any ideas, or not do it well, at least. So.
Well, it helps. You're kind of in like a good faith environment here, Dylan. Like, we're truth seekers. We're not trying to own you, any of that stuff. A lot of times, there's different forces at play here. People are not really searching for the truth. So they're just, virtue signaling or trying to get content.
Okay, I need to search for the truth right now. Are those real cats in the background, or are they fake cats in the background?
My cat?
Yeah, your cat. Oh, kitty.
It's a real cat.
Sorry. Oh, I love cats. Cats are better than dogs. That's all.
I mean, I'm not that I'm audience captured or anything. But
Adam is like, I have to take a perfectly centrist position on the cat.
I've had both cats and dogs, and I obviously love cats and dogs both. But I mean, I'm a cat person all the way. For this. I think Jordan Peterson makes a good argument that, cats pick the person and dogs pretty much are just like the whores of the animal kingdom. Like they love anyone.
Did he use that language to Jordan Peterson say,
No.
"You're the whores of the animal kingdom"?
No, obviously that's my personal interjection.
Okay.
But you get it, right? Cats are kind of finicky. Like
Sure.
this cat follows me around like a dog, which is like cats don't normally do that.
Right. But see,
Cats
that's
are
the
the
problem. Everyone wants a cat that's just a dog, right?
It's true. I'm so sad because Wormy's getting
See,
old.
right, this is like, well, we were watching the Jordan Peterson video the other day, and he was talking about how, like, well, if a woman, tells a guy no, that increases her status, right?
Right.
And then makes him want her more. It's the same thing with the cats. You're like, these dogs are all whores. I don't care about its love and affection, but the cat, well, that's where it's at.
It's true. Look, you go over to your friend's house and your friend's dog is all over you. It's like, come on, I don't know you that well. Get away.
There you go, ladies. Take lesson. Take heed.
And it's like being the type of, like, I would be, and I have been very annoyed to watch two white people debate racism.
Guilty.
He's talking about us.
Especially if one of those persons is in community with black people that they can platform to have that conversation. So I want to be clear, like the reason why I don't want to go further is a matter of not wanting to participate in the debate of the existence and humanity of people I call peers and friends.
Yeah, I'm not debating that at all. But I think that in this day and age,
Well, okay. Well, first of all, beyond the whole, you should be able to talk about things that aren't directly affecting your race, class, gender identity, etc. I don't like this framing of like you can't question anything about trans people without questioning their humanity.
Yeah.
Because to me, this is a very obvious. It's a very bad faith. Like there's things you can talk about without questioning someone's humanity.
Well,
I'm gonna
I would
white
argue
knight for him here if
Okay,
you want
you
me
do
to.
it.
I'll
You
do
do
it
it.
because no one else will. Okay. So while I do agree that everybody should be able to explain why they believe what they believe, and if need be, defend what you believe, not that you need to go out and debate people, but that you should that you've done the logical processes yourself, so you've questioned it at the very least. I've definitely felt from experience of really getting angry seeing how many conversations about the war in Ukraine happen without Ukrainians in it at all, and a lot of people speaking on behalf of Ukrainians claiming that they believe something which is usually the exact opposite thing that most Ukrainians believe. I've seen it a lot in American politics. I've seen it a lot on political panels, and I do get annoyed at that. And I only imagine how annoyed Ukrainians can be. And when I ask them about it, they do seem to be quite miffed about it. And I think it's for good reason, because they don't feel like their voice is being heard in a conversation that's primarily about their future. And so if you're talking about Black issues, it would make sense to want people who have held that personal experience themselves, that like something they've dealt with personally, and can explain from that perspective in a conversation. That doesn't mean white people can't discuss race, or non-Ukrainian people can't discuss the war in Ukraine, of course. But I think it is a valuable resource to have those people in the room for the people that are affected and for just the quality of the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree, and I agree that, well, there's also a difference between like speaking on behalf of someone versus just speaking on like your opinion of something. That's like, I mean, I'd say it's a huge no-no if someone's saying, I'm speaking on behalf of the Black community as like a white person, or I'm speaking on behalf
or as a
of like,
Black
the
person,
Ukrainians.
you're not speaking on behalf
Yeah,
of the
or
Black
vice versa.
community. Jeez.
Well, that's true. Or no, I shouldn't say the Black community. I should say, like, I wouldn't say, oh, I know what the quote unquote, like, I have some experience being Black, like, and therefore I have some, opinion about that. Like,
Well,
right.
this is
I don't have that. The same thing with like Ukraine. You shouldn't be saying like, oh, I'm speaking for like the Ukrainian people or whatever. Obviously they're not a monolith, but
Can I give you an
also
example of something I hear all the time? It's like, Washington, you guys are willing to fight to the last Ukrainian. You're gonna throw all these lives away. But if you would have a Ukrainian in, but you hear it all the time. I heard it all the time at that rally.
God.
If there was a Ukrainian in the room, most likely they're gonna say, we are willing to fight for our freedoms, and you're basically telling them, no, we know what's good for you. Like, okay,
So condescending.
but if you had a Ukrainian in the room, they would be there to push back upon that. And I feel like that's probably the experience a lot of Black people have to deal with as well.
Right, but the same token, that doesn't equate to, you can still again have an opinion about the war in Ukraine, even if you're not Ukrainian.
Of course.
Whether it should be supported. Same thing about trans issues, Black issues, any sort of issues. You can have an opinion on it. So I don't, and I believe it sounds like, at least the language that he's using here, he seems to be mentioning a much more broader, you just shouldn't be talking about it unless you're part of
Yeah,
that community, which
that's-
I completely disagree with.
That's my problem. Like, we're all citing wrong ways that you can have these conversations. And he's basically saying, because there's wrong ways that you can have these conversations, we shouldn't have these conversations at all. No, we should have them the right way, the correct way. People shouldn't come out. And this is my problem, because a lot of times, trans people do act as though they're speaking for the entire trans community. And it's like, you're one individual in a community. I don't think it's I think it's unfair for you to come out and assume your experience is the same experience of every other trans person, right? That's just as bad.
Well, that's part of the weird racism of standpoint theory in the first place, is that it has like this weird universalization of everyone's opinion based on race. So,
Sitch, I know this is completely out of left field, but do you consider yourself a rantsona?
A what?
A rantsona. Are you familiar with that term?
No, I've never heard that in my life.
So, you know those people that have like characters to represent who they are as they made arguments? It was really big during the SJW era. There was like Baring, there was other people like that.
Oh, you mean like me?
Yeah, okay, so you are, so I guess.
I mean, I have a little character. Is that?
Okay,
like,
yes, then you're a rantsona. I just want to know, do you ever show your face? Is that like
I have not shown my face yet.
Ever, never.
No,
okay,
no.
do you ever plan to, or is this like
I do plan to, yes.
What are the metrics that have to be hit? What is the guidelines for you to show your face? Do you have
To
any
not
plan?
be lazy.
Have you seen the movie The Elephant Man?
It's so mean.
I'm only joking.
That's just, listen, I know that when I show my face, it's just so hideous that everyone will be so disgusted that we'll lose all our viewership.
Look,
That's the real
I
reason.
was calling Sitch Brad Pitt too long. I had to he was getting.
No, you're putting up people's expectations too high. We got to lower them. We gotta
Look,
have a
I just
level.
lowered them. I can't
Yes,
go
thank
lower
you.
than The Elephant Man.
No, honestly, when it started, it was because I don't want to get anyone I know in trouble. I don't get family members in trouble because speaking out against wokeness. And now it's really just laziness of I don't want to have to look presentable on camera. I don't want to have to have a nice looking bed.
I literally have bedhead. Look,
So-
what are you
So
talking?
yeah, I know. I just got to get my shit together and then I'll come on camera eventually. So.
You know what? I think that you're playing the long con. I think really you're Vosh with a voice changer, and you just wanted somebody to have a drama with, and you're making content on both sides, and you're trying to pump.
There you
yourself up.
go.
That would be
There you go.
brilliant.
That would be pretty smart.
All right, we're almost done.
Yeah, hit it.
Age, you have to acknowledge that more children than ever before are identifying as non-binary, are having existential crises surrounding gender. Gender is all the rage, okay? The number of people who are detransitioning because of this is just evidence of the fact. And that isn't dog whistling, that's just reality. And we need to talk about these things. We're not going to get anywhere. You're not going to get anywhere politically, and insofar as people understanding trans people, actual trans people, if it's just, I'm not going to talk about this because I'll be called a transphobe by my community and cancelled, etc.
It's not. No. This is not about worrying about. It's not about worrying about accountability to my community. It's
I think it is.
being accountable to my community. So I will put you in contact with some trans people that can have this conversation with you. I would advise privately, but if you desire publicly, or you could just
See, man, this just so triggers me, so rubs me the wrong way. It's like, I will put you in touch with the oracle that will set you straight on the It's like, what single person can describe the entire situation? Like, we've been arguing about this for 2 hours. That single person doesn't ever understand every aspect of it.
Right.
Look, they don't have the double blind studies that we're asking about either.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's weird because there was an idea in anthropology way back in the day that in order to have an objective view of a culture or something, you couldn't be part of it. You had to be an outside observer. And it's weird because even though that has its own flaws, if standpoint theory is the inverse of that. It's saying, no, the only way to understand something is to be in the middle of it, which that has its benefits, but it also has its flaws too. It's going to be obviously if I'm transitioning, right, I want to believe I'm making the right choices in my life. So it's heavily going to affect my own biases in terms of trying to understand, the science behind the issue.
Of course.
So that's why I don't buy this. Like, you need to find people that are like knee deep in this to tell you the solution.
FD Signifiers in the chat, by the way.
Hey, what's up? I think we've watched about 5 minutes of this video or less. You got to come on again so we can talk about.
Well, I don't know. It seems like maybe he's asking to come on. Gone ahead and let me jump in. Oh, go ahead maybe and let me jump in for a second.
Awesome. Yeah, send the link.
Sure.
Because I want to pick his brain about standpoint theory.
You could just do the research on the other side of this issue a little better than you have up until this point.
You're sending him the link, right?
Also
Not me.
What's that?
Did you send him the link?
I'm going to send it now, but just get up to where we're almost done anyway.
Right. I just want to make sure you weren't waiting for me to do it.
No, you sent him the link. I don't think he DM'd you last time. I don't think I have access to his DM. So,
okay.
You have the link, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'll send it to you.
Okay, well, just because I reached a different conclusion to you, it doesn't mean I haven't done my research.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, man. Did I just fall in love? I feel like I did. I feel like I did.
Have different opinions. It's not that I haven't done my research. I just don't see the world from your perspective, and that's fine. That doesn't make me a transphobe. It makes me a human being like everybody else.
It also has consequences, and it has, not consequences like I am some authority, like I didn't call YouTube and have them attack your channel, right? But consequences in that the public reception and the opinions about the ideas you are sharing willfully, publicly, is going to, especially, like, this is why I wanted to have this conversation with you privately, so that, we can have a conversation without the inevitable backlash that will come, based on some of the ideas that you shared. And yes, I'll put you in contact with some trans folks that I'm in community with, and see if they want to have this conversation with you. It's not a matter of being afraid of being canceled. It's a matter of, I don't know what it feels like to be trans. This is not my area of expertise, and I am just not feeling the idea of me being the person that explains it to you, because I may miss a lot.
Good care, and yes.
And you do not. Thus, your idea.
But why did you send him that link, Sitch? Why didn't you just send him the Zoom link?
I sent him both.
Yeah, but every time you send both, the person ends up in the watch together.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
So-
this is a justifiable reason not to want to go back and forth with somebody. Like, I'm not trans, I don't know the experience, I don't know enough about it.
It's totally justifiable. Like if somebody says I don't know enough about this to really debate it, I completely agree with that. But to say other people shouldn't debate it because they are not trans, I completely disagree with. Like, you should be able to debate it. Like, if you want to dig in and understand it, you should be able to debate it.
Somebody says I don't know.
Uh-oh. Oh, thank you.
Why?
What's up?
Why never
Test,
send the
test,
watch
test.
together out? Sitch?
I know. It's fine. It's fine.
Like, I've totally learned that. What's up,
Okay,
FD?
here's the real question, FD. What's up with your audio in this clip?
Nobody told me that
Oh, it's because she didn't tell you? Oh, she set you up for failure. Oh, no.
she said she could hear me. I thought I was speaking through my normal microphone.
No. Oh, she got you good. Okay. Listen, my opinion's completely changed on everything.
I'm not a debater. I don't know. I guess all the tricks of the trade. I wasn't looking at the chat. I came in unprepared or prepared
FD,
improperly.
how are you on our show twice now? Like, why are you picking us to, like, just jump in?
Because we're
on?
based and awesome. And we have Dylan here. Have you met Dylan? Say hi to Dylan.
No shade. I'm familiar with Dylan. I don't know Dylan well. You all are. I don't talk to any.
Hold on,
I don't hit up conservative. I have a
We're
itch
not
to-
conservatives. Look, we saw a comment of yours in PF, yeah, calling us a right-wing echo chamber. Look, we talk to everyone. How is this an echo chamber? Look, we're happy to invite you on. You just show up in the chat.
Talking to everyone doesn't mean you're not an echo chamber.
What do you mean by
what do you
right-wing
mean
echo
by that,
chamber?
then?
Well, just your audience is predominantly right-wing.
I disagree. I think it's like maybe 60-40.
I think it's probably. I think when we last did a poll, it was like 60-40.
So
Yeah.
first, give me the grace to say, well, you know, my right wing is different from the typical right wing.
Well, that I agree with.
You're an open socialist, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what I said was like, yeah, everyone's
yeah.
right wing to you, right?
I spoke about how, you know, I see Barack Obama and Joe Biden as right wing.
Okay.
As center right.
Sure.
So
But you
that's
understand that when you publicly say like someone's right wing, the perception is not, well, you're a socialist, so everyone's right. Like,
Yeah, we should ask about the racist thing too, since it's in the
it's
stream.
a conservative.
Well,
when you say
it's
right
clearly-
wing, do you mean racist?
No, but
Okay.
but I mean a little bit.
Well, okay. So look. Okay, so I was right. I was about to say, okay, I'll update my opinion on that, and then you
What do you-
say,
okay,
oh
what
yeah,
do you-
but I do. So okay,
What do you mean?
I was
What do you mean
correct.
by that?
Look,
Well, you know,
Adam is
I-
always correct again.
You guys know I'm a CTR type of guy. You know, I'm not an
CRT.
expert. See, there you go. I'm not an expert.
Yeah.
But you know, I pretty closely aligned to its philosophies.
Mm-hmm.
You know, which is that, you know, race defines everything. And so, you know, to say that conservative or capitalist systems are not rooted in or upheld by racism, I think is a falsehood. But you also know, like I talked about in the last time, that the way that we often consider and like think about racism is what's the word I want to use here? Inefficient.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's overly simplified, so that when I say racist, you all see it as a moral attack, and I'm just really using it as a descriptive.
Because other
term.
people see it as a moral attack. It's
And that's true.
impossible to separate it.
And and you know, CRT would tell you that's by design. Why am I thinking of CTR? I saw Crash Team Racing earlier today.
That's a pretty base game. Well, so wait, but when you answered Adam, you said, well, you kind of mean that right wing is racist. What does that break that down?
Well, just because from my perspective, right wing politics in the Western world hinge upon racism. You know, they just kind of like it's a basic requirement.
No, but when you said, how are you defining racism too?
Oh, just an institution that privileges, you know, a particular racial group at the, you know, at the what's the word I'm looking for?
Systemic level?
At the systemic level, but like specifically against another group, you know. So here in America, it's non-white people. In I don't know, in different countries, it's different ethnic groups. You know.
So when you say let me see if I can like steelman what you're saying. You're saying that the rights would by definition be racist because the rights in America, or at least people right of you, because if you're advocating for socialism, anyone that's not advocating for that is advocating to uphold a system of capitalism that has racism embedded within it and
That's
is
pretty
impossible to extricate.
That sounds pretty accurate, Sitch. That sounds pretty accurate.
Okay. So there you go.
As usual, I'm here for a limited time. This time,
That's
I'm about to bake some cookies, and my wife gets home. We're gonna
Nice.
have coffee.
What
Awesome.
kind of cookies?
But you know,
Family first.
Yeah. So you know, I have no idea why I'm here. I was bored. I'm writing a video, and I saw my face, and I was like, "Oh, it's these guys." And like I do.
We were
have
talking mad shit too, man.
Mad
Don't
smack.
go back and
I saw. You know, I'm not happy about the Kidology debate. But I don't want to. I'm not coming here to launder it. I'm going to let everybody's reaction be its reaction. I'm not going to say anything about Kidology, so please don't bother asking. I'm also not going to jump into the trans discussion that you guys were having.
You're regretful about your interaction with Kid, right?
Yeah, I am regretful, despite me being a clear narcissist, according to all the comments.
Fair enough.
You know,
Fair enough.
despite me being a clear narcissist and an abuser is one thing that came out. I am regretful of the entirety of that interaction. It's weird. It's a weird, I'm in a weird position that I'm starting to finally get adjusted to, or at least like mentally adjusting to, where, once upon a time I could critique something or someone and have it just be my critique. But now
you're too big.
Yeah, I'm too big to do that.
Well, maybe you should call us like enlightened centrists then, instead of right-wing echo chambers.
You guys.
Well, so you're allowed to. So you're allowed to attack us. Listen, I want to know how you felt.
We could take it.
I listened to your Kidology thing. It was amazing. We might cover it on the Sunday show, but when Kidology was saying, "Oh yeah, I lost a bunch of patrons and a bunch of people unsubscribed from my channel," you just looked mortified. What were you thinking then?
I'm not going to talk too much about Kidology.
Well, this is like from a journalistic perspective. Obviously, I'm hoping that you guys are going to get along.
When someone told you that you ruined their life, how did you feel?
It doesn't feel good. I'll say that.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
I
obviously.
wish that people acknowledge that genuinely from me, but it's fine, because this is the price of success, and just being political openly online. You're gonna garner anti-fandom. There's gonna be people like that. Like I have people that said, "Why did you go on there?" I was like, I don't know, I was bored, and they're gonna be mad at me now because
With us or with
again.
Kid?
No, with you.
Oh, okay.
With you. Like,
I think we're like pretty. We were fair in the first conversation. I felt like.
Oh no, the conversation wasn't it had some moments, but it wasn't the worst thing ever.
Sure.
It really is. I think it really is just a matter of how do I explain this?
People get mad at you for talking to other people.
No, that's not really it. So that's I think that's just part of, again, that's within the same frame of, like, if I say something, then like it grows wings and gets kind of out of my control. I think the reason why I'm actually here is I see the irony in opposition to my reputation is I actually enjoy political debate a lot. I just don't like it as content. And as content, it's dangerous and stupid. If I knew you all in real life, like we worked together, I would argue with you every day during lunch. You know what I mean?
The problem the problem though is bad faith interlocutors. Though that's the thing, and especially if you
have that online.
You can in certain situations.
It's just far more difficult. I would agree. It's far more difficult because you don't want to. Everyone wants to look good for their audience. Everyone wants the dunk clip.
Yeah.
Blah, blah,
well,
blah.
especially if you're a big YouTuber. But I mean, we're not trying to dunk on you, FD. We're trying to understand.
I'm trying to dunk on FD Signifier right now.
I'm sure, if I keep stressing my luck coming on here at some point in time,
eventually you'll say the wrong thing and you'll get canceled.
Oh man,
you'll slip up.
Possibly, or just some other, or I'll get dunked on so hard that it ruins the left.
Well, I did watch your last video, okay? And Sitch and I have.
I saw your comment. I thought your comment was very.
Aldous Huxley quote.
Useful.
Yeah. So Sitch and I have long said, we don't cover FD Signifier because his videos, they're too fucking boring. Like these things, how are we going to make a show out of these things? But the last video, I was intrigued the entire time. Now, why did you feel the need to call Vosh a pedophile all the way through the video? That's my question.
Lord, I didn't call.
You said he wasn't, but
but clearly
it's probably
that's what
better.
I meant, though.
Well, do you remember the book by George Lakoff, Don't Think of an Elephant? Have you ever heard that?
I'm not familiar. No.
Just saying, like, don't think of an elephant. It's impossible not to think of an elephant. So I'm sure Vosh would just let's just drop this.
I'm not saying Vosh is a pedophile.
Right.
But
yeah, exactly. Right. Exactly.
It was more about, to be honest, I wrote that video was, so when you do the video essay thing for the algorithm, right? And you're trying to be successful, a lesson I was taught is that you do one for the fans, or one for the algorithm, and one for yourself. And so I don't know if I ever do that in that exact order, but that one was for me and for a specific group that I know is engaged in the online left discourse. So I knew that there will be people watching that are very comfortable calling Vosh a pedophile.
Right.
And I genuinely, if my insincere, smug, condescending, narcissistic nature doesn't betray me in the moment, I genuinely don't think Vosh is a pedophile. And I think that's a stupid thing that people call him to avoid engaging in useful critique, because useful critique doesn't get clicks. And, you know,
I mean, we're doing okay. So, I mean, we believe in useful critique.
You all have like, I was going to put y'all on the video because y'all have like 50 Vosh videos.
Yeah.
You put our friend Doomer on. Doomer's actually made the cut, and we were like jealous, but.
Has he made a video called Vosh is unironically evil? Like, that's what I'm talking about.
Well, but he did not call him a pedo in that video at all. There's no pedo section. He didn't even bring it up.
I actually got to talk to him about that. I got him to change the title to Vosh was unironically evil. He made progress. He made progress.
Nice. Good job.
Well, I thought Doomer had legitimate critiques of Vosh, especially in the area of like stochastic terrorism and stuff like that. He didn't call him a pedophile. I agree with you. I don't think Vosh is a pedophile. Like, we don't talk about it a lot because of that. Just, you know, we like to stick to the arguments and not just character assassinate people. So
yeah, that was the gist of it.
Sitch, did you want to ask any? Because he only has a little bit of time, and you have CRT questions, and obviously FD may never come back again. So we don't know.
Well, first of all, we know
it's a roll of the dice every time.
Oh.
Listen, he says he's not going to come back, but like a drug, he needs his hit. Okay?
I need my. If I'm not going to do leftist drama anymore, I have to start shit with whatever right wingers that I don't think will organize.
There you go.
I don't think I got to start it with the right wingers that I don't think
we're the enlightened
organize.
centrists.
Why? We're not going to send a hate mob.
Yeah.
No, so we were watching a clip where you were talking about with Kid about the trans stuff. I understand you don't want to talk about trans stuff, but we were talking more about the idea that we both and that we disagree with mostly, which is the idea that just because you're not part of a community, that should bar you from talking about the subject matter.
So let's add some more nuance to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why I asked you.
The key thing to a key perspective that makes me look crazy to a lot of people is that I am never not aware that this is content. And so for me, it's not that non-trans people shouldn't have conversations with trans antagonistic people about their trans antagonism. It's that doing it for content, I find ethically dubious. I don't like that. That is one, it's high stakes. It's exposing trans people to really just a further experiences of dehumanization as people like talk about them like, you know, characters in a video game, apart from their, you know, material reality. And then there's trans people that are invisibilized on these platforms that I would rather hand that to have that conversation. So if Kidology really wants to learn about why a lot of people took issue with her video and some of her statements, I invited her to talk to some trans people. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to talk to a trans person later this week about some of these things to give her the opportunity to speak for herself. So like, I've had plenty of debates about LGBTQ issues in my personal life, like in my living room, but this is commerce. You know what I mean? There's for money involved.
Right. But so to try to understand, are you saying that for like, if you're streaming on YouTube, you don't think that two people, neither of whom are trans, should have conversations for money about trans issues without a trans person, you know, participating?
I would say there is a spectrum of responsibility. For me, being in community with trans people and now being as large as I am, no. Like I would never have I will never, you will never see me debate trans issues in a public forum, or like for content. And
Well,
like it's not happening.
Right. I mean, I think if someone personally wants to have that position, I think that's totally fair to say, I don't want to talk about things that, are not part of my lived experiences. But I think I kind of ran into trouble with when you were talking to Kid, is that you were kind of acting like whatever she was saying about J.K. Rowling was so, beyond the pale of absurdity, but then you're not willing to actually give your position on why.
It's really frustrating.
Right. But so it's kind of like if you say like, well, I don't feel comfortable talking about this. So I think that's fair, but you can't kind of like signal like, oh, you're so wrong, but I don't want to talk about it. You know?
So to be fair, I did, like, maybe it didn't pick up on my shitty mic. That was one thing that frustrated me in the aftermath, is like, I did mention that J.K. Rowling has supported anti-trans bills in the UK, has been antagonistic to trans people online forever. Like I mentioned a few like of the greatest hits, but beyond that, I just didn't. It's not like J.K. Rowling is a freaking terrorist at this point.
No.
When it comes to like anti-trans stuff, but
wait. You understand? Like, if you say that, I'm
sorry, that was
I push
hyperbolic.
back on you.
My bad.
We can have an argument, right? You can't say like, well, I don't want to talk about it because I'm not trans.
At this point, J.K. Rowling presence is so antagonistic to trans people that her being brought up is a source of frustration that I don't want to contribute to. And that as I'm in like, believe it or not, despite being a black supremacist nationalist separatist, I'm in community with a lot of white
That's
people.
hyperbole, right?
Only a little bit. I gotta look at your chat. What is your chat?
You keep doing that. I put a poll up for you. Chat check. Am I right-leaning, left-leaning, or centrist? And right now the right-leaning only has 30%, 29%. So.
Well, they're doing it just to spite.
They might be.
What the fuck was I saying?
We were talking about how J.K. Rowling is a terrorist, I believe.
Yes.
No, I was saying I'm actually in community with a decent amount of white leftists, and I would expect, and things always be better, right? But I would expect that like certain elements of their content, certain conversations that they do on their platforms that involve black issues, that they would seek to, especially for the bigger ones, to find, other creators. As I'm kind of like not wanting to do that anymore, but like other black creators that can speak to those issues in that situation, even if it's just a guest spot in the video, like it's the combination of ethical, business practices, and just like, if you say we're a community and I say to you, hey, this thing gets on my nerves, I think it's reasonable to expect you in reasonable situations to like acquiesce to my needs as a person in your community.
Do you believe standpoint theory?
Standpoint theory has problems, mostly in its co-option at this point. Because have you all read Elite Capture? That really kind of turned me, like, not turned me away from standpoint theory completely, but like exposed. There's a book I mentioned in the video, in the drama video.
How the powerful took over identity politics.
Yes. How the elite took over identity politics by Olufemi Taiwo, I believe is his name. But the short version is that having a specific standpoint on a specific issue, we have to ironically be more intersectional about whether or not that truly gives you the best view of that issue. Because what has happened is we'll say, we'll like, it's kind of like why diversity and inclusion are kind of like bullshit practices in terms of actually addressing problems. Because what happens is you'll have an organization that wants to be more inclusive, and so but it's maybe like not like it's maybe a corporate organization, or maybe it's like an organization that has like a mix of stop right there, please. 1 second, y'all.
No problem.
What can I do for you?
Sitch, you can read a super chat. Oh no, he's back. Go ahead.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
The short version is, like, when we do standpoint theory, we almost always miss that the people we standpoint theory with are like also bourgeois, are also like academics, are also people who lack certain perspectives, but they have enough of a perspective to say we checked off the box. You know what I'm saying? So, like, talking about the trans issues, right? If we let, Natalie Wynn shouldn't be the only voice talking about trans issues that has a platform. You know what I'm saying? We should have, more Black trans women. We should have Black trans women who are of a certain socioeconomic status. And when we only say we just want to check the box for a trans person to say something, which is not really what standpoint theory is about, but it's kind of what it ends up being, then we end up replicating and missing problems.
So if I can see if I can Kathy Newman you. So are you saying that, so I haven't read this Elite Capture book, but I'm guessing their argument is something along the lines of that essentially there's a bunch of neoliberal shills that exist among all, gender, race, peoples. And so that the dirty liberals and neoliberals will get, their token, whatever, to come up and kind of shill for them. And that's why we need, we need to interweave intersectionality into standpoint theory. And that's your
that's the irony, is that standpoint theory is
as it, I know, naturally, but
right. But it doesn't. And that's kind of the limitation of that and intersectionality. And really all, like, none of these things are supposed to be, on Tumblr. You know what I mean?
Yes, of course. They were all in academic, literature and stuff.
Right.
And it's funny because it was actually like 2 days ago, I was reading the origin book for standpoint theory, which I think it's called like Feminism in Science or something, some crazy title like that. And they literally say, not literally, they basically say that, they're not really talking about, like, because it's from a feminist perspective. They're not just saying like, oh, you should listen to the woman more. It's like you should listen to the woman if she has the radical feminist perspective. Mm. So that was always in the beginning of standpoint theory. That was always part of it. But I just want to understand. So your criticism of it is only that element of it is not being addressed properly.
Essentially, yes, and that has become what it's mostly used for, is to
provide cover.
Provide. Right. I think, I hate to be publicly agreeing with, like, foaming at the mouth racists, but I think we completely agree. So it's two racists agreeing about different.
Well, no, I don't. I don't agree with this at all. I'm trying to understand. I understand your position.
Oh, okay. Well, yes, I think that's
because my position is that standpoint theory, I think, is inherently racist and sexist to sort of deem that someone has special knowledge because of their race, class, whatever, that therefore can tell someone else to basically shut up. Because that's kind of how standpoint theory works and has always worked.
That's I think so. I don't disagree with a less
obviously a less egregious way of saying what I said.
Yes, because like how you guys play video games?
Sure.
Give me a game that you think you're really good
at. Tetris. Oh, sorry.
Like a multiplayer game or a single player game?
Just anything that you like.
TF2, Left 4 Dead, Subnautica.
So Left 4 Dead is a good one, because that's one where, like, understanding the map is like, if I'm a noob.
It's everything. Yes,
it's everything. Yeah. So, like, in that situation, you would have the standpoint, right? I'm sure you've ran a ton of Left 4 Dead.
Yes.
Like, imagine me coming in right there. Stop. What do you need? No, we're not having movie night. I'm gonna come put you out.
Hey, Dylan. What? Are you on the same time zone as me? It's coming up on. It's like 5:30 here. I don't know what time it is.
It's 8:30. I'm on the best time zone.
East Coast, baby.
Okay. I thought your show was at 6.
My show is at 6. I've put it off to be on the show.
Just start up a live stream, man. Look, this would be great for your channel.
You can always head out whenever. I feel bad. We kind of brought someone else in, and
I was going to
Sorry,
ask.
yeah.
I was
It's
going to
fine,
ask
it's
him,
fine.
but you made an executive decision. Such, usually we try to be nice to our guests.
Well, listen.
Sitch
This
a
is exactly
bastard.
what we're talking about.
Sitch
with,
is a
like,
clout chaser. So
no. This is okay. This is exactly what we're talking about with dogs and cats. You're like, oh, you want the cat because the cat's like favor is more difficult to get. Like,
FD
I
is
feel
the
like
cat.
I feel like we can ask Dylan to come on and he'll come on, but with FD, he's like elusive. Like, we
Yes.
just have to catch
I'm
him
a
when he's
cryptid.
around.
yeah.
But to finish my point, like imagine me telling you how to play Left 4 Dead. I've never played it at all. you know?
Sure.
Now, is there a like one of the biggest problems around issues around social?
Can I ask you just one thing about that before you move on? Like, let's say I've watched like media, read books that have kind of were intended to give me the Black experience by authentic Black authors. Isn't that? Can I say that I've experienced the Black experience to some extent?
I don't think you
No.
could say it that way, but
Well,
you could say you have some knowledge about it, right?
Look, I haven't, but there is. But he's making the analogy that you can't really have any knowledge about it. Look,
You
I
have
under,
some-
look,
you can have
look.
some
I
knowledge,
haven't.
but, like-
I've seen the Steven Spielberg movie about the Holocaust. I've seen it. Schindler's
Yeah, but you
List.
wouldn't. Yeah, but wait.
I
I'm
haven't
just saying-
been
I'm
killed in
just
the
saying
Holocaust, but I
but you
feel
just-
like I have
listen.
some understanding of the situation.
Okay. Just that's what say that I have knowledge or understanding about it, not that I've experienced.
Do
it.
I have to be killed in the Holocaust to say that I have experience of understanding the Holocaust?
So,
that's what I'm asking.
of course, you'll have some understanding of the situation, but the point of standpoint theory is to kind of address the fact that experts on Black people are always white people for like a long time.
But I mean, there's
so,
like Menace to Society was done by the Hughes brothers. Like it's like supposedly somewhat authentic.
I thought the
view
Hughes
of-
brothers are actually Black, weren't they?
Yeah, the Hughes brothers are
Positive.
Black. Yeah, definitely.
Wait. So what was your point then?
Well, no, I'm saying like take Menace to Society, for example. Like it's a movie by Black film directors, Black filmmakers. I mean, we can argue over whether or not that's an authentic Black experience, but I've seen
Menace
the
to
movie.
Society is amazing. It's not. I don't like saying authentic Black experience when it comes to media, but Menace to Society as a movie
is amazing. Yeah,
is amazing. And here's my point. It probably speaks to me slightly differently than it does to you because of my especially as a Black man and male experience, right? And so that the whole point is disabusing everyone of the habit of speaking for Black people instead of empowering Black people to speak for themselves or making room for them to speak for themselves. And when you talk about academia, you talk about like public policy, like the funniest thing, one thing I'm researching Black conservatives. You guys started some shit with the last time we talked.
we're not even conservative. FD,
No, because
like,
I remember I
that's such a
jumped on because you
crime.
said I jumped on because you said there's a bunch of Black conservatives, and I started seeing red. The next thing you know, I was in a right wing echo chamber.
Yes.
But what was I saying? Fuck.
Standpoint
You were talking
theory,
about Menace to Society, actually, an authentic Black
You're
story.
talking about how
so-
letting Black academics basically speak for themselves.
Yeah, basically, what like one of the reasons of his of a development of I'm about to call it crash scene racing again, a CRT. When it started was like people sat back and said, "Yo, why is something Moynihan? I don't remember his name, but I'm sure you know the Moynihan report.
Sure,
Like,
yeah.
why
I know
is-
what you're
why
talking
is that one of the most influential pieces of like public policy literature in the history of Black people, and it had minimal Black like input on its creation? You know what I'm saying? And so like that is what standpoint theory is supposed to do for everyone that is marginalized in America. It's supposed to create a policy standard that if we're going to talk about X issue with X group, that we have at least at a minimum have X group have significant input on what happens and what is said. And so that is it at its best, like design, and at its worst, it is comeback on Twitter from a 19-year-old that
Shut up,
hasn't
Whitey.
actually read, right. And like I will concede that type of like don't take my see, this is where I get in trouble. My word is not bond here, because I know some folks that are more than happy to curse y'all out, and please believe I will not say anything when they do if y'all step out of line. But I do feel like that at least using the academic literature and the theories to justify shut up Whitey is probably bad praxis.
Sure.
Doesn't mean you shouldn't shut up though. You know,
Okay,
we should just say shut up. You know what I mean?
Say it nicer, is what you're saying.
No, not even say it nicer. Just don't say,
Okay.
you know, Bell Hooks thinks you should shut the fuck up. Just say shut the fuck up.
Right.
You know
So
what I mean?
right.
You
so,
you don't you
wait. So I agree on one aspect, which is like, yes, having more diverse voices in academic fields and science and all these things is important because different people have different shared, you know, lived experiences of reality. So I agree with that aspect of sort of how you were describing standpoint theory. My problem with standpoint theory more so is that that's not really what I don't think that's really what it's about. What it's really about is a deeper attack on the production of knowledge itself. That's why it's standpoint epistemology, because at least when it was created in this feminist book I'm reading, and also when I read about in CRT, they're not just saying we need Black voices in, you know, fields of science. They're saying that the very fields of knowledge production via science, since they were created by white males that were probably bigoted in the 16, 17, 1800s, those ways of producing knowledge themselves are racist, are problematic. So we need to create our own ways of seeking knowledge. And that's kind of why there's this, and CRT, this sort of, well, we're a little bit skeptical of studies. We're more, you know, about like people's lived experiences. And to me, that's a dangerous idea and a foolish idea.
So I'll give you dangerous. I don't know about foolish though. You know, I'll give you dangerous.
Okay, I mean, it's honest.
It's a threat in that it's a threat to like the status quo. But like,
FD, are you for science though? Like that's a good like.
I'm for science, like in terms of scientific method.
Okay,
you know,
okay,
like
good.
understanding
I just want to make that
like
clear.
Conceptual framework.
Like
science.
starting with your lived experience for you know hypothesis generation. You know, obviously that's a good place to start. But
I mean,
sooner or later the
depending on what you're
scientific.
studying, yeah, you know, like if you can come up with because first off, here's the thing, like I'm an actual sociologist. Like I've seen, you know, I was never good at you know, using SPSS or whatever the new data crunching systems are, but I understand enough to know that like statistics and data can prove a lot of things and show a lot of things and then be disproven in a lot of ways and show, you know, like there's the over reliance on, I think I heard somebody say while I was coming on the you know, the randomized control trial for social science or the double blind study for social science is a problem. I think, you know, if we're talking about like, you know, medicine or something, like not so much, but like, you know, and that's kind of what the problem, especially when you have, and this is why CRT, hold up, this is why I got to leave soon. Yes, Rohan.
No problem. Family comes first. Like a good conservative.
Oh, I know. I brought that up last time.
I know. You got to read this book on standpoint theory, Adam.
That's why I have you for, Sitch. You're my work wife. Come on.
Welcome back.
I don't know where I was.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
I was attacking attacking the knowledge production.
The thing,
methods.
so like the thing that all that stuff is trying to address is the inherent bias that white people, the Western world, is really resistant and engaging with. And that's going back to the Moynihan report. Like there was so much inherent bias that was unchecked in that report that kind of just slid off the tongue. Like it didn't even have, it had minimal pushback for years, for decades, really. You know what I'm saying? The 94 crime bill is another example. You know what I'm saying? And that was something that Black folks participated in.
But my promise is kind of like with this is that, you know, if the CRT crowd or the feminist crowd or whoever was kind of saying, listen, we think that, you know, the objective measures of science that we've kind of adhered to for so long are biased in some way, not just that biased people are using these tools, but that the tools themselves are biased. And they said, you know, well, here's a better system. And you could look at it and say, oh, this system seems like it's going to produce, you know, truer scientific results. then maybe we could have a conversation. But whenever I read this stuff, that's never, it's like, it's always, they want to replace it with essentially like, if you don't agree with whatever this doctrine is, then you're wrong. Like they're not replacing it with something that's science-based.
Yeah, I don't read it as such. I definitely don't agree that they're not replacing it with something that's, you know, science based, because we're talking about the social sciences. We're talking about theoretical constructs based off of other theoretical constructs. So like that's a nebulous...
Well, in terms of like when I'm reading the book about standpoint theory, their critique is that, well, standpoint, like normal science doesn't, I forget the word they use, like the normal science doesn't, you know, overturn the oppression of like capitalism or something. And I'm like, well, that's not the point of science. Science is not supposed to overturn anything. It's just supposed to tell you what's true, and that's it. But
what's true is like predicated on the atmosphere that shapes it, right?
Sure.
And so like what's like, you know, and I wish I'd have researched this to come back and talk about it. Like one of the cringiest moments last time was Adam bringing up the 1350 line when we talked last time. And so that's true in some sense. In many senses, it's completely fabricated and false. But moreover, the way we even conceptualize crime is infected by these systems. You know what I'm saying? Like the way that we criminalize behavior is based in constructs and ideologies that are not accounted for in the science. And so that's what standpoint theory is trying to get at. Not even just the systemic nature of how crime is reproduced and, you know, poverty, et cetera, but that like, if I'm pretty confident I've been pulled over more than you all, right?
Well,
I'm pretty...
First of all, just to be clear about last time, like the only reason I would bring up 1350 is to say that racists are using it to create a racist stereotype of black people that I am not in favor of. Okay, just to be clear here, I'm not bringing up 1350 to try to, you know, forward those stereoterips. Okay,
to be clear, Adam was not saying, well, what about the 1350?
Yeah. Okay. I want to get that clear.
I wasn't ready to encounter
fair enough.
Well, no, I usually bring it up. I usually bring it up in rebuttal, because this whole idea of whiteness, I believe, is designed to create negative stereotypes about white people, about how white people are inherently racist and they are biased. And
you don't want to get sidetracked.
But go ahead.
Then when I roll the dice again and come on, we can get back in.
Then we'll get sidetracked on that.
Yeah, go ahead. Continue.
Where were we?
You were saying, I mean, what I was going to say in response to what you're saying is that I wouldn't have a problem with standpoint theory if it was like, we have science, and then also you should take these considerations that like there is bias in what we consider to be true, but it's trying to replace science. Because, I mean, I guess because the question I'd have, the follow-up question is, you know, when I'm reading this book, there's this kind of fight on the left about like, is reality objective? And even if it is objective, can we even know what it is? And most of the people in these fields say either there is no objective reality, or even if there is, we are so saturated with bias that we're not even privy at all to what is objective reality.
You kind of lost me there. I'm gonna be real.
Do you think that there's an objective reality that exists that we have access to understanding?
No, probably not.
Okay.
Probably not.
So wait, do you not think that there's an objective reality, or there is, we just don't know we just can't access it?
I think there's an objective. You got me here. I guess I'll say I think there's an objective reality. I don't know if I feel confident in any person's individual report on what that objective reality is, including myself.
That's good. Right. That's against standpoint epistemology, right there.
Well, the standpoint epistemology was not meant to say that objective reality based solely on where I sit is reality. It's to say, you who are trying to describe this phenomenon as objective reality, but don't have the standpoint through which the description needs to be made, you need to probably like be informed by my perspective.
It's pointing out legitimate biases in science, is what you're saying.
It's or just legitimate bias in like the production of knowledge is probably even better.
Right.
But yeah, and so like I get where Sitch is saying, you know, we're destroying science. Like I understand that to be a critique, but like I just don't know if that works, because one, you can't, like, science is a methodology, right? And so as long as we're following the methodology and we can weigh, you know, the Monahan reports or some other, you know, large scale sociological analysis study with traditional mechanisms against these other ones, and then like keep doing the thing, and we'll come to a better understanding, which is why I find it ironic, right? Like, so we've introduced standpoint theory, you know, in CRT all these years ago, and they're producing knowledge that is different than what completely white dominated institutions and systems have produced this entire time. And now suddenly there's this desire to like delegitimize, you know, these critical theory based schools of thought. And like, so that's what makes me skeptical, because like they're following the same methodology, they have to go through the same review processes, but suddenly they're illegitimate, not based on the actual scientific method, but because, you know, to bring in your homie Jordan Peterson, they just should be ran out of the academy in the first place.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
right. And well, you know, if you have someone who's a CRT person and they conduct some study and it follows, you know, normal scientific protocol, I wouldn't, you know, attack them for following standpoint theory. I'd say they didn't. I'd say they're just doing normal science at that point.
I think you're misunderstanding like how studies are done. Like you state your problem, you choose your theoretical framework through which you want to analyze that problem through, and then you do the science. And so if they say, you know, if I say I want to investigate, you know, racism in housing with a Durkheimian via fuck's name, Durkheim's
Emil Durkheim.
I love Durkheim.
Yeah,
Emil Durkheim.
So
but he has a thing that I love, because I think it explains where we're actually at, even though it's like wrong.
Surprised to hear you mention Durkheim, but that's awesome.
So his thing. So like I'm going to use his thing, which has consistently reproduced low key racist shit. And then but I'm going to use that like theoretical construct, but then I'm going to do the science. And then, okay, so I'm going to do the same study, but I'm going to use, you know, intersectionality. I'm going to use Crenshaw and Pat Hill Collins to analyze the same thing, but I'm still going to do the science. We're both doing, you know, logarithmic regression to analyze the same data.
I understand what you're saying, right? Yeah.
What's happening? What I think I'm hearing from you is that the standpoint theory one is somehow not science, but it's still using logarithmic regression to analyze the same data. It's just somehow the theory is less scientific, when neither theory is based in like empirical like constructs. The theories themselves are philosophical in the social sciences.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm not familiar with Durkheim, so I can't like conceptualize what you're talking about. But I understand what you're saying. You're saying that they use some kind of theoretical framework first, but they still run it through like, you know, standard math, and they still do the science on that end.
They still have the same review board. They still have to send it to a publishing process to get reviewed, etc.
Right. But my problem is that basically the argument, whenever, I mean, I don't know if this is your argument, and I don't know if this is everyone's argument that uses it, but whenever I've read academic literature about standpoint theory, essentially the argument they always give to defend it is that humans are inherently biased. There's no way around that. So we might as well shape our bias in a way that we think will produce positive social results. And that's essentially the justification for standpoint theory. And for me, as someone who strongly believes that we should always be seeking out what is true, that flies in the face of to me, that's the exact opposite of how I feel science should be done. It shouldn't be through that lens of like, what is the result I want? Because that's going to lead you down, you know, you can very easily find, if you're looking for something, you're going to find it there.
So, oh shit. So what you just said is this may be a huge gotcha moment because maybe there's a book on standpoint theory that you're going to pull up later and say, see how FD didn't even know his own shit. Right. But that is not like what you just described in terms of like using, like employing bias to find the thing we want to find is not how I was trained as a sociologist.
I'm glad, but
and it's not how I've ever used any, and I'm an intersectional scholar first, you know what I'm saying? So it's not how I've ever used.
Well, wait, isn't that's like kind of the basis of critical theory itself? Is that things?
Well, critical theory is more like it's critical theory. It's the Frankfurt School into critical theory, into intersectionality, which is like intersectionality and critical race theory kind of happening at the same time, and they both come out of critical theory.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean,
but I'll just say like what you're describing in terms of like so. What I think is happening is they're saying we are going to be reflexive about our biases and try to control for our biases. Furthermore, we're going to try to control for biases that have not been checked for, and then use the science to find the thing. That's how I understand these theories. But if somewhere in there those theories say we're going to use the same tools to find exactly the thing we're looking for, you know, biases and science be damned, then I wouldn't agree with that.
Right. So, okay. Well, listen, I'm glad to hear you say that. I mean, I would hope that in school people are being taught to just look out for biases, not to levy their biases in the direction. But again, from the literature I've read, including the origin point of the book, they're pretty. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we would quibble about if I started reading sentences to you, we would quibble about how to interpret them. But from my perspective, when I'm reading what they're saying, they seem to be very clearly saying that they don't believe that humans have access to objective reality. So therefore, the kind of like throw that out the window, fuck it approach to it, and sort of we just need to be pushing for things for positive social change.
I mean, low-key, I don't agree with that sentiment. I just wouldn't call it science. I wouldn't call it academia. Right, but see, that's my problem. That's my issue. That's two different. But that was my whole point about I can tell you to shut the fuck up. I just won't say Bill Hooks.
Yeah, but see, agrees with me. Right, but their response to this is that they don't like the concept of science. Already, they don't think science is an emancipatory, doctrine. The doctrine of science doesn't, bring the revolution, doesn't bring freedom.
I mean, I don't disagree with that.
Okay,
well, I don't. Okay, so I don't know. I don't know. But when I would need to read what you're talking about, which I'm not going to do.
That's fine. I don't blame you.
But at the end of the day, like
you should. It's wild.
I've never heard. You said what is it called? The feminist scientists.
It's called like I have like pictures of it, but not the title. It's called like the science. Was it feminism? Science and the feminist question or something? Let me see. Science.
The science question in feminism.
Is that it? Yeah, that sounds about it.
Sandra Harding.
Yeah, that book, and you can get it on
short.
Like the.
So maybe I might read it.
Yeah,
maybe I might read it. I mean, I was reading this. It's pretty. I know you'll probably agree with the whole thing. I dropped out of grad school for a reason. But maybe I'll circle back to it. We're hitting up close to 9. And I want to make these cookies because otherwise, if I eat them too late, I'm gonna have.
Fair enough. We'll give your closing statement.
No,
or just leave. That's fine. Whatever you want
to do. Peace and blessings to all the inferior whiteys in the chat.
Oh my! Why do you got to do that?
Because they're gonna do it. Because I saw the chat last time.
It's based. I
saw it last time.
I love it.
It did not.
I love it.
Look, Kidology told you this. Obviously, I mean, you can't control your audience. We can't 100% control our audience. We try to cultivate. We don't seeing that shit in the chat. So
no, they weren't really racist,
right?
They weren't the indefensible. You have racists in your chat racists.
Well, I am.
They were just systemically right wing racists.
They were just They were just right wing echo chamber racists.
There you go. Perfect.
So. Peace and blessings, y'all. I hope nothing but positive change and
thank you to you too. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, take care, man. Bye. And then there was 3.
Welcome back, Dylan.
Now, see, I didn't say anything, and now I'm the best progressive. I am the best progressive, and everybody has to now give me pats on the back.
I was thinking, we accidentally placed Dylan in a no-win situation. He can't, he has to be silenced, Can't
Well, I
talk
mean,
about race issues.
you might get a shout out.
I thought maybe at the end I should
video.
apologize for being white a few times. I don't know. I didn't consider it. I decided against it.
Oh my! Look, I think FD needs to work on that. He needs to
Get more apologies from white people. I agree.
No,
Yes.
he needs to demand less apologies from white people. Like if you're walking away from a conversation,
You
embarrassed about
fucking
it.
Nazi.
No, listen. I have a lot of respect for FD Signifier because one,
He's jumped in twice. What the hell?
one, he's talked to us twice, even though he knows we pretty vehemently disagree with him.
Yes.
2, he's like one of the few people that when we have this conversation,
Yeah, doesn't hide his
doesn't
power
try to
level.
lie and gaslight
Yes,
me.
totally.
Right. Or it could just be that all the there's so many white lefties that when I talk about this stuff, maybe they just don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Maybe.
So that's the issue. So I do appreciate that he is completely upfront and it seems to be very knowledgeable about a lot of these topics. Like unlike most of the people in PredTube. So
I know basically nothing about FD Signifier. I've seen none of his videos. I've seen this there was a drama video or something. I've paid no attention to it.
Right.
So it's just not. He's just never really, I guess, covered topics that I was that particularly interested in.
His last video is pretty interesting. I mean, it's YouTube drama, but I mean,
YouTube drama.
who
I
doesn't
know,
like
I
YouTube drama? What's up?
Honestly, my community seems to not like it that much.
Really?
I feel like
You need
after
a more
not
fun
doing
community.
that's the thing. After doing panels for so long, having participated in some jobs, my community really loved it. And then I went to Ukraine, almost like I went on a real journalism mecca. Right now I'm back, and all of my community are anti-drama extremists.
That's so sad, Dylan. You need to fix that.
True. Will you be my drama? Will you start a drama with me?
We can.
yes,
I mean,
we have to
Okay.
find something.
I think you're a whore.
I think this stream.
No, come on.
No, doesn't work. Okay.
Sitch is
Call
a-
Adam a racist transphobe for not
that'll-
wanting
That'll trigger
trans
me.
women in the locker room.
I mean, that's gonna happen. I think you might get some drama just from having this conversation with us.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, I've talked this is the 3rd time. People keep telling me that if I keep Short Fat Taco keeps telling me if you keep talking to me, you're gonna get canceled. It's like, why? Who's gonna do it? What's gonna happen?
Dev is just he's a big drama whore, so he thinks
Well, no. Here's the thing: we're not. If we were bigger, you would get in trouble for talking to us, but we're not.
I don't think so. I don't think,
think
so.
you would, yeah.
I mean, I went on Jesse Lee Peterson's show in person.
that was
Yeah,
awesome.
but I'm assuming you're pushing back on everything.
Well, of course I'm pushing back. And
Yeah.
I gave pushback today. Wait a second.
That's
I
true.
have seen that
True.
episode. I think didn't you tell Jesse Lee Peterson that you were into dudes, and he just had a look on his face
Dude, and I asked him do you like dudes? And he was like, hi. And dude, a month later, you got to. A month after he was telling me you're really bad for being gay. I was like, I'm sure. Do you like big beefy men, Jesse? What about you? Do you know if you're straight or if you're gay? A month later, a big scandal dropped about him touching men who worked
God.
under him. I have no clue if it's true or not. He denies it. Fuck, it's crazy though.
worked
My God, that's
under
funny.
him, huh?
Wait, see,
Yeah,
you
under him,
figured
under
out.
him.
There you go. You figured out the perfect response to when he says, "Do you love black people?" You say, "I don't know. Do you love men?"
That's brilliant. Yes, I love
So there
both.
you go. There you go. Love them all.
I love them all.
What else are we gonna? What are we gonna talk about now?
We were to the end of the video. We just have a super chat, so
Yeah.
obviously.
Okay, we can do super chats, and I can head out then.
Well, you can head out whenever
You
you,
can head
want.
out whenever you want.
That's our.
Hey,
standard
I like to stay for the whole show. I like to provide. I say I'm on a show. I'm on a show. You know what
okay.
I mean?
Look at this guy over here.
I mean,
Very
it's a good
base.
thing you're not on the Sunday show because we usually stream for 10 hours.
I mean, it's gonna take.
What? Oh
Yeah.
fuck. Okay. Well, I bend my principles a little bit.
Yeah, I was gonna say we have a lot of
10
chats to go
hours,
through. It might
fuck
take.
that.
Might
I
take
mean,
an
we
hour
might be
or two,
like an
so
hour or two. Yeah.
I'll see if there's. I'll see ones that are addressed to you specifically, and then you can get out of here.
Awesome. Putin made a
Okay.
speech. I want to look at it.
Oh yeah. What's up with that?
Putin and Biden made a speech. on
Biden
the
just
same
shows
day.
up in Kyiv.
Yeah, he went to
Kiev.
Kiev. He went to
Yeah.
Kiev. Yeah, I mean, it's the first time a president has done what he's done without military protection. I mean, it was pretty.
Well, he's almost dead already, so he's not really risking that much.
The Secret Service even advised him against it, and he told them no. I'm doing
Of course.
There you go.
You think they want to go
obviously
in
they're
and
gonna say
endanger
that,
their
right?
lives?
Yeah, exactly. They're gonna be like, yeah,
This
sure,
guy's going to get us killed.
I'm happy he went. It's something I said he should have done like 6-7 months ago, but like I'm happy he did it. I understand that the Secret Service was probably like freaking out the whole time. They were like jamming phone service in Kiev in order to like protect him, to stop people from taking pictures of where he is at any particular time. I think.
I mean, do we really think that like Russia's gonna like start war, like World War III, by like taking out?
No, I don't. In fact, they actually pulled a gangster move, and when he was halfway to Kiev, they just sent the Russians a message like, "The president's in Ukraine. Just he's there. Just letting you know."
Yeah, I mean that's what you think they should do.
Yeah, it is what you should do, and I don't think they would. But if you're bringing a president into a war zone, you have to like just do extra safety precautions.
Of course,
it's a war zone.
Yeah, there's going to be some crazy person, but
True. Or the Russians could like not know where he is, and they just bomb the city,
by
and
mistake,
he just gets killed in a war zone, which is like it happens.
JMac, our surrogate father, for $20. Thank you. Says, I like Dylan, except his cat take. Boo hiss.
Well,
Yeah, that's the drama right there.
I think that guy's probably a Nazi, and a racist, and sexist, and homophobic.
So mean.
Most likely 100% positive.
There you go. Our surrogate father is all those bad things.
That's not true.
Of course not. No name.
But obviously
Thank you so
a dog
much.
lover.
The dog guy. Thank you so much. No name for the very first super chat for $20. Says, if you ever have a trans debate again, ask if developing and having a perfect pill, cheap, no side effect, that makes a person comfortable in their own existing body is transphobic. I've got an unable to answer on this question.
I don't feel like that having that pill even exists. No, of course not. If somebody wants to go through that treatment, that could offer them that. I mean, absolutely. And when you think about how expensive gender affirming care is with the surgery and everything, that's another reason why it's like the idea you choose to do that. You're like, yeah, I just want to spend $20,000 to $30,000 to go through surgery and all these treatments. I have to pay all these I think most people there's a massive cost barrier there. I think as well, but yeah, I'd be fine with that. Not to mention how cheap it would be in comparison if somebody wanted to make that decision for themselves. Like, yeah, absolutely.
What about well, here's the I think the issue, the contentious issue would be if there was a pill that cured gender dysphoria, it would probably be medically unethical to do transition after that point to people that are not already transitioning.
I guess it would depend, because if somebody, for example, if somebody I think started to transition and then they've started to socialize themselves as a woman, there's possibly like a point of no return. You know what I mean?
Right. It'd only be for people that haven't started at all.
Maybe. I haven't really thought about it. I mean, it's magic technology. I have no clue.
Yeah. Nice pun. Then they for $2 says, was your Ukrainian coverage crowdfunded?
Honestly, no. I spent it was
paid by the CIA, I thought.
I wish. I spent a lot of money, a lot of my savings doing the trip. I made a lot of money at the start of the war because I just got a lot of viewers, because it was like, oh, Dylan talked about foreign policy, country got invaded, let's go tune in this channel. And so I took all that money and a bunch of my savings and I threw it at this, dropped out of college and went to Ukraine. It was very expensive. But now I think I've finally done enough of a transition where my income is back to stabilizing that I think I can hopefully do this sustainably. But God, man, I'll take the CIA bucks, man. I'll take them.
All right, if you're listening, CIA,
hey,
you gotta
listen. We want a sponsorship from Blue Chew, and Dylan wants a sponsorship from the CIA. There you go.
I'll even settle for the FBI.
Wow, but they're the racist ones, aren't they?
Yeah. I'm going to Ukraine.
Stuck for $5 says, you will not go through a normal puberty with puberty blockers by putting it off. Consider the following: puberty blockers until you're 70.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Well, I would assume that puberty blockers over a certain period of time, from what I've read, you have to eventually remove them at a certain age. Like, you have to, like, medically.
Yeah.
So I would assume, like, if you wore them for that long, it would be medically detrimental. But I don't think a doctor would tell people or advise people to do that.
What do you think of the people who've transitioned and never experienced orgasm because they've not gone through normal puberty?
I think that I think I've talked to somebody who had that problem before, and they told me that they had other ways of garnering sexual pleasure, and they didn't really regret it. So I guess it would be a case by case basis on like the positives and negatives of going through full transition, or if you're just going to get certain types of gender.
Can someone who has never had an orgasm really make that determination, though? I'm skeptical that they can.
I guess
orgasm's pretty good. I don't know if you've ever had one. I've had one. I think they're pretty amazing. So,
I personally enjoy them, but I at the end of the day, like that's what's true of many experiences that people have to make when they go through medical procedures, right?
Right, but that's what I'm saying. I've done ecstasy. If someone who's never done ecstasy says, "Oh yeah, I could live without ecstasy," I'm thinking, well, that's because you never done ecstasy.
But I think like let's say that I've never been a big into like football, right? I've never tried. I've never tried my hand at it. If I had to go through a surgery that make it so I couldn't do it, like, can I make that decision consciously, knowing I've never played football and that I'm willing to give that up? I mean, you have to make decisions like
Dylan,
that. I think
you're comparing orgasm to football. What is happening?
Obviously those aren't the same thing, but you get the comparison I'm making.
Right.
Like you make decisions like that all throughout your life.
Guys don't generally play football every single day of their lives, but I'm just saying.
I mean, it really depends on, like, for a lot of people, having that type of mental health benefits, it's going to matter more than sexual gratification.
Yeah, I don't know. The only thing that I'm saying is I don't know that you can really make that determination if you haven't experienced it. It's like
if I had to choose between the worst case of depression versus jerking off, I'd probably want to get rid of depression more than I would care about preserving the ability to jerk off.
Yeah, no, I mean, I get that.
True. I mean, you would feel that way until you're not depressed, and then after a while, you'd be like, "Wow, I really wish I could jerk."
I know. Then you start getting depressed because you can't jerk off.
And then you get exactly. Listen, humans are fickle creatures. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Andrew Clark for $2 says, "I think being trans is counterculture right now." Well, it's weird because it's kind of like it's simultaneously counterculture, but also mainstream culture, which is weird. Like culture's in a weird place. I don't think there's like a clear countercultural line. It's kind of like there's left-wing culture and right-wing culture.
What was the question again?
Is trans counterculture right now?
No, I don't think that. I don't think it's counterculture. I don't even know how you would describe it as counterculture.
Well, like I think they mean like, it's the cool thing to do, right?
I mean, is it? I mean, like, there's still like a lot of stigma around trans people. There's still a lot of stigma around it. There's a lot of costs that come with it. There's a lot of negatives to it that I think makes it like so many barriers that like cool to do. I mean, I don't even think it's like a fun experience to go through at all. I don't see it as a very attractive existence either. Definitely when you see the type of dialogue like online constantly, like if you're a trans person, you've undoubtedly confronted transphobia in your life. That's a negative incentive that is still constant in American society.
I think it depends on where you live. I think it's very situationally dependent. I think if you live in a place that's progressive, it's very, very chic.
Maybe, but
I've heard lots of people self-reporting about stories that their kids have talked about when they go to school. Where all the kids are very, praising, being trans and all these sorts of things. So,
I think that there might be. There are going to be areas in like person where people are definitely like more supportive, and definitely places online where people are more supportive.
Not just supportive,
but I would definitely. Okay, I don't know about celebratory. I don't think there's much of that. I would say I would say there's people who are supportive. And if it crosses over into celebratory nature, I think that's cringe, but I don't think that's necessarily that much of a negative. And if it gets like weirdy culty shit like being trans is better than being cis and stuff like that, obviously I'm like, okay, that's bad. But I would also say that it is regional, but with the trans community particularly, they're very online. Not all of them, but a lot of them are very online. So there's still like, even if you're in a supportive area, you can still experience like hate in other ways through different forms of behavior, just like you can also experience support online as well if you're in one of these hateful areas.
Sure.
That's why a lot of trans people who are in isolated communities are super ultra online, because that's the only place they can find that type of support.
I know it seems like I know if I feel, I haven't seen any studies on this, but I feel like a lot of people can use a trans identity, even if they don't like, take puberty blockers or anything, even if they come out as like non-binary or whatever, can use a trans identity in order to, gain social status among a clique or a friend group for young people. I think they're getting more praise than bigotry in a lot of places, and probably most places in the country, I would guess.
More praise than bigotry? I guess like I guess I would prefer that. I do think if somebody was to come up to me and start like celebrating me for being bisexual, that would make me feel uncomfortable.
It's better than being bigoted. I agree.
It's rather than somebody like coming up to me being like, you fucking, I would prefer that. My end goal, when it comes to LGBTQ plus people, okay, my final solution for the LGBTQ plus community is that one day it's just like, okay, you're homosexual, okay, cool, whatever. And then that's it. And like that's like I know there's like a culture that I think also could be preserved, like certain forms of art and stuff like that. But besides that, when it comes to certain forms of art that originated there, like I don't think, for example, like drag should just completely collapse and no longer exist, right? Like I think that like people enjoy it, and so people should be able to practice it and be able to participate into it. But besides that, like I would never feel any need to go to a gay pride parade if there was not any homophobia. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, you're saying what you're saying because you still believe in liberalism, where, I would believe in a future where, if someone's gay or straight or bi or trans or whatever, that doesn't matter. Like, it's just like, that's just some aspect, like, oh, you have brown hair, right? Like no one really fixates on that. But that's kind of the problem I have with a lot of the sort of, queer theory-esque, more radical, queer aesthetic woke people regarding this issue, whatever you want to call them.
There's that word again.
I know. Woke. Is that well, when I say woke, I mean people who believe that cultural issues can't be solved by liberal solutions, and there needs to be,
that's a very unique definition for woke.
But it's the real definition.
Why is it the real one compared to all the other definitions? So generally, my definition of woke is when you have dyed hair, of course.
Well, there you go. So generally, when the average person says woke, what I think they mean is progressive political correctness.
Aggressive political. Yeah, I think that's basically it.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but my definition is because all the theory in academic literature, like we were talking about with FD Signifier, that all this woke stuff comes from, all believes that liberalism can't solve cultural problems. And so we need to move to some kind of weird reimagining of socialism only through a cultural lens. So that's why I use a definition. Now, I don't believe that most people that are woke understand that's what they're doing, but that's what they're doing.
I mean, that's just a very specific definition of woke I haven't heard anybody else use.
I know, but I'm much smarter than other people, so.
Yeah, we're based.
You got to start a new dictionary.
Well, I'm accurately pinpointing what's happening. And I think that's part of the problem with this conversation about the culture wars is that most people don't realize what's happening, or they don't trust other people's, because it's like, oh, the Republicans call everyone socialist, the people on the left call everyone racist. And it's just like, there isn't an actual conversation about the ideas that are being, discussed.
Have you tried calling someone racist though? It's really fun.
Of course.
It's very fun.
We've had some contentious debates on this channel.
Last Tuesday, someone called me racist, and
I bet they had a blast doing it.
I called them a groomer, and then they lost their shit. They got super upset.
Well, that's not fun because that's against my people. You're not allowed to.
Exactly.
It was fun for me, though.
I will say, I
agree. It is fun.
I do get triggered at that groomer shit.
Do you really?
I do get triggered at that.
Well, you better watch out with the racist stuff because you might get one. We might throw one your way.
Well, see, but that was what was interesting about that interaction is that someone called Adam racist, and then Adam got all mad, and then they kind of mocked Adam because mad, and then Adam called them groomer, and then they got all mad, and I was like, wait a minute. Why are you mad? And then they're like, well, because, you're saying we're a pedophile. And I'm like, well, why do you think Adam gets mad when you call him a racist?
Yeah.
There's kind of like this aha moment.
So you're saying that, So you're saying that as like Adam deserved it because he was.
So
also
you're saying
Yes.
too late. You
I'm
already
saying-
said it. You already did it. You're Kathy
I'm saying
Newman
that Adam
now.
is a racist pedophile, is what I'm saying.
You already Kathy Newman. There's no getting out of it. You said
There
so.
you
You're
go.
saying. I heard it.
Yep. I'm trying to build a straw man, so it's easier to take you down, and
There
then
you
I'm gonna become the next co-host. of
Where's
show
the
with
cat? Where's the
Sitch.
Kathy Newman meme? I gotta bring it up. So you're saying
Who was the other person that wanted to supplant you to be co-host recently, Adam?
they all want my spot? Look,
Oh, they
I'm look, groomers, get away.
Okay. BC for $5 says this goes back to definition conversation earlier regarding woke. Is woman a useful definition if it can include biological males?
I mean, it depends on like when somebody says like I think there's a usefulness for like a social term when we're talking about something that's more societal like gender, and there's a usefulness to like sexual terms like what is a female and what is a male, because that's like biology, that's like that is you're talking about like physical things that are like testable and provable, and like this is what a female is, this is what a male is, and it's useful for medical information as well. I think there's usefulness to the terms at least. But I'm also not an expert on gender theory, so if someone's like, can you tell me all the usefulness of gender, or like I'm not going to be able to. I'm not really good. I'm not really good at that.
Well, I mean, I think I think the way it should be phrased is, instead of kind of trying to say that there's no difference between trans women and cis women, it should just be, you just say trans woman. Like, I don't think that's why I don't like the whole trans woman, like a woman, trans woman is woman.
I mean,
argument.
I wait. Okay, so but if I say is a tall woman a woman, I mean, I added a descriptor for a different type of woman, but they're still a woman, right?
Yeah, but the tallness doesn't have any effect on what we describe as the woman aspect of it. Right?
I mean,
trans does have an aspect, so I think it deserves a modifier.
I mean, I do think that people, I don't know, when it comes to femininity and when it comes to like muscly women or tall women, people do like when it comes to like social standards, they do treat them somewhat differently. But I guess
right, but they're not, they don't need to add the modifier, right?
What do you mean? Well, we don't necessarily need to add it for trans women either in a lot of scenarios, do we?
Well, no, not in every scenario, but I don't think that should be the argument about like there's no. I
mean, the only time we really need to
saying buff
the
women are not
only
women,
the
right?
only reason times we really need to add the modifiers when we talk about certain medical stuff. I guess like for a lot of people, like sports is really important.
Well,
my argument for trans people in sports, I say allow trans women into the women's sports because the thing is, they dominate. I would assume, and if you were to allow like the none like the people who are just starting transition, and I think it would be cool and it would be fun to watch.
it would make
Watch
women's
him
sports more interesting to
destroying
watch.
women.
I mean, people talk about all the
I
time how women's
boring.
sports is really boring.
Yeah,
So like,
no,
what's the fucking problem?
Base take, I agree. I want to see women get their ass kicked by trans women.
That's true.
But no, so I guess my issue is that it feels like that when people lean heavily on the trans women are women argument, what they're trying to do is they're trying to circumvent the conversation like that we had for 2 hours earlier about trans women in women's spaces. They're just trying to say there is no difference, shut up, as opposed to actually having a conversation about.
I think everybody would. I think most people, the vast majority of people, would acknowledge there's a difference. It's just that some people want to say the difference is that you're not a woman, you're faking it. And that's something they disagree with very, very heavily. And
Sure, but you could say that without saying a trans woman is a woman. That means something.
A tall woman is a woman. A short woman is a different type of woman.
No one's.
When someone says trans woman, when somebody says trans woman, people understand that that's somebody who was born a man, but has a gender dysphoria or and has gone through the transition process and is transitioning. That's what a trans woman is. They're a woman that have gone through that process. That is what somebody means when they say trans women. So but that still falls under the category of us saying woman. That's why we're saying trans woman. That's a type of woman. Or you wouldn't call them a trans woman. You call them a trans something else, wouldn't you?
Well, no, because the way I'm reading the trans woman as woman is that they want to drop having to even say trans woman. They just want to say woman.
Well, I mean,
I'm not
it
obviously.
It is true to say what it is true to say woman because it's a type of woman, but calling them trans woman is also true because that's the more specific type of woman that they are.
Yeah, but it's not being levied again. It's being levied to circumvent an argument specifically.
What specific argument?
The women's in, like trans women in sports, because like, well, that's why you're a bigot, because you're a bigot because a trans woman is a woman, so obviously they should be in women's sports. That's the argument.
Well, I think like you can make arguments for other types of women not being involved in sports, like women on steroids or women in, like, if you're like a disabled woman, like a woman in a wheelchair, it's gonna be very difficult to allow them into an MMA match.
What
right?
about ugly women?
They shouldn't be allowed.
Should we
outside.
keep them out of sports too?
And
there's an argument to be made that they should be.
Actually, I think we should put all. No, I gotta shut the fuck up.
You can't make
Get in
look.
trouble.
You
I gotta shut
can't
the
make
fuck
that
up.
joke, Dylan. You'll get in trouble. Listen,
I'm shutting the fuck up right now.
I'm already a self-described sexist. Only I can make that joke.
You make it. I'm not making any jokes.
Do you want to tackle the defining what a woman is question? Or
I do not.
okay.
Adult,
fair enough.
human, female.
There you go. Metalworks 411.90 for $5 says, and I'm skipping around, guys. I'm not reading all of them just yet. Says, I remember Sitch tweeting about an experiment where transgender patients took some kind of psychedelic that cured dysphoria. I don't remember tweeting that, so send it to me.
Dude, what? I want to know what plant that is, man.
That's pretty interesting. I don't remember that.
Matt Walsh made a garden, and
There you go. See, that would be the ultimate like trolley problem for Matt Walsh. It's like, listen, you can cure gender dysphoria, but they have to take a psychedelic drug.
Oh my god! Did you see what he said today? Did you see what Matt Walsh said today about if he had a
what did he
trans?
say?
He said he'd rather be dead than have a trans child.
I think it's fair to call Matt Walsh a transphobe.
Wait. He said he wanted he'd rather his child be dead or
he
himself.
said himself. He would rather be dead than have a trans child. That is the. Could you imagine if one of his kids actually ended up being trans? How fucking how horrific it'd be to look up your dad's statement and see him saying that and be like, well, I'm never coming out.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
He's probably. I mean, they're probably going to do that just to get at him now. Now that they know.
I would.
I mean, he's setting himself up for defeat.
Oh my gosh.
This is how individuation happens in teens. They want to be as different from their parents as possible.
True.
I'm coming out as a non-binary pansexual. Say pansexual instead of bisexual because it sounds more, you know.
His daughter's gonna say, "No, Dad, I'm poly. It's different."
Dude, but God, man, he's a real hateful bastard. Did you see that recent rant he did about that one like random trans?
He said,
like,
you're never gonna
look. You're ugly. You're horrific to look at. It was like the most hate-filled. Just like Jesus Christ. Like it just feels like he missed out on like shoving kids into lockers when he was younger, and he was that kid. That's what it sounds like.
I mean, Matt Walsh has always been like, if you ever look back at his old stuff, he was like kind of this like right-wing knockoff of Howard Stern. So he definitely has that aesthetic.
But Howard Stern had Beetlejuice and something was funny, right? I mean, like,
right? I'm talking about like just being a shock jock, you know.
I got you. Okay, yeah.
Howard Stern was great back in the day. But...
My goodness, dude, I going back looking at the old Whack Pack clips, I still crack up.
Who's your favorite Whack Packer?
It probably is it's Beetlejuice and I can't believe I'm saying maybe it's possibly the Clan member just because I love watching him get pissed off. I just love watching him get angry at the dumbest shit.
Wait, did you hear when he would argue with Crazy Alice? Oh my god.
I didn't.
Oh my god.
See, the thing is, this is all before my time, so I only know all this shit through YouTube because I'm.
Yeah, no, me too. I was all back in the day.
Oh, I assumed you were like in your 40s, 50s.
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm in my 30s. I found Howard Stern so like super late in life, but I got like if you would get Sirius back when like I guess Sirius still is a thing. You could listen to all the archive stuff, and then I'd go on YouTube clips and like Artie arguing with Crazy Alice was fucking beautiful.
So what was okay? I gotta look up Crazy Alice and look at this later.
Yeah, look up like Crazy Alice and Artie like just arguing.
Crazy Alice Artie. Okay.
I brought up a picture of the Whack Pack, so I was never a Willie.
Just like a lot of them look kind of.
What do you mean?
A lot of them have disabilities.
Oh, that's sad.
Howard Stern could never like. It's funny that he's like kind of woke now because that shit was so not politically correct.
You don't want to know the wild? Oh, dude, you could never do this shit again.
No.
It's a sinful pleasure. If I'm being for real, it is. Yeah. But a lot of things are like that. Like I've come to the conclusion it's probably immoral to eat meat. I'm still eating meat, right?
Right.
But have you ever watched the Howard Stern 9/11 episode where he's like broadcasting as 9/11 happens live? It is insane.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
he's cracking jokes and shit.
No, he gets
No.
like, we need to go out there and bomb the fuck out. It's like he's
Oh,
fucking,
wow.
It's like really
Yes.
crazy, and people calling in, like he's fucking throwing, like kind of casually throwing, I think, like a few slurs around and shit. It's like some pretty wild shit. It's like the prime of like just like the probably the peak of like terrorism. Holy shit, what do we got to do? What do we got to do? You know?
Oh, yeah, I mean, it literally just happened. He's in New York. So.
Yeah, and I know it's just such a weird like time capsule because there's all these news broadcasts where you see like the news stars kind of like uncomfortable, like oh my god, you know, as they're watching history, but they're not able to like go off because that's not their job, right? And he's like one of the few that does, and he's also, his show is they like have callers call in, and people, I think Donald Trump called in during the Howard Stern program, actually. Even
I don't remember, but
I vaguely remember something like that, or he called into some news show. Either way, it's just a really cool time capsule to look at, to like get like what the general feeling was kind of at the time, like immediately after.
Yeah, that's true. You can never see something like, you don't really see stuff like that nowadays, but sad. I think my favorite WAP hacker is either High Pitch Eric or Eric the actor.
I like Beetlejuice. I mean, he's just like, you know, he's the whack pack, you know what I mean?
Or actually, no. My favorite was what's his name? Riley Martin. Did you ever hear Riley Martin, the guy who communicated with aliens?
No, I didn't, but I gotta look.
He
this
was
up.
we got like a Riley. Here's your other Riley Martin. He was my favorite whack packer. He had his whole thing about how he was abducted by aliens, and he actually got a show briefly on Sirius Radio that was like the Riley Martin show.
Did you? Okay, so there's two things that you've seen the boxing match, of course, right? The Beetlejuice boxing match, fantastic.
Yeah.
The other thing, did you see like the big like test of wits? Have you ever watched that?
When they all took the IQ test?
Yeah. Well, no. When they had a quiz show between Beetlejuice and I don't want to call him, like, I think it was Slow Gary, but they didn't use the word slow.
Oh, who did he have the IQ test against?
Who did you say? Who
It
you
was
were in
Gary and
favor of?
Beetlejuice.
I'm bringing up Beetlejuice. Who did you say you're in favor of?
Riley Martin.
Riley Martin. Okay.
Was it who Gary? Why am I? Oh, Gary the retard.
Yeah, Gary the retard.
Yeah. Oh, yes. I have seen this. Yes, I have seen this. Yes.
It's
The
really-
battle.
my other one I really like is the one with Beetlejuice.
Look at you. You like, listen, Dylan over here is like my favorite episode. So we have two people with intellectual disabilities taking a fucking quiz show.
Look, I never said I was a good person. I said, look, okay. See, see, this is the dilemma, okay? I have a sick sense of humor. I have a terrible sense of humor.
Yeah.
I have a sick sense of humor. I really like the one where they make Beetlejuice think he's flying a plane and giving instructions, and they make the plane fucking crash into a building. It's fucking Beetlejuice is like, I don't know. I guess they're dead. It's fucking, dude. It's
always hard to tell
Oh my
Beetlejuice. You're like, how much
God.
of this is real and how much of this is like, does he know what's happening?
Who was yours again, Sitch? I forgot.
Riley
already.
Martin.
Riley Martin.
Yes. Riley Martin. You probably have to type. There's probably some actual Riley Martin somewhere. Oh no, it's the guy with the headband. If you get his picture.
Okay. Oh, this guy looks.
Riley, he has this very interesting voice. I'm Riley Martin. Let me tell you about the aliens.
Oh my God.
And he's always complaining that Howard Stern wouldn't give him enough money, and he was very anti-Semitic. So he was like, "You greedy Jew bastard, you give me some more money."
Oh my God.
dude. Oh,
It was great. Oh my God, Howard Stern used to be so amazing.
Dude, do you remember when Howard Stern had that terrible take on podcasts? You remember that shit? He was like, podcasts are gonna like fall away, like
Yes.
nobody's gonna care about them anymore. And
It's
now
like,
ooh.
it was like Grandpa. Yeah, someone asked him about Joe Rogan, and he's like, "Podcasts don't matter." It's like, okay, Grandpa, go back to sleep.
They were competing against him, though. Obviously, he had every
Yes.
incentive to.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. He'd always say like, I came up through radio, so I've been, tried and tested by, this medium, but these podcasters, it's like, okay, Grandpa.
Man.
But whatever.
I wonder if he would make more money on a podcast than what he's doing now.
No, he's like one of the highest paid people like in entertainment, period.
Really? Still?
Yeah.
When's the last time you listened to fucking Howard Stern show?
Never.
I know. Actually, we talked about this. I don't remember why. We actually looked this up a couple streams ago. He is the highest paid. Oh no, it was over the Steven Crowder Daily Wire thing, and yeah, he's the highest paid entertainer, I believe, or the highest paid like pundit, radio host kind of person. Currently.
Huh.
I think it's because literally the only reason Sirius Radio exists is because of him.
You know why? Because he was stealing all the money from the mentally disabled guests. He was not paying them properly. Yeah, he was pulling an Andrew Tate.
It happens.
But yeah, no, it's wild because like it's weird. I thought it was super weird too because I'm like, who? I don't know anyone that listens to Howard Stern now. I don't know a single person. I've never heard anyone talk about him. And yet he's still
like I have no clue what a modern Howard Stern show would be, because the whole funny shit was all the offensive, crazy shit.
Yeah, that's what
like,
I'm wondering.
You can't even do that anymore, right? You could never do what Howard Stern used to do.
You'd be canceled in like 15 minutes.
Yeah, right.
It's not like I'm saying I'm happy it happened, but it happened at a different time and age, you know?
Right. Yeah, no, exactly. I have no clue what his show's like nowadays, but
there's no way. Well, I think he had Beetlejuice on like a year or two ago, but now Beetlejuice, I feel like they've had Beetlejuice on for so long. He's different. He's become an icon. You know what I mean?
Well, it's kind of like South Park. You know, they can kind of grandfather in them being offensive to some extent.
Yeah, that's true. I guess it's different when it's real people. You know what I mean? And not just like an actor pretending to be someone with disabilities on South Park.
Well, and also, I think part of the fact that no one talks about Howard Stern is maybe protects him.
That is true. It's just all his dedicated viewers from the last 30, 40 years who have just stuck with him.
Yep, that must be
My
it.
goodness.
None of them are on the
He
internet.
should start a Patreon. He sounds like someone who would do really well there.
They're all in their 60s, so none of them are on Twitter.
My goodness. Could you imagine if he started a Twitch channel and he'd fucking look at a chat? Dude,
Oh my god. He would hate it.
He would collapse. It'd be impossible for him.
That's awesome. I never get to talk about Howard Stern with anybody. Don Spaghetti for $2 says, woke definition is moralized and problematized of conflict theory. I mean, I think that's an accurate definition. I don't think most people know what you mean when you say that. But
yeah, no, that sounds like a bunch of libtard college speak to me. Well,
it is, but it's true.
So I was right. See, boom. See?
Well, not libtard. It's more like socialist-tard, but that's the problem. We need libtard is such a good slur. Like it just sounds so good.
I sometimes when people ask me how do I identify politically, I say I identify as a libtard. It's just fun.
Right.
It's a fun word.
But I need something like that for like the communists that like just rolls off the tongue so nicely, like libtard.
I don't think I can't think of any. I mean, commie is the one. Like commie is the one that you think of.
It's not, the libtard is just it's perfect. It's like cuck-servatives.
Genocide lover.
And look, I have to be nice enough with the socialists because, like, I need to be able to go either way depending how it goes.
Listen, you're simping for them. I understand.
Yeah. Do the socialists make any money? I'm not
like.
Sure.
Look, if the revolution does come, I want to be like like Thomas Shelby from what's that from the Peaky Blinders. I need to be able to go any way possible. Like, if I'm with them, I'm with you. You know, it depends how.
You're like the guy. You're like in the Mummy when that guy is confronted with the mummy. He has all the different religious symbols on like around his neck.
Yeah, exactly, yes.
He's just going through whichever.
The only one I'm not betting on is the Nazi fascists. If they win, I'm fucked. That's the one. I don't have any chips in that bank. I have none.
You go. You need to start. You need to be prepared.
Oh fuck, man. I can't get over that Michael that dude started the White Students Union being there, and like they must have known he was there, and they just kind of like. I feel like at a certain point,
perfect in, and you already fucked up.
True. I've spoiled my chances.
Lucius Cornelius Sulla for $5 says, is social and medical transitioning for minors both dangerous? Sorry for phrasing Sunday's super chat badly. I meant it the other way around.
What was the? I don't.
Is social and medical transitioning for minors dangerous?
So I mean, social transitioning. I mean, all of it is probably the one with like the least amount of like long-term implications because it's probably not going to be that difficult to change your outfit.
I don't know about that though, because I think there's a lot of psychological research that once you've made like a public declaration, it's just as hard to turn around.
I mean, it's just as hard to turn around as like medical like operations. I don't agree with that at all.
Well, I wouldn't say it's
the public
just as
declaration,
but it's definitely difficult. It definitely adds a roadblock.
I think that the problem is like nobody. I think a lot of it should be. I remember when
what we were talking about
okay,
on the Sunday show.
Can I give you an example of something? I remember when I said I was gay, right? Because that's what I thought I was, but because I hadn't like done the mental math, like, oh, it's possible to like both. When I finally came to the conclusion I was bisexual, it did feel like I don't want to look like a clown. It should be like, oh, I was this, and now I'm just like flip flopping.
Really?
Right?
So you're like, oh, I don't want to come out to my friends as bi because they're like, oh, you said you were gay. What the fuck?
No, I didn't feel like my friends would treat me any differently. I actually felt like people would just like, honest from the other side of the aisle, would kind of try to use it against me. Like, oh, look, you're flip flopping everywhere, right? But I'm like a young guy discovering myself. And I think if we encourage more of a type of environment where young people can discover themselves and find out who they are and in a very non-judgmental way, maybe this is very hippie speak, but I think that's like the best environment to cultivate the best results here.
Who are the ones that are discouraging that though? Like, who are the ones that are going after people when they say, oh, you know, I've changed my mind, now I'm detransitioning?
I think if anybody goes after somebody for detransitioning, I think that's wrong. Because
Well,
I couldn't imagine how much of a
definitely.
difficult experience that would be. And anybody doing that,
But it's the lib cucks. They're the ones doing it.
It's not. Well, when you say it's the lib, it's
they
not
are.
the lib cucks necessarily. When you say it's a lib cucks, you just mean it's the lefties, right?
Yeah,
the lefties. Yeah,
Okay.
they are the progressives.
The people.
Yeah,
I would say the majority of people are not going to have a problem with somebody detransitioning in the trans community, in my opinion. I do think that if somebody detransitions and then says transgenderism is fake, I was indoctrinated, all these other people who are trans have been misled, then you're going to get a very vitriolic reaction, angry reaction from the trans community, and I think it's rightfully so.
but what if they were misled though? What if they do feel that? What if that is part of their lived experience?
Well, if they talk about, I thought I was this way, I went in this direction, that didn't happen, I turned around, I think that's one thing. But if somebody was to go further and start saying this is fake because I'm not trans, therefore all of those people ain't trans, this is fake, this is nonsense, I found God. I've seen a few of them all go that far.
Have you really?
I
haven't seen that.
Don't
Milo Yiannopoulos doesn't count as an example for anything.
Milo Yiannopoulos, though, that was a funny case, though. Did you see his video where he threw the ring into the river?
Yes.
And he added the fake bloop sound effect.
Yeah,
to make
it was ridiculous.
the fakest shit ever, man. But he treats it like it's real. Anyway, I lost Milo. Maybe.
Well, no, I agree. If they detransition, they shouldn't say like everyone is faking.
Has anyone done that though? I don't know.
I'm sure someone has done that, but they could have an experience where they did feel that their doctors were either pressuring them or just not doing the due diligence to explain, to really see if they were trans or not.
I believe in consumer protections for everything, including like mental health care and stuff like that. Right. If somebody was misled by a doctor, then not only do I think that the person in question should be treated fairly, they should look into the doctor to make sure that they practice their medicine ethically. But I don't want to say that that's an excuse for people to like detransition and then attack the people who were just like a few years ago accepting you with open arms.
Right. Well, though you acknowledge that, like, if you're, I don't know, say you're like 13 and you're born male and you believe, you honestly believe that you're trans, so you start dressing as a girl, you grow your hair out, and everyone's calling you this other name, whatever your female name is. And then when you're 15, you're like, oh shit, I'm not trans. Like, it's going to be pretty awkward. Like there's going to be social pressures to be like, maybe I'm not trans.
I understand that awkwardness probably a little bit more than I care to remember.
Right.
But when I do think, though, that there's probably a larger social pressure away from people even coming out as trans in the first place, considering the social ostracization.
Maybe. Depends where you are in the country, I think, still. But
I don't think there's really, I think there's a lot more negatives for coming out as trans than generally making the reversal on detransition.
Mm-hmm. I'd be curious. I don't know if there's been like wide polling data among the youths about what the feeling is about.
I think it'd be difficult to find a young person who's like, oh, somebody detransitioned, inherently fuck them then, right?
No, but yeah, sure. I just meant in terms of like, does well, first I'd ask them, how do they feel about accepting trans people, yes or no? And then I'd be curious if they said, do you think that transitioning, makes people more popular or less popular? I'd be very curious as to what people feel about that.
I don't know if any poll has ever asked that question.
They have.
I guess also the question is like amongst which age group. And when we say popular, do we mean like you support them or don't support them? Because I think a lot of people might interpret that question as, oh, do I support trans people? Yes, I do.
Right. Sure. Salty Trisket for $10 says the main component of mob mentality isn't usually dehumanization, but false retaliation. People become convinced that the other side wants to kill them, so therefore it's fine to want to kill them too. Sure.
Yeah,
that relates
that's a
to
huge
what you were
problem.
talking about with the Russian soldiers, committing the atrocities. They literally they're afraid that these people are going to rat them out and then they're going to die. So that's true.
That line really sticks to me a lot. Your friend is murdered and the murder falls into your hands. What do? It's like it was really impactful.
Take them out. I mean, what? Stock for $5 says, if calling something racist isn't a moral claim, then why should anybody care about it? That's a great question.
I think you know what? I think racism is bad.
Yeah, well, it's because he brought it because when, I don't know if Signifier said it today, he said in the last conversation that he was trying to disassociate the term racism from the moral claim, which
I think that's impossible.
I
mean,
agree.
like,
yes,
that doesn't make. I mean, I understand. Like, I want to analyze this away from the ethic. I think you could maybe do that on an individual level. But if you're making a public statement about something, it's very going to be almost impossible to call something racist without it also meaning bad, because racism, in my opinion, is inherently bad.
Right. Well, I think because he's trying to do more of the like systemic racism definition. So I think that's why he's kind of trying to phrase it that way. But I don't agree. I agree with you. The Chad father for $5 says, was Corey Gaines trans? Is that why you validate her final days in your BP bad takes vid? What's the BP vid?
Maybe that's for FD. I don't know. Well, no, he doesn't he hasn't done any videos on. Who did the vid? Was it you?
Who's Corey Gaines?
Corey Gaines or Danes?
Corey Gaines.
Corey Gaines. I don't know.
Shooting of Corey Gaines. This is a person who was shot. Corey Gaines, on August 1st, 2016, in Maryland near Baltimore, was shot.
Is this a basketball player?
No, it's a lady.
Okay.
She refused to vacate her vehicle. She was shot by the police. She refused to vacate her vehicle or show her driver's license and resisted arrest. Immediately after the first officer entered her home to serve the warrant, Gaines pointed a shotgun at him, prompting him to withdraw without shots being fired. The SWAT team responded. What the fuck? She recorded a live stream. How did I not know about this? She recorded a live stream to Facebook where Gaines' friends told her to continue on. She seemed to have told her son the police are coming to kill us. Upon her refusal to let them in, police got a key from the rental office but found the chain lock blocking their entry. As an officer then kicked the door, police said Gaines pointed a shotgun at an officer telling him to leave. Blah, blah, blah. And eventually she was shot. I don't remember talking about this or even knowing about this situation at all.
Did you see the recent footage from, I think it was Georgia? It was, I think it was Paulding County, where that guy was body slammed by the police for walking to work.
No, wait. Why not?
Oh my God. Can I send you this footage? This footage is insane.
Sure.
And by the way, the guy in the video is getting charged with resisting arrest. It's absolutely insane. 1 second. Post it here in the thing.
Okay. The Hodge twins. Huh.
I mean, look, I think there's not the brightest bulbs, but if they're right on one thing, they're right on one thing.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, can we show it? Or will we
yeah, no, I think you won't get in trouble. There's no blood or anything like that. There's no gunshot. He breaks his collarbone and gets a concussion from it. But and he does. It's uncomfortable because he very audibly expresses pain. But it shouldn't get removed or anything from it. I watched it on Twitch, so.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to watch it together, Adam?
We can, sure. I don't care. Bring it
Or
up.
if you want, yeah. I'm sorry if this is depressing. Police brutality.
Well, we probably shouldn't watch it if it's violent, something, whatever. It's probably
you don't
TLS.
really see the violence. I mean, It might. I don't know if it's like with what was the guy's name that everyone was talking about recently that we talked to Counterpoints about in Desert Runner.
Oh, okay.
You know who I'm talking about? The guy who died.
Yeah.
What was his name?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't think it's like, it might not be like that video where you show like a millisecond of that video and like, the algorithm flags it. But
okay, bring it up if you think it's cool.
well, it's on Twitter. We'd have to do like.
Oh, okay. Did you send it to me?
I mean, he body slams him. That's the violence that occurs.
I mean, I would rather watch the John Stossel video where he gets slapped, but
Okay, we don't have to. Essentially, what happens is there's a guy walking. The police, a very fat police officer, comes up, tells him that he's being detained. He's trying to handcuff him. The guy keeps asking him, calmly, why are you arresting me? He doesn't want to give him his other hand, and then the officer just kind of randomly grabs him and just slams him onto the ground.
Body slams him. Okay.
And the guy wasn't even the suspect he was looking for, because the guy had a backpack and he was a man, and that's the only description they had for a culprit of a crime. And they weren't telling him like you matched the description, like nothing. We just body slam him until the last second.
Right. Yeah. No. Obviously, well, here's the thing. I don't think the police obviously should be, even if the guy's like passive resisting the way he was, I don't think that merits a body slam whatsoever, and that guy will probably get fired for doing that and get in trouble.
He's been put on desk duty so far.
But you got to just do what the police tell you. The same token.
I do agree with that, but it's also like we got to remember, like, if somebody's rights are being violated or somebody's not being treated fairly by the police, at the end of the day, we can't. Our answer to that can't just be simply like just do what the police tell you, or like
but
that's just like authoritarianism of the most.
Right. But the thing is, the police, his rights are not being violated in that they want to detain him. They're allowed to do that if they suspect you of whatever. They're allowed to detain you.
That is true, but I feel like at the very least he was owed an explanation, considering, like, if I'm literally just walking down the street and the cop says you're under arrest and I'm like, why? And they're not telling me anything. Like, how do I know this cop isn't just abusing his power? How do I know he's not just gonna throw me in the back of the car? This is like a weird kidnapping. How do I know this is even a real fucking cop? Like, what cop would randomly come up to me and try to arrest me without telling me anything about anything?
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, it depends, because I guess this question is like, you look, do you think they're like a fake cop or something, right? But I don't think, I don't think if you're getting arrested, the police officers have no legal obligation, I don't believe, to tell you why they're arresting or detaining you.
I think that probably is something that should change.
Yeah, maybe it should. Maybe they should say, well, here's the thing.
They have to tell you're being arrested, though.
Yes, they do. But there is a situation, I would assume the cops' defense of this would be, we'll tell you after we handcuff you, because then you're secure. And until you're secure, that's all they care about.
But that's probably going to cause less cooperation with somebody who, understandably, is not even a criminal. He's just like walking down the street and he's randomly, hey, you're under arrest. Like, you have no clue if that's even legal. Like, what if he's not?
If the cop, in this situation that we were just talking about, if the cop says, you match the description of someone who committed whatever crime that guy committed, do you think he's going to suddenly comply with the police officer, or is he going to keep saying like, well, that's not me. That's not me.
I think that explanation might make somebody comply more, or if they don't, then like as eventually you're going to have to. But I don't even think this reached any point where what he did was necessary anyway.
No, I agree. Right. But I just see a lot of situations where it's like, you just got to do what the cop tells you. Right. So, because even if there was a guy who was pretending to be a police officer to like harm you, they just make up something, right? So them telling you whatever the information isn't going to help you make a determination.
I just think it's really important, because like it's going to be a lot easier for civilians to stand up for themselves when it comes to their rights if they know exactly why what's happening is happening.
Well, but no, because you're right. You're right that you have, in terms of police interactions, I think is irrelevant in terms of
if
why
somebody,
the police
if somebody was about to, if he was about to arrest me and he's like, I'm like, why are you arresting me? And he's like, because I don't like how you fucking look, right? That's gonna give me a good reason to be like,
of course,
no, I'm not gonna comply with you.
Right, but they're never gonna. Well, first of all, you still should, because then that person's obviously looking for an excuse to kill you or beat the shit out of you. And so I don't know if you'd want to give it to them by resisting.
Man, I understand like the like self-preservation aspect, but I really just hate the idea of like personally accepting like if a cop does like you gotta let the cop do anything he wants to you because if not he'll end your life, right? I
Well, no,
really don't like that idea.
The problem is assuming it's a real cop. Well, first of all, if a cop wants to fuck with you, they're gonna lie. They're not gonna say because I don't like your face. They're gonna say, you know, I saw you smoking weed. You smell weed, like whatever. They're gonna do something. They're gonna say something. They're gonna make up some excuse. So I don't know if them just telling you what the excuse is really going to help you in any case. And it's kind of like when we were talking to Counterpoints, who was a cop. I'm trying to remember what he had a phrase. It was like, oh, it was like, you know, don't fight in the streets, you know, fight in the courtroom, or the rhymed. He had a better way of saying it. And I think that's the only way to kind of deal with a problem. You know, you don't fight with the cop on the street.
If I have to chase you, I'm bringing an ass whooping with me.
That's not what he said. You know, yeah, I don't think you can have the mentality of that there's ever a situation, unless you literally think that a cop is like going to murder you for corrupt reasons. I don't think you should ever be fighting cops. You just have to comply and fight them,
I generally agree, but fuck, man, I really am uncomfortable with the idea that you're just randomly walking down the road and you can get arrested and they don't have to explain shit to you.
I agree, but that's the way it is. Unfortunately. But I mean, listen, if you want to say like there should be a law where once the police handcuff you, they tell you why they're detaining you by law, I don't have a problem with that.
Well, why not before they arrest you? Why does it have to be after?
Well,
that wouldn't have solved this issue at all.
Well, first of all, I'm not sure telling them would solve the issue anyway.
True, but I do think like if he would have treated this man with more respect and given him the information, that he probably would
maybe.
I
mean, I'd be curious if they've ever done like, you know, trial testing where they said like, oh, here's one police department where they tell you why you're being arrested, and does that make people more likely to comply or not? I'd actually be shocked if that hasn't been tested, because I feel like that's something that has.
I feel like at the very least, maybe you don't even need to do it when you're arresting them every single time, because there's going to be certain scenarios where you've robbed a bank and
yeah, like, you exactly right.
Right, but I feel like if the person asks, at the very least you can do is tell them why.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. This officer handled the situation completely horribly. So yeah, and you should have said like, you know, you match the description of this guy, and I'm gonna need you to put your hand behind your back, or I'm gonna. I mean,
to me, this
against you.
So this just looks like assault to me.
Yeah, it doesn't look. It's not good. The escalation of force definitely seemed to be way out of bounds for the situation.
It's funny that, dude, I gotta say it's terrible, but also funny that they're even attempting to push the resisting arrest onto the guy.
Well, he technically was resisting.
I mean, technically, but I feel like it's just like fucking horrific optics.
I understand, but that's the thing. He was passively resisting arrest, but
like if somebody was like about to shoot, like a cop was about to execute me, and I fucking run across the street, but technically I didn't do it when I had the right of way, you know? And then they're like, haha, you were jaywalking. We got you on that. It's like, okay, fuck off, you know?
Well, I'm just saying, listen, when the police, you can't fight the police when they arrest you. You just have to accept it.
I'm an American, okay? I will never accept big government corruption.
You're a sovereign citizen. You're not driving, you're traveling.
Yes, I don't need to pay taxes.
There you go.
I am a real living human being, not a.
Bring up our Hassan music video. Let's watch that. I think Hassan says that in the video. You should be able to fight cops.
He does say something like that.
Did you see the new Ethan Schmidt owning of Target?
No.
So Ethan Schmidt, you familiar with him?
Who's that?
Ethan Schmidt is he's a guy who goes to random places that are gay and then condemns them. And so he went to Target to condemn Target for being gay. So he went there and like found all the gay stuff and started like hitting it. Like
Target is gay? What does that mean?
Yeah, because it had like shirts with rainbows on it and stuff like that.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and what happened? Did he get arrested or something?
No,
he arrested here.
Wait, was he arrested?
Oh no, this is from last year.
No, he also went to Petco to condemn them for being gay. Because they had a rainbow flag in the Petco. He did that like 2 or 3 times. He was crusading against Petco.
Oh.
Okay.
He's a very interesting guy. I didn't know if you saw it or not, because it was like blowing up on Twitter. It got like a few million views.
I try
No,
to stay
this was
away from
recently. It says
Twitter.
this was from like.
Yeah, I can put. let me send the video. It's such a fucking stupid video. I don't know why I brought it up. Let me link it. Here it is. It's so stupid.
J-Mac, our surrogate father, for $50. Thank you, Jay. Says, how about individuals just speak for themselves, unless you're a social anthropologist and you're talking about historical trends and generalities? True.
I totally agree.
Completely.
This is a critique of FD Signifier.
Or just not the concept of standpoint theory, generally, but.
Well, yeah. Look, you don't speak for all the Jewish people, right? I don't speak for all the based people. FD Signifier doesn't speak for all the black people, right?
So I'm watching this video you sent me. This is the lamest activism I've ever seen.
I know, right?
I've never seen someone so nonchalantly with so low energy destroy a pride film, like a pride rainbow. It was like, come on, put some effort into it.
It's how they talk about like George Soros hired these paid actors. Talk about paid actors all the time. It's almost feel like paid activism. Like he's just completely unenthusiastic. Like he just wants the dollar at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
The Ethan Schmidt videos are hilarious. I mean, not like in the way he thinks they're funny, but like just him running into Petco and like arguing with the staff about how they're bringing like people to Satan is just fucking hilarious. Hilarious to me, at least.
Mr. Ubercross said cops have to tell you why they're stopping you. Well, there you go.
So did this cop break the law then?
I guess if he didn't tell the guy, yeah.
Got you. Okay.
So there you go.
Burn him at the stake or whatever. Give him a year.
Send him back to cop school. It's cop re-education, right?
They got him. He has to go back to cop school, but with a dunce hat.
Soul Odyssey for 20 Canadians says, trust the experts. I'm a psychologist, and most psychologists, especially those claiming to be gender experts, are propagandized postmodernists. Do not trust these experts. Sitch and Adam know more about this topic than most psychologists. I mean, that is true. I know more about this than a trained professional. So thank you, Soul Odyssey.
There's one gender therapist on YouTube that looks exactly like the scientist developer from The Incredibles, with her black bangs and her big black glasses.
Yeah. No capes.
That's it. Yeah. It's just watching those videos, thinking about this is a person advising my children just will make you completely insane.
Mr. Ubercross says that the cops have to tell you why they're arresting you under the Fourth Amendment. Yeah, but do they have to tell you at the beginning of the interaction?
Well, you're allowed to ask, am I being arrested? They have to tell you, like a lot of times cops will go in and just, they're feeling you out. They're not, like you can leave. Like I had in my car the only 3 answers you should give to a police officer. Some attorney said this and I thought, oh, this is smart. I should write it down. Am I being detained? Am I free to leave? I think is one of them. So the cop doesn't have to tell you why you're being arrested until you're being arrested. Like they want to talk to you, right? But they don't necessarily want to detain you.
The detention and arresting are different.
Of course.
Well, I think in the video, even though the guy's trying to put handcuffs on him, he says detained or detaining you. He doesn't say arrest. So is there a lower?
Yes, detaining is for questioning.
Threshold?
Yeah.
Well, I'm asking Mr. Ubercross. Is there a lower threshold?
Don't ask him. I'm the pro. He doesn't know. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sure he doesn't.
Is there like a lower threshold? Like if you're being detained, maybe they don't have to tell you, or they only have to tell you after they detain you. What point in the interaction do they have to tell you that? Because if they have to tell you from the beginning, then obviously that guy.
Can I also say I'm really upset that cop body slammed him in this context, because like that was a great body slam too. I really wish on any other context I'd be praising, like if that was a wrestler I'd be like, damn, that's impressive. But no, that was like for the worst.
But that was
purpose. You know,
was
it's very rare
wrong.
you see somebody just straight up body slam somebody like that. Like that's the best body slam I've seen in a while.
Mhm.
Like on the
Okay,
street.
where's the body slam?
It's a good body. It's a good body slam.
Now
Like
I have to see this.
he broke his collarbone and gave him a concussion. So obviously it fucking worked.
The guy is like orca fat, so
Is this in the
True.
chat?
It did kind of look like a whale doing one of those like backwards like fallbacks into the ocean. You know what I'm talking about? Like when they
Yes.
pop out. Yeah, it did kind of look like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm bringing it up.
Detention. As soon as they detain you, they have to tell you why. Yeah, but here's the question, Mr. Ubercross. Do they have to tell you why they're detaining you before they detain you? Or is like
course
what is
not.
the definition of detaining? As soon as a cop touches you, are you detained, or is it like only once they have?
Detained means that you're not free to leave. Like that's why one of the questions is, "Am I free to go?" Because if they answer
Right.
no, then they're detaining you.
Right, but what I'm saying is, do cops have a legal right to put handcuffs on you before they tell you why they're doing it? That's my question.
Look, the reason they try to feel you out is because they want you to slip up and say something that they can arrest you. So that's why you got to keep your mouth shut. You got to say, "Listen, am I being detained? Am I free to go?"
Mm-hmm.
And there's another question, but I can't remember what it is. Maybe it's like, where can I buy some?
Do you
weed?
want to suck my dick?
Look, I've been told that the best thing you can tell a police officer is, "Hey, I pay your salary," and that the rest of the interaction will go swimmingly once he realizes that reality.
Oh,
No, you
of
have to have that
course.
little sticker on your license plate, like, "Listen, I gave to the police, charity fund."
Don't
this
tell
year."
him. Don't tell him. It's like the Vegas. It's like the Vegas marathon.
Cops also have an amazing sense of humor. The more like pig noises you make, the more they'll enjoy the interaction.
No, stop. Stop. Don't.
I can't run. I can't run for a public office. I can die. That was a joke. It was a joke. I want to emphasize it was a joke.
See, this is why this is why I really feel sorry for people who are progressives, because you can't make jokes anymore.
I
All
know.
these jokes are.
But the thing is, some jokes are funnier because they're taboo, and therefore, by being progressive, it becomes funnier again.
Yeah.
Well, it's like half the people I think that make kind of like offensive, racist, sexist jokes, they're literally just doing it to piss off the progressives.
This guy kind of looks like a hippie.
The guy that gets byslammed?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, okay. Well, now I'm totally in favor of this.
Let's see. According to this website, in Florida, so also it probably depends on the state, says the police are obligated in most situations to identify themselves as police at the time of arrest and tell you that you are being arrested and why.
Okay, well, this is
That
in
doesn't
Georgia.
really answer the question, though. Like, what is it?
Oh
order of
yeah,
events?
Georgia. All bets are off in Georgia.
Right.
Obviously,
that is very true.
you're officially in the deep south. I mean, this is going a lot like Mississippi burning here. Holy cow!
I told you.
He goes down with him. He does He does a full flip.
That's why the guy got fucked up, because this orca fat guy.
like a whale jumping out of water.
Oh my god! Tell me there's a mat on the ground there. What the hell is he doing?
No.
That's like asphalt.
I know, it's fucking crazy.
He just dives in.
I know.
This is insane.
I know.
Oh my god! Look, his partner runs over. Oh shit! He's doing the fucking WWE shit again.
Yeah.
He's like,
It's
oh
really
shit!
sad. It's really sad because the fact that they go off camera makes it funnier, even though it's a really tragic situation.
Yeah, if this was on camera, it'd probably look horrifying. If you saw like.
Why
his
don't I
head
just
face.
picture? Look, I picture the cop's head getting slammed on the pavement. What happened there?
He took one for the team. It looks like.
Yeah.
Took one for the team of disabling this random man for walking to work. That's the wildest thing, though. This dude was just walking to work. He was
Really?
going to contribute to society. They was like, oh, it's nighttime. I'm gonna be one of those crazy people who work during
That's
the nighttime.
sad. It's like
And
5. Well, I don't know what time it is, but
Well, it looks dark, doesn't it? He's going to work. He must work at the night.
oh man, that cop.
He got
That
fucked
cop
up,
is
man.
like he's at the end of a 12-hour shift here. He's like, listen.
Have you listened to the audio? Because the audio is fucking worse. Because the cop the
No.
whole time is like, "Oh, you dumb bastard!" You fucking like. He's like, it's like really bad.
Oh,
And then-
really? Wow.
And then like the guy's
Okay.
moaning like past his point because his collarbone is broken and he has a concussion. Like he's fucked up.
Oh
And so
wow.
he's like near screaming in pain. And they're like, "Oh, you dumbass," and like throwing him in the back of the car. It's like really, just like
Well, now I
terrible
feel
treatment
bad
for the whole
laughing.
time.
Now I feel bad.
Another
laughing.
person's pain is
Damn it.
unfortunately our comedy.
Well, you're better than me because I'm still laughing at the body slam, and I knew the context because he
Yeah.
went off screen.
I am better than you. That's true.
That's true.
I feel much guiltier.
So, well, okay. So it says in some states they don't have to tell you, but at least according to this one website in Georgia, it says you do have a right when you're being arrested without a warrant to be told what crime you're being arrested for. But this says arrest. I don't know. I don't know if this. I don't know how they define detain. Maybe there's some weird loophole or something. But
Detain
whatever.
means just not able to leave. That's all it
right.
means.
But I'm
Look,
assuming once they put
you're here.
handcuffs on you,
I'm talking to you. You're detained.
Yeah, but I'm assuming once they
Arrested
put
means
handcuffs
I'm
on
taking you down to the station
I
and
understand
throwing
that,
you
but-
in a jail cell.
I understand that, but can a police officer put handcuffs on you and put you, can a police officer put handcuffs on you and that's only considered a detainment?
Yes, of
Okay.
course they can do that. Yeah, they take
so-
the handcuffs off and you're free to go. Haven't you ever been hassled by the cops, Sitch? Jeez, you
I've
need
never
to
been
live a
handcuffed
little.
by the cops.
Well, I've been handcuffed.
Well, look at you.
Look at this.
I've been hassled by the police, but I've never been handcuffed. I'm a good boy. I'm an Eagle Scout, okay?
You've been hassled by the cops?
Yes, but I've never been handcuffed.
Well, you got to fight back to get handcuffed.
Well,
Like, jeez.
okay. You can be detained with or without handcuffs.
Yeah. Sometimes they like to handcuff you
Cannot
just
leave.
to show you the seriousness of the situation.
Right. Well, whatever.
Look, you can't spit on my police car. I don't care if it's on the wheel.
You're under arrest for what? For resisting arrest. There you go.
That's right. Weren't you doing super chats? Look
I
at this.
was.
Sitch
I'm looking
is
to see
try-
if there's any more for.
Sitch is trying to figure out how he gets in a fight with a cop. Look, don't get in a fight, man.
Vile Van Gogh for $20 says, "Did you see the panel with Destiny and all the progressives? They debunked democracy with pro-democracy takes. Then they reached the 200 IQ revelation that the right is effective because they know how to organize with order."
Oh,
I did
my
watch that
God.
conversation. That was his conversation with where President Sunday ran away,
I need to watch that conversation. Is it on his
Man.
channel?
and
I have not watched any of the President Sunday content. Everybody tells me like it's funny content, it's good content, but fuck, man, can I just all seems so terribly uninteresting to me.
Yeah, it is
Yeah.
boring.
the whole conversation is not very. It's a what's her name was in it too, Brianna Wu. The whole conversation is not very interesting. Just the parts where President Sunday complains and acts like a child is kind of funny. Just get the.
I was told I was told he acted very, very badly during
Yes,
it. And I was told he made it a lot about Destiny.
Well, it's funny because it's like Destiny's on this panel. Destiny's obviously the most, not the most centrist of the bunch. I mean, he's still on the left, but he's still the most centrist of the bunch. Everyone else is much further left than him. And they're all getting really fucking annoyed with President Sunday because he's just being like a child essentially. And then they go off on this whole tangent where like they start arguing about, President Sunday's attacking Not So Erudite, claiming that she's a fraud or something.
Mhm.
And like that's like no one's on the panel. Like she's not on the panel. Like what are these people like? Why is he bringing this up? So it's kind of funny. Even Brianna Wu was like telling President Sunday to like shut the fuck up.
What channel is?
So you're-
Where can I watch this? Sounds interesting.
It's on Destiny's channel.
Oh, okay.
Or one of there's like 3 Destiny channels with all this crap. But
President Sunday likes me apparently.
Really?
President
Yeah.
Sunday's been on the show before.
Yeah.
And
why does he like?
I guess he's a fan of what I'm doing in Ukraine.
Okay,
I
fair
think.
enough.
Which I have particularly no opinion about him. I just like how he I just don't watch his content. It's just like not my and I don't follow the drama, so I have no opinion. And I try to and there's people around me and they all don't tell me good things, but I try not to base that if
No,
I'm
he
not
sucks.
interacting with the person.
he was supposed to be working on a height critique, and he was going to come on the show, but then he dropped the not so erudite.
You should talk to. I mean, you should talk to him, but he's.
I don't know what I don't know what I would talk to him about, really. But the thing is, I do like about him is just the way he talks. I love it. I just it's
You like that monotone?
I do like it. It sounds I don't know why, but it sounds like oh god, this sounds like an insult. It sounds like the type of person that like he would drop a nickel into the cup of a homeless person, but then wipe off his hand and keep going. You know what I mean?
No, I don't know. What
I don't
mean?
like. It's very hard to describe just the tone of his
What do you
voice.
mean he drop into a nickel and then what is he?
He sounds like a Christmas Carol character. You know what I mean?
Like oh, he's disgusted.
Like a
so he wipes his
Scrooge?
hand off.
Like a Scrooge kind of. Yeah. Just like this old. Just the way he talks is very Victorian-esque in the way of.
I understand. Okay.
Of like the higher class. I don't know what exactly how to pin it down exactly.
Ironically, he's the exact opposite. But
I just like hearing him just like respond to things in that tone because it's very it's very different than what we usually have.
it's all the voice. Yes.
It's funny. I'm gonna be frank. It's funny.
That was like it was crazy when I listened to, who's the Dev had that video about White Nervosa, right?
Yeah, I didn't watch it.
And he had a clip of Vosh from years ago, and Vosh sounds so different. I couldn't believe it.
Do you think it's just like he got older, or do you think like
No, he legitimately changed his voice for the better.
how do you even do that?
I don't know. Like he sounds like me in the original fucking clip. I'm like, what the fuck? And
Wow,
now
it's
he has like a
terrible.
very deep. I know it's
Oh my
terrible.
god, how did he live?
Awful. And now he has like this deep voice. I'm like, what the fuck? What happened?
I guess he just just lowers it. And do you think that would be
maybe
it?
maybe
I
just
doubt.
lowered it.
I doubt it's that. I doubt it.
I heard that.
I don't think most people
listen.
can keep that up for this long.
Listen,
you
you go watch that dev video. That clip will blow you away. Because at first I'm like, wait, who the fuck is White Nervosa talking to? This isn't Vosh.
It isn't
Oh my God, it is.
impossible that voices can change over time.
Okay, unless Vosh just went through puberty in the last 2 years.
I mean,
or
maybe
something.
you never know.
That's true. He's a late. Maybe he was on puberty blockers. He's a late bloomer. I don't know. Monkey for $5 says Adam is killing it tonight. Ecstasy, sexism. Too bad monarchy is dumb because Adam should be king. A team reigns supreme.
Yeah,
Sitch is
awesome.
it too.
Thanks.
There you go. Kirk Landry for 9 months. Thank you. Says Howard Stern had Daniel Carver, former Grand Wizard of the KKK in the
Yep,
Whack
that's
Pack.
him.
That was him, and would have him on the show. But you always knew they were mocking him. Yeah, it was very clear.
Do you think he knew?
He had to know. They were like, this is pretty deliberate. Like,
Yeah, I don't like what was the end goal for. I guess for him it's like, well, nobody else will have me on, but he will, because because he's like the most fervent racist you can imagine. So I guess
Yeah.
like that's his benefit. Like he gets to promote the Klan on his show, but then he gets to be made the joke of the Klan.
mm-hmm.
I don't think
Yeah,
the logic still lines up though, because I feel like he probably did more harm to the image of the Klan than any good. I mean, how much lower could it go though? It is the Klan.
Well, I think before he was on Stern, or the way they found him was he was on what was it called? Jerry Springer or something, I think.
Probably Jerry Springer has done a few episodes with the Klan and like fervent racist and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he was a former member, or he's a former Grand Wizard, so maybe he was mad at the KKK.
he's like, it's getting too progressive
Yeah, I don't know. I have no clue.
and too progressive.
But it was wild that they had him on. Asmi for 6 MYRs. What's that? That is Malaysian ringgits. That's cool. Thank you. Says Adam, look up Finster.
I did.
Who's that?
Finster is a hot streamer. I mean,
Twitch.
a cross-dressing streamer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you saying that they are a hot cross-dressing streamer?
Yes.
Or that
yeah.
like that's a name for a hot cross-dressing?
That's the name of the streamer. That's the streamer's name.
Gotcha.
Is-
Are they trans or are they just cross-dressing?
No, they just cross-dress.
Well, there you go.
Right.
Yeah, they pass pretty well.
Probably makes
Which
a
is
lot of
pretty
trans
hilarious.
people jealous, right?
I bet.
On it, there was one person that was actually who thought it was that what they do is actually transphobic, like to buy them cross-dressing.
Oh, of
and
course. Yeah.
stuff like that. But like it was very like the vast majority of people seem to be very supportive of him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, if I was trans and they look better than me, I'd be pretty mad. Okay, that's all.
Yeah.
Without
gotta
hormones or
hurt.
anything. JMac for $20. Thank you, JMac. Says the cops told me why they're arresting me, but with a BAC of a blood alcohol content of 0.227, I kind of knew why.
Yeah, exactly. Do you even have to
there you go.
ask at that point?
Why you guys arrested me? Do nothing. Yeah, I bet.
Oh my god. How does anyone get a blood alcohol of 2 point?
Yeah, Jesus.
0.2.
JMac. You have to be responsible to be a father.
Isn't that like 20% alcohol? Isn't that?
I'm sure he was being hyperbolic. Let's see.
Can you imagine?
I had that. That was about them sending us our hand-me-downs. Soldoge for $4 says, okay, the whole quote, we're just sending the Ukrainians hand-me-downs, so it's not that costly, claim is BS, and I'm tired of hearing it getting peddled. The U.S. is explicitly sending money to Ukraine to buy off-the-shelf items. We aren't simply giving them hand-me-downs. You are absolutely delusional if you think that the U.S. will just make do without Hermas, Patriots, or ammo caches. The cost is still there. We're just buying on the back end.
It's a combination. It's just the problem is that when people say the amount of money we sent, they're taking the cost of everything. And some of it when it was manufactured as well, right? So we're talking about the stuff 1960 when it was manufactured, their cost. They take all of it, put it together, and say this is the amount of money we've given them. But that's not fair because a lot of it isn't money that we're just giving them. It's actually the only stuff we spent on a lot of the older equipment is just the travel costs, shipping it over to them, possibly training, right? And so that's why I think it's important to include that a lot of people like this is equipment that would probably never ever find a use on a modern American battlefield again, but now it can actually be used in a useful way. We are also spending on
it'll never find a use, but it's being used now.
It never
it did find a use.
Okay, it's now finding a use, which it probably wouldn't have in the service in an American military.
Yeah, we're not at war, obviously.
But yeah, we still need to send them more modern stuff. The HIMAR multiple rocket launcher system has been incredibly effective in tearing apart Russian logistics. I think really when it comes to like supplementing the Ukrainian military properly, when it comes to ammunition, which is going to be a huge problem, it has to do with I think more political will in the West than it has to do with our ability to do it. If we work with Japan and South Korea especially, considering how many shells they manufacture, and the rest of Europe, we can increase production capacity in order to supply them. It's just whether these countries have the political will to do it. I hope they do.
They want jets.
Sure.
That's what they want. They want to control the airspace.
The fact that they've been able to deny, dude, it's fucking crazy. I don't think people give enough credit how crazy it is that the Ukrainians have denied the Russians air superiority in Ukraine, considering like the size of the Russian Air Force and the fact that again, the Russians thought they were going to have air superiority in 24 hours. 24 hours. It's a year later and they haven't anything close to air superiority. That's absolutely insane. The American argument in response to the jets, and I do think jets should be sent, or at the very least we should start training Ukrainian soldiers on jets, because eventually they're probably going to want to be on NATO standards since they're moving in that direction. Is we want to offer them anti-air rockets for them to control the airspace, because it's cheaper, takes less training, and they don't see it as much as an quote-unquote escalation.
Right.
Yeah.
Though we are just sending them money and new stuff too.
Yeah, of course. And
they're worried they're going to fly those jets over Moscow. That's why we're not sending them.
Yeah, of course. That's part of it.
The longer, it feels like the biggest concern is the longer range missiles, that they think they might use it somewhere outside of Ukraine in a capacity that could be extremely escalatory. But I think that, well, the thing is, though, we have worked pretty in tandem with the Ukrainian military when it comes to striking targets with HIMARS. I actually read a piece, and I've had conversations that seem to indicate that a decent majority of the strikes with the HIMAR rockets, or at least a decent percentage of them, are literally, they get the coordinates of Russian ammo depot, they then send those coordinates to the American military, they analyze it for 7 minutes, send it back to them, and then they strike it with the more accurate coordinates. And if they're having that direct back and forth, and some people say that it's literally like they usually won't do it if the Americans don't confirm it, seems to indicate that there is a lot of like hand-in-hand working. And so if they could establish a strong relationship when it comes to these longer range missiles as well, or at least maybe have it be like, look, if we get a strong commitment to not use it in that capacity, then I think we should give it to them, because I think it could really do damage to Russian logistics and help the war effort a lot.
I think we should just nuke Russia.
That's an option too. But some crazy people might say that's not a good idea because it might end the world or something.
So I mean, listen, the world has had a good run. right?
That is a good point.
Where are we really going from now? We're just gonna all
I
become...
mean, we just made that Velma show. Like, I think we're good.
Yeah, you know what? You're so right. The Velma show proves that humanity has jumped the shark. I think it's time to wrap it up.
We've run out of good ideas.
You've seen Wall-E, okay? That's our future. We're all going to be the fat people in the chairs.
That is
We're gonna
true.
pollute the earth with trash. Like, we had a good run. Like, no one wants, you know when you have like the celebrity who's getting too old to perform, like on stage, and you're like, they really should have, like, they should have stopped. Like,
that's what I felt like when I saw Ron Paul on stage.
That's exactly That's also how I felt about Ron Paul. Exactly.
Dude,
Well,
I couldn't decode half of what he was saying. Like, it was impossible. I actually recorded with my camera what he was saying, and the whole time I was like, I understand nothing that's happening right now, and it felt like people were clapping more for the name than for what was being said.
Right. Just wrap it up. Banned by 18 for $2 says some trans women have penises. Why should women have to potentially see penises in their own space? Also, rape is a crime of opportunity. Washrooms being open to anyone who identifies as female creates more opportunities.
When it comes to the opportunity thing, as far as there's no evidence that's been provided yet, and I'm sure people would if there was evidence of it, they probably would have like brought it up and showed it to the heavens if there was data to show this, that allowing trans people to use the women's bathroom has any impact on it, like any detectable increase in rape that occurs. So I really have no reason to deny them that out of a safety concern. You say a crime of opportunity. I mean, you could say that.
What happened? Audio went out.
No, we can't hear you, Dylan. I don't know what happened.
No?
Yeah.
What?
Something happened.
Say something? I think we hear you again now.
We came back for a second. I was looking up Team America gifts. Get ready.
Say something?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay.
What'd you do?
So I don't know. I just unplugged and replugged my mic.
The trans place came from.
God, what was I saying about?
You were talking about how you wanted to see men in women's only spaces.
I don't. There's no
how
data
you
that
wanted
seems to reflect...
lady penis waving around in the girls' locker room. That's what you were saying.
Yes, that's what I was saying. There's no data to bear that out. So I feel like it should be fine for them to go there. There's no safety risk as far as I'm concerned. Like, I just don't see it.
Okay. Arithmus for $2 says, ask Dylan if he knows how medical experts learn what treatments are effective for particular ailments. There's a huge difference between blind trust of experts and trusting the scientific process they use to discover answers.
I would assume that if there was a medical professional, they would learn from either in school, or they would learn it through researching, or they would learn it from possibly just like the hospital would establish guidelines. I don't know exactly how they get the policies.
They just guess.
They just guess.
They just guess.
They just wing it,
Yeah. You've been shot. I think you need radiation therapy.
Well, no, shot is easy to determine. We're talking about something that's like your feelings.
Mm-hmm. I mean, but that's true with all mental conditions, right? Like depression is similar.
To some extent. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if there's like tests for that. Yeah.
Like we no one we would expect doctors to treat depression and medical professionals to treat depression, even if it's like you have to some extent guess.
True.
Well, I think depression is easier to, it's easier to determine you're depressed than whether or not you're the wrong gender.
Well, I don't know if I agree with that either, but I guess, I mean, the problem is, and this does happen kind of with psychiatry nowadays, like if you take things you don't need, like SSRIs or things of that nature, because you think you have an illness and the psychiatrist doesn't do their due diligence, I mean, they can fuck you up. So you have to be careful. The Arithmus for $2 says, in the magic gender dysphoria pill with no side effect scenario, medical transition would have to be done away with due to ethical concerns. It'd be like if we still offered lobotomies as an alternative to psychotropics.
Yes. I mean, I would assume so, but I mean, I haven't really thought about it because it doesn't, it's not real. But it'd be cool if it was, though.
Defensive.
Ouch.
Arithmus for $4 says, The trans women are women is the same as tall women are women claim doesn't hold water. Stepmoms are not moms in the sense that they didn't give birth to their stepchildren. They may play the social role of mother in a family, but they are categorically different, not catatonically, categorically different than biological mothers. Inversely, biological mothers can abandon the social role of mother, but they can't escape the biological role.
We all acknowledge, though, if we walked up to somebody who's a stepmom, right, and who's been raising this kid for 10 to 15 years, and tell them you're not mom, you're not a mother, they would take obvious offense because of the social implications of what you're saying, even though they acted as a mother for 15 to 20 years. But for all intents and purposes, they are a mother. They served every purpose besides this one aspect, which was the birthing aspect. So I feel like it is perfectly fine to call a stepmom a mother, even if we're saying they weren't their birth mother. They weren't the one that gave birth, right?
But
and
if you acknowledge that they were
a trans woman.
If you acknowledge, though, that they were not the biological mother, I doubt they'd take offense at that.
No, but if you were to say they're not a mother, they are going to take offense to that. Same thing when it comes to trans women.
Well, that's why you say stepmother or trans woman, right?
Well, yeah, but if I was, for example, let's say somebody was their adopted mom, nobody's going to say, "Oh, I'm their adopted mom." You're just going to say, "I'm their mom," right? Because in most scenarios, it's not going to matter whatsoever.
But they take offense when you say you're not a biological woman. That's what they take offense.
Right,
to.
right. But wait, using what you just said, which I think is important, like the adopted mom versus mom or stepmom versus mom, it would become important if there was a movement by adopted moms or stepmoms to stepmom's probably a better example for this. If there was a movement for stepmoms to automatically gain
stepmoms
parental
or moms.
Well, no, if there was a movement for stepmoms to automatically gain legal parental rights over children the way their biological mom has, and so they said stepmoms are moms, that would be the comparable thing in my mind.
I don't really
stepmoms are biological moms.
I don't really think. I think we're reaching a bit here, but I will say, like, I think there's a distinction between a cis woman and a trans woman, but I don't think the distinction is that they're not women. I just think that you can note the distinction, but in the vast majority of instances, you're not going to need to. It's probably only going to be in like, cases when it has to do with medical treatment. It's probably going to have to do with like possible like your physicality, like how like your body, stuff like that.
But they're not biological women, right?
No, I'm not saying they're biological women.
Okay.
I don't think really anybody is claiming that either.
Well, people are claiming that.
I mean, like people. Women. I mean, okay, one person in like college.
No,
it's not.
Like
it's not. It's not. It's not. It's not a lot.
There's a lot more people than you think that believe sex is a social construct.
Yes,
I really don't think. I mean,
is.
I think it's a lot less.
Riley Dennis. That was Riley Dennis's position.
I don't even know. I don't know who that is.
They were like one of the first trans YouTubers back in the day. The skeptic sphere.
Can a penis be female?
No.
Okay. I agree.
I mean, what if it's an intersex person?
Well, that's
they're intersex.
That's a different situation, I think.
Yeah, they're
so then it can be a female penis, isn't it?
No, and they're intersex.
It's a female and a male penis. It's both.
Well, and
they're intersex. I don't know. Like it's not a binary in that situation. They're an intersex individual, but they have some sort of chromosomal origin.
There are males that have like XX chromosome and females that have XY chromosome, though.
Yeah.
Which they never really know. They talk about this in the Galileo's middle finger book.
Right.
Where
but see, here's the thing. I wouldn't say like if a woman. I forget what all the chromosomal disorders are, or intersex conditions. But if a woman has an intersex condition where she's like, for all intents and she has normal functioning ovaries, and she looks and presents 100% woman, but she has some hermaphroditic quality where on top of her vagina she also has a penis. I wouldn't say that's a female penis. I'd say that's a woman with an intersex condition that also has a penis. Like I wouldn't genderify the penis.
What they generally find is like a woman will go to the doctor and they'll discover that she has like testicles inside her body.
Yeah. She doesn't
or a man can also have ovaries. They've discovered this too, but usually they don't. Like the person doesn't even know it. They're just living their lives.
If you had ovaries, wouldn't you? If a man had ovaries, wouldn't he get all cramps once a month and be very confused and start bleeding out of his butt or something?
Well, they have had, men, I guess, menstruate, but I don't know if they menstruate out there.
How does that even work? Where do the ovaries go?
Look, those parts of the book, I'm like, trying to fast forward through. I'm like, I can't
Adam's
take
like
this.
Adam's
This
listening with only one ear because he's like, ew,
I know, it's so bad.
man with ovaries. Sitch's mom, look, it's my mother, for $2. Says, Sitch, I'm here to ask you the real JQ. When are you going to transition into making me some money? If you won't be a doctor, a lawyer, a banker, then go talk to your Dylan friend, become a war hero in Ukraine. I need a successful son. There you go. There you go.
You want to go to Ukraine?
I'll leave it up to you, the war hero. Okay.
Yeah, what would we do? Would we edit in your character into Ukraine?
There you go. Listen,
I should post super serious photos of the war with you edited in.
You should find some horrific tragedy where there's just dead bodies everywhere, and then you just Photoshop my fucking cartoon avatar right there, and be like, yeah, look, there's Sitch.
He came. He's a hero.
Yeah, exactly.
Terrible.
I would lose everything.
Rightfully so. Solodoge for $2 for $4 says, I'm always split on Dylan. As an officer, I will always appreciate journalists like him going into the thick of it to get the truth. I see him similar to Sebastian Younger. However, I find his political takes to be dog shit. Oh, well. For example, I saw his tweet trying to condemn the anti-war rally because some people were flying Russian flags. It would be inconvenient for his worldview if there were some Ukrainians flying the Nazi flags. He's as tribal as the rest.
Okay, so
you can't say he's as tribal as the rest, though.
Okay, when we talk about the anti-war rally, right? If you're doing an anti-war event, you're going to attract those people if the people you're inviting to speak at your anti-war event are people who are in support of the war, right? So my problem is if I was to, for example, let's say I was going to host an anti-Nazi event, and then I book 5 or 6 neo-Nazis to speak at my neo-Nazi event, and then people are in the crowd with fucking Nazi flags.
That would be very suspicious.
Yeah, and now I'm going to be critical of this anti-Nazi event for having Nazi flags in the crowd and having Nazis speaking at the event, because you hosted an event that was supposed to be anti-Nazi, and now you're hosting Nazis and a pedophile because Scott Ritter. But so that's my criticism of it. It's the reason that there were so many Russian flags there is because he created an environment through having all these people who went up there and just said Russian talking points. Ukraine's a Nazi state, and people up there who are in favor of Russia wiping Ukraine off the face of the earth are going to make those people feel comfortable. They're going to come there. They're going to market themselves, and they're bringing those people into the crowd. You cannot host an anti-war event if you have pro-war speakers speaking there. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Look, we had those 2 guys on last week, and they would not even engage with anything we were saying. Like, those guys were extremely partisan. Dylan is at least willing to engage with what we're saying. Like, he may disagree with us, but I mean, my take on partisanship is just, the inability to have a conversation with someone outside of your partisan bubble. And I don't think that applies to Dylan at all. So,
I mean, when I went to the event, the Rage Against the War Machine event, I didn't go there with the intent of just making all these people look completely fucking evil or whatever. If you read my tweet thread about it, I describe why a lot of people were there. I include in that tweet thread that the majority of the people were there. The main concern I heard from them was World War III and nuclear war and nuclear holocaust, something that everybody would be sympathetic with, the idea nobody wants to die. And I include concerns about finances and whether we can afford all of this stuff. I include that. I disagree with those viewpoints, but I did try to portray the event honesty and also express my concerns about it and my takeaways from the event, which was that if you host an anti-war event, you should not be inviting speakers who are in favor of the war, because then you're going to send a mixed message, which I expressed. I talked about how locals were confused about whether this is a pro-Russia thing. Is this what is that? They didn't know because the messaging was confusing.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't see whatever tweet Solos was complaining about, but I mean, when you're talking to us, I felt like you're being fair to not say this is everybody. So
no, yeah, I mean, people asked me there, and I said I would even say that the majority of people there are not like evil, horrible people, even if I think they've either been lied to, misled, or we have completely categorically different worldviews,
As me for 6 MYRs again says, have you guys seen AI Hassan? I have. It's pretty funny.
It's pretty funny.
Is it Is it just a guy like deep faking the voice, or is it actual like a chat bot like figuring out what to say?
So there's multiple versions of it. There's like the one where people are using stills of presidents and having like the deepfake version of the presidents and going back and forth. It's just hilarious. And then there's a streamer who's I think making like streamer versions of that. And they also have added like some visual aid where they have like an AI movement of Hassan or an AI.
Yeah,
They've done AI Hassan, AI Destiny, AI Hillary Clinton, like everybody.
No, but I mean, is it like a person that's telling it what to say?
Yeah. Well, wait. No, I don't think so. I think it's an AI. Like it's unexpected responses. Yeah,
that's pretty awesome.
I think the online president one, the ones we're seeing on Twitter, the president going back and forth, that is, I think it's like typed up.
Well, obviously.
No.
Right. Oh, you mean the presidents that are alive, right?
No. There's these people are deep faking the president's voice to make him say silly and funny fucking shit, and that's what I'm talking about. That's typed up. But the stuff of AI Hassan that people have seen, that's real. That's an AI.
JMac for $5 says, Sitch, I was not being hyperbolic. I was charged with a super DUI misdemeanor. Don't drink and drive, kids. Well, there you go. Don't drink and drive, kids. It's very dangerous. Well, I'm glad you learned your lesson.
I don't want to talk bad about the drunk drivers. I won't have you slander them. It's the drunk crashers that ruin.
Of course, they ruin it for everyone, right?
Exactly.
Common Cure for $5 says, Dylan, are you for or against playing Atomic Heart?
I heard it was I know people talk about the politics of it, but I heard it was shit. I heard the voice acting was bad. I heard it wasn't that good. I generally like the kind of post-Soviet aesthetic, like just like visually. I play a lot of Stalker. I actually have a Stalker tattoo on my arm from the video game.
Wow.
So like this seems like my ballpark for a game, but I just even heard it was garbage. So I don't even need to ask myself the ethical question. And I haven't looked too much into the ethical question anyway. If it was a fun game, I'd probably end up playing it no matter what.
What is it? So all I know about it is I saw the picture of the robot waifus. What is this controversy about?
Fuck! I haven't looked enough into it.
I see, because I saw an article. I have an article that says Ukraine is asking for it to be banned, but they don't actually explain why.
I haven't looked really at all into it. All I know is the game's probably not that good anyway.
It says, we call for limiting the distribution of this game in other countries due to its toxicity, potential collection of user data, and the possibility of transferring it to a third parties in Russia, as well as the potential use of money raised in the game purchases to wage war against Ukraine. Well, I mean, that sounds kind of bullshit to me, but whatever.
It's not something I care about tremendously at all.
Okay, fair enough. I don't care either. As me for 15 MYR says, Sitch and Adam, are you willing, and Dylan, are you willing to be a warlord's boy toy if it means you can survive the apocalypse?
A warlord's
How hot
boy
is
toy.
That's very optimistic of you, Adam.
That is very optimistic.
Well, I mean, if she's hot, sure.
Can I? It depends if I can pick the warlord, right? Like I want to have my like good pick of warlords. If it's let's say it's a war in America and like our states all collapse and we have like different warlords in states, which I think is the most likely scenario, right?
Okay.
For us to have warlords, I think no matter what, if it's a Maryland man, then he's a good quality man. So yes, as long as if they're from Maryland, then they're a good quality man.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I'll do it in that instance. Yes. All
right.
But any other state, and I wouldn't do it.
The warlord is Finster.
Oh no.
It's gonna be a brutal regime.
That's hilarious.
I listen. If there's an apocalypse, I'm pretty lazy. I'm probably gonna off myself and be like, all right, time for a replay. Let's do this next time.
Yeah.
This is too much of a hassle. I don't want to be hassled. Okay.
Well, I mean, I would fight for a bit, obviously, but be prepared.
I mean, I enjoyed Fallout.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it from the air-conditioned room that I played it from. That's true. WTF 1A for $5 says, as someone who has 3 stepdads, you'll never be seen as a father, only a stepfather.
I think it really depends on like what age the father entered the relationship is like a major contributor to that. Like if it happened like when he was really young, like for example, my father did not raise me. I was raised by my grandfather, and if I'm being for real, I view him more as a father figure than my actual father, even though
you say father figure.
Yeah, father figure.
Right.
Because I think it's because he's a grandfather, and that's a specific other designation, and not a stepfather. But I did have a stepfather for some time, and if he was still my legal stepfather, I'd probably just call him father to some extent. I probably would have ended up just doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Because he would have had a much bigger role in raising me.
JD Bachant for $2 says tons of people think biology is a social construct. Yeah, it's more than you think, Dylan. It's more than you think.
It's scary.
I don't think it's as high as percentages as is being implied, because it makes me think like 40% of the trans community thinks like that's what what's making it sound.
I would be very curious for there to be some polling data on that. I don't think it's 40%, but I think it's higher than people anticipate. Joe the Meg for $5 says intersex conditions are sex specific, meaning that that specific condition can only impact one or the other sex.
Well, they have them all cataloged like that.
I just want to call something a female penis. You guys aren't fucking fun.
A female penis.
Listen, female penis can only exist in the realms of anime. Okay, sorry.
Still have girl cock though.
There you go. GSP 1005 for $20. Thank you. Says, I think there's a difference between expanding a category, trans women, and selecting a subset, tall women. You can say the category of women should be expanded, but that is what you're saying. Trans women are woman is doing. It's expanding the category.
Well, I do think you're expanding the category and how most people think of it, because most people didn't know about trans women up until this point, or anything of the science or medical stuff behind it.
I agree with you, Jespy. Jaeger for $2 says, what is Dylan's opinion on Jackson Hinkle?
I think he's a piece of shit.
Wow.
There you go.
I really don't like him.
Strong opinion.
I generally, the last time I talked to him, the conversation ended with him trying to go after my mother's heroin addiction. I really don't like him, man.
Ouch. That's a little.
It's like I generally think I think he's just a bad person. I've debated.
Isn't he super right wing and he's always on Jimmy Dore's show?
He considers himself a MAGA communist, whatever the fuck that means.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I'm confused.
I thought that means you're a Nazi. Like literally.
It means nothing.
National Socialist?
It just sounds like Naz bullshit. That's what it sounds like to me.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
It does sound like National Socialist.
It means nothing. You cannot be these movements are so contradictory that it makes no sense. It's like being like it's like being like nationalist. It'd be like if I was like an anti-colonial imperialist. It's like what the fuck does that even mean?
Yeah, I mean, I remember listening to when you guys did it. You and Destiny debated him. And
when we
Infrared.
did it, huh?
When you and Destiny did it live on Modern Day Debate.
Can I recommend you a debate that I have with Jackson Hinkle? I debated him.
You did good in that conversation.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I debated him in Taiwan. It was the most clear moment of my time of my interaction with him when I knew this guy really had a surface level understanding. It was a Jimmy Dore problem where he was told certain talking points from certain people, and it was the same exact problem. Because when I asked him because when we were moving the conversation away from Taiwan over to Syria, and he was very excited to, because he's like, aha, I can deny the gas attacks. And then I started asking him basic questions about Syrian history, like what do you think about the 2004 football protests, and all these questions about Syria, and he was like, what? Because he didn't know anything outside of the very selected pieces of information that are hot button issues in the American political space, the super online foreign policy American political space, but not general Syrian history, which but he was excited to talk about Syria because for him, Syria is just chemical weapons disinformation.
Right. I found it's on your channel, Dylan Burns TV. Debate with Tanky over Taiwan gets heated.
Yeah. It got very heated at the end.
Okay, I'll check it out. Solo Doge for $2 says, fair point. I'll give Dylan more of the benefit of the doubt on tribalism. I still respect his war journalism, but the rest, no. Also, does Dylan think women in media provide representation for trans women? I assume you mean do you think cis women in media provide representation?
Well, no, because they're not trans women, so I would assume not. I mean, a black woman provides, a white woman provides representation as a woman for a black woman, but not went to the racial component, and I would assume it's the same way.
Right, but I'm assuming he's bringing that up in terms of challenging the idea of trans women are women, but then why does a cis woman not represent?
Yeah, but that's why I use a different example where it could also work.
Yeah, but as you used your language.
Why was I I just looked at why was there a million guns over my face? Why was I attacked like that?
Oh,
They
yeah,
were
Adam bring up
behind
all
your
the
face.
gun gifts.
What are you talking
Wow.
about?
I was attacked.
I have a gun. When you make a good point, I bring up my 1,000 machine guns.
Oh, I see. It's shots being fired. No, but the with the white woman, the black woman, you're not. You said a white woman could represent, unless you're like really deep into intersectionality, could represent, you know, the womanness that a black woman experiences, but not like the black aspect, right?
Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying.
Right,
I would
but
assume
that
it's the same thing when it comes to the
doesn't
trans
translate
aspect.
Right. Well, but it doesn't really translate to the trans aspect, does it?
I mean, in the capacity that like it is a unique experience as a woman, the same way that like any other specific experience as a woman would be unique in a way. But outside of that, I don't much see the difference.
Okay. Well, that's it for questions addressed to you. If you want to.
Wow.
No, we still have
Oh,
more super
really?
chats, Adam,
What?
but I don't
Oh,
want to keep Dylan here forever.
I thought we were doing short streams on Tuesday. What happened to that? Oh,
That didn't happen today.
oh yeah, obviously. Okay.
But it's funny. I looked at your Twitter timeline and I see your tweet. You're like, I'm gonna go live after I'm done with Sitch Adam.
Yeah, but no, I'm not going live today. I'm skipping today's stream.
Don't do it.
I just, you know, it's just too late. Like what I would start up stream and I'd be live for like an hour before I would be like, okay, it's time to go to bed. See you guys later.
Do you stream by yourself, Dylan? That's no fun.
I usually stream by myself for 6 hours a day.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I used to stream with other people, but it's just like the stuff I want to talk about is like so boring for the average person, probably like for the average other political commentator. When I'm like, yo, you want to talk about what's going on in Myanmar? And it's like, what? No, I want to talk about President Sunday. He's like, yeah, I have no interest. And so I'm just as I've made my content more serious, I have lost a lot of the working relationships I used to have with people.
We got some drama talk out of you. We talked about Kidology and FD Signifier, and he even showed up while we were talking.
That's true,
shit.
but
That
how
was
much
fun.
did I talk during that segment? Like it was kind of obvious.
Well, you gotta
I didn't care that much.
get caught up on the drama, man.
I mean, maybe it's just hard to make. If you don't care about something, it's hard to make someone care about something, you know? Like, why the fuck should I care about what President Sunday said about not so erudite? Why should I care?
Because it's fun.
Well, you shouldn't care about that, but there's other drama that you could care
Listen,
about.
you were a good white ally, okay? FD came on and you were silent.
I was good, man. You know that never mind. You know that picture, that meme of like the white people in the field with Martin Luther King in the clouds? You know what I'm talking about?
No, no, I don't know.
You don't know that meme? Ah, never mind then.
Are you talking about like you watch the skies? Okay. Or something?
It kind of looks like that. Whatever. It's okay. It's okay. I forgive your lack of meme knowledge. I'll forgive it.
But yeah, you can leave now if you want, or I don't know.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate you guys having me on. You guys have a good one. For everybody who was at all interested in anything
shout
I
out
have to
your
say,
stuff.
my name is Dylan Burns. You can find my main channel where I post my more journalism content now at Dylan Burns TV. For my daily uploads, I upload 2 videos a day on my second channel, Dylan Burns Live on YouTube, DYLANBURNSLIVE. So if you like live streams, that's the content you're probably going to want. If you want journalism, main channel. Thank you so much. You all have a good one, okay?
If you want to
Thanks for
message me
coming on.
that stuff, I'll put it in our description too, and pin a comment and everything.
Right.
Awesome.
Yeah,
I'll do
Thanks
that.
for coming on, Dylan. We really appreciate it, and we always enjoy talking to you.
Thank you very much. You have a good
Take
one.
care, man.
You too.
Bye
care.
bye.